I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 326 About Where Civilization is Off. Brother, you have a good eye, the chubby lean said with a smile. However, different civilizations have their own names for it. For example, the cultivation civilization likes to call it the supreme wood-type spirit stone. Some civilizations prefer to call it the life stone. In short, it has many functions. It can assist wood-type experts in cultivation and is also an indispensable raw material for creating blessed lands or divine kingdoms. Wu Wei was tempted. The most important thing for him this time was to search for some rare and precious materials to upgrade his divine kingdom. His divine kingdom was already initially complete, and further upgrades and enhancements would consume a huge amount of resources. He needed one of each of the 4 treasures, the heart of nature, the heart of earth, the heart of the ocean, and the heart of molten fire, as well as 5 creation stones. His explorations in the void turbulence over the years had not been fruitless. Wu Wei had already collected 3 creation stones. He had also found the heart of molten fire and the heart of earth on 2 fragments of the subcontinent. Currently, he was still missing 1 heart of nature, 1 heart of the ocean, 2 creation stones, and 1 star core. While rare treasures like the heart of nature and the heart of the ocean are scarce, Wu Wei was confident he could acquire them within a few decades. However, the biggest challenge and difficulty in this upgrade lay in the star cores. Under Fatty Lean's guidance, Wu Wei discovered that the treasure pavilion was indeed overflowing with various treasures. So many rare hearts of nature and hearts of the ocean were readily available here with enough star yuan. 1 heart of nature costs 23,000 star yuan, 1 heart of the ocean costs 22,000 star yuan, 1 creation stone costs 3,000 star yuan, and 1 heart of the earth costs 20,000 star yuan, Fatty Lean explained, seemingly understanding Wu Wei's needs, and began to focus on introducing the top-grade materials of various attributes. Brother Lean, do you have star cores? Wu Wei asked after a moment's thought. A star core. Fatty Lean paused, his expression suddenly turning serious. That's a top-tier natural treasure. It only forms when a star reaches the end of its life, bursting forth with its final brilliance. Our core civilization must be quite powerful, Wu Wei said with a smile. A star core should be readily available, right? Lean smiled wryly. Brother Wu Wei, you really overestimate our core civilization. Although we are a level 4 civilization, capable of easily destroying a star, creating a star core is simply impossible for us. He paused, then added, but don't be discouraged, brother. In 3 days, our treasure pavilion will hold an auction, where one of the owners will be auctioning off a star core. Really? Wu Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. He had only come to this large market to try his luck. Star cores were usually rare and hard to come by. Even if a civilization were lucky enough to obtain one, it would typically treasure it and refuse to sell it easily. Brother, we're from the Kois Grand Market, the fat man Lean chuckled. While star cores are precious, they don't even rank in the top 100 of all the treasures we've ever auctioned. According to market records, in the 20,000 years since the market's founding, we've auctioned over 1,000 star cores, averaging 1 every 20 years. 1 every 20 years? Wu Wei frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, Brother Lean, what's the usual price for a star core? Based on the last 20 auction records, the lowest was 1.09 million star yuan, and the highest was 1.35 million star yuan, the fat man Lean explained after searching through some information. You can exchange them directly using divine crystals from the divine side. 1 divine crystal can be exchanged for 1 million star yuan. Expensive. Star cores are truly expensive. If you were to acquire one at the highest price, Wu Wei would instantly become poor, no, a god of poverty. Currently, Wu Wei only possessed 1 divine crystal and less than 400 drops of divine liquid. Adding the temporarily stored faith power and divine power reserves, the total reserves barely exceeded 2 million star coins. However, with any auction, unexpected things could happen. Who knew what would happen if a madman also desperately needed the star core and challenged him? Immediately, Wu Wei suggested, "Brother Lin, why don't we skip the auction for the star core? I'll buy it directly for 1.3 million star coins." Fatty Lin was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, "Brother, you really have a lot of money. If this star core were in my hands, I would agree without hesitation. But firstly, the owner requires an auction, and secondly, the auction is being held in all the dimensional markets. I'm afraid I don't have the authority to sell it to you directly." After Lin's explanation, Wu Wei understood. It turned out that the cross-dimensional market wasn't just one, but spread throughout the surrounding star regions, with one market in each star region, totaling 7 dimensional markets to date. Some precious natural treasures are auctioned jointly by the 7 dimensional markets. Even if they are not on the same dimensional market, it doesn't matter, the dimensional markets will transport the goods through special channels. Of course, this is limited to small batches of goods. If it's a large batch of goods, the energy consumed would probably be higher than the price of the goods. Fatty Lean showed some pride when he mentioned that all 7 dimensional markets had interspace teleportation devices. Clearly, this technology was something they were very proud of. However, Wu Wei sensed something was amiss. He gleaned several hidden pieces of information from Fatty Lean's words. First, the dimensional markets had existed for 20,000 years. The Koi civilization had probably been a level 4 civilization for at least 20,000 years. Second, the Koi civilization hadn't been able to break through to level 5 in 20,000 years. Third, the interspace teleportation device that he was so proud of was, in Wu Wei's opinion, just child's play. At least, it was far inferior to Wu Wei's Heaven's Gates technology. This raised a question. From his initial attainment of godhood and unification of the plane of light, to his peak and eventual demise, less than 1,000 years had passed. Wu Wei simply couldn't believe that the old god of light had built his current divine kingdom system through a gradual development. Both the pool of transformation and the gate of heaven possessed incredibly mature and reliable technology. Leaving aside the pool of transformation, the technology of the gate of heaven was clearly far superior to that of the 4th level Koi civilization. Based on this alone, it could be inferred that the special technology of the Gate of Heaven was at least that of a 5th level civilization, and possibly even higher. At his peak, the old god of light only controlled a dozen or so planes, reaching level 13 in personal strength, which was considered standard for a 4th level civilization. Considering all these phenomena and the incomprehensible events, there was only one reason why the old god of light could develop so rapidly. Wu Wei's current divine spark was not something the old god of light had refined and evolved. That old fellow, like Wu Wei, was merely an inheritor. His rise was simply too rapid. The development and growth of civilization has always been a step-by-step process, unless one inherits a large fortune. At this point, Wu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed he needed to look at the divine kingdom and the old god of light from a different perspective. "Brother Wu Wei, I'm sorry, I really don't have that authority. Please don't be angry," Fatty Lean said apologetically, looking helpless. "How about I give you 2 level 7 female slaves? I don't really need any. How about this? Give me 1 heart of nature and 1 heart of the ocean, and 10 creation stones." Wu Wei politely declined the temptation of the beauties. "The auction is in 3 days. All right, brother, you decide. It's 75,000 star coins in total. I'll give you a 10% discount and round it down to 65,000 star coins." Fatty Lean waved his hand, giving Wu Wei a huge discount. Wu Wei didn't stand on ceremony and paid directly with divine liquid, pocketing the treasure. He also asked for a few extra creation stones, since his main transformation pool would need further strengthening after the next upgrade, and the transformation pool's demand for creation stones was considerable. If he weren't currently short of funds, Wu Wei would have liked to buy several more rare and precious materials for backup. After all, given the nature of the upgrades to godhood and divine kingdoms, those rare materials would soon become ordinary resources. After completing the first transaction, Fatty Lean began introducing other types of items to Wu Wei. For example, some small assault ships with decent performance, ranging from about 8 or 9,000 star yuan to 20,000 star yuan depending on their capabilities. In addition, there were some capital ships 2 or 3,000 meters long, considered standard vehicles for god-level powerhouses, priced between 100,000 and 300,000 star yuan. Wu Wei was quite interested in these capital ships. The Divine Kingdom had quite a few god-level powerhouses, but it hadn't yet built a suitable flagship for them. It wasn't that the divine level was too low to build one. In fact, Wu Wei hadn't invested enough in the divine weapon hall, resulting in low-level divine craftsmen and insufficient technological accumulation, which led to the lack of a flagship. If Wu Wei were willing to invest the time and divine power to cultivate a large number of divine craftsmen, building such a capital ship wouldn't be a problem, and the cost would be much lower. These flagships sold directly were too expensive, and Wu Wei decided to spend his limited wealth wisely. At worst, he could develop the divine weapon hall more and build his own capital ships. As for the Star Fortress, Wu Wei was even more envious, but the price of 1 or 2 million star coins made him back down. With funds tight, everything could only be decided after securing a star core at the auction in 3 days. Fatty Lean wasn't annoyed and continued to chatter on and on about the various products to Wu Wei, repeatedly explaining the precautions for the auction in 3 days. It took quite a while before Wu Wei finally left the treasure pavilion, despite Fatty Lean's enthusiastic entreaties. Then, Lanfrodi and her 2 archangel attendants continued strolling through the streets, trying to find some business opportunities. Chapter 327 The Great Market Showdown. Suddenly, as Wu Wei and Lanfrodi were walking, their attention was drawn to the resounding sound of a powerful horn. The horn's sound was deep and powerful, as if transporting them to an ancient, brutal battlefield. Quick, quick, it's starting. Let's go. Dude, why bother with your lousy stall? If we're late, we won't be able to get to the front. Yeah, let's hurry up. Today I'm going to win a big sum of money from those cunning Aka people. As the horn sounded, Wu Wei noticed that the surrounding crowd had suddenly become excited. Many vendors and customers who were browsing for bargains had even stopped doing business and were crowding along the street towards the end of the market. Some friends who knew each other were even pulling each other along, creating a lively scene, almost like a festival. Miss Lanfrodi, what's going on? Wu Wei asked curiously. Your Highness, the arena should be open for business. Lanfrodi frowned and replied, every dimensional market has a place for customers and their servants to engage in savage gladiatorial combat. It opens 3 times per star cycle, and additional times are added during festivals. However, it's a smoky and filthy place, probably not suitable for your Highness's status. Perhaps I could take you to another place. The arena? That sounds interesting. Take me to see it. But it's a bit. No problem. Having made up her mind, Lanfrodi led Wu Wei, following the crowd, towards the arena. Before long, the group arrived at the outer perimeter of the arena. It was an oval-shaped metal building, tens of meters high, which at first glance resembled a stadium on Earth, but its area was extremely vast. Large enough to easily fit a destroyer 2,000 or 3,000 meters long inside. This made Wu Wei marvel at the incredible power of the civilization system behind the market. Leaving aside the fact that they could carve out neutral zones and establish dimensional markets in a universe teeming with countless civilizations vying for supremacy, even the sheer size and internal space of these markets were astonishing. Take the large market Wu Wei was currently in, for example, although it was a giant space station, its volume and area were comparable to a planet. Wait! Before the arena's enormous entrance, 2 strange races, 4 or 5 meters tall, with hideous appearances and covered in mane, wielding heavy halberds, blocked Wu Wei and his companions' path. They are the Vitris, a violent and rude interstellar race that reveres strength. Individually, they are very powerful, currently only at the level 1 civilization level, but they have as many as 3 level 10 gods. Lanfrodi gave a brief introduction. From her slightly arrogant expression, it was clear that the Callings, who had reached level 3 civilization, already held a certain status in this universe. But the Vitris were not weak either, although their civilization was only rated level 1, they had 3 level 10 gods. It's clear this is a combat race that prioritizes physical strength, while their abilities in other areas, such as psionic energy and technology, are relatively weaker. Indeed, there are no weaklings among the races that can enter the grand cosmic system, Wu Wei couldn't help but remark. Indeed, without some special abilities, how could a race enter this vast universe? Meanwhile, the 2 Vitra guards at the arena entrance, upon seeing Lanfrodi's race, immediately bowed politely and said courteously, according to the rules of the arena, please show your identification card. As for Wu Wei, they hadn't seen him before and weren't sure which star system he came from, but judging from his seemingly high level of civilization, they also gave him a slight bow as a gesture of goodwill. Humility towards higher civilizations is a universal principle in the universe, otherwise, being taught a lesson is inevitable. Despite the too rude and ugly Vitra's respectful demeanor towards Lanfuti, their individual strength had actually reached a formidable level 9. Moreover, judging from Wu Wei's eyesight, the heavy halberds they wielded had extremely complex internal structures and contained immense energy. If assessed according to the standards of the light plane, this level of energy would at least qualify as a sacred artifact. This clearly showed that the two Vitra guards were no pushovers. Even within this vast market teeming with diverse races and a multitude of people, they were top-tier powerhouses capable of intimidating any region. Even a level 9 demigod can only watch the gate. The civilization behind this market is truly formidable, Wu Wei thought to himself, gaining a deeper understanding of the various civilizations and forces in the universe. While he was indeed considered a supreme deity in the Light and Aesop planes, his god-level civilization was only just beginning to develop in the vast universe. Furthermore, there were simply too many powerful civilizations in the universe. Those enemies who nearly destroyed the old god of light were incredibly powerful, and he likely couldn't handle them with his current strength. However, based on Wu Wei's deductions, the location of those unknown enemies was currently quite far from this space region, posing no immediate threat. Therefore, his immediate priority was to develop and strengthen himself as quickly as possible. Wu Wei and Lanfuti presented their identity cards one after the other. The two Vitra guards immediately became even more respectful upon seeing them. This time, it wasn't because of Lanfuti, a member of the Killing People, but because of Wu Wei's status as a VIP, possessing immense wealth and reaching the level 10 divine realm. A level 10 god is a prominent figure in any civilization, let alone one officially designated as a VIP by the Grand Market. The two Vitra guards naturally dared not be negligent and immediately summoned a maid with tentacles, who led Wu Wei and the others directly to the front row of VIP seats. Along the way, they found the arena already packed with people. It was a cylindrical building, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, somewhat resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum. The base was naturally the arena, and the stands stretched upwards from the walls of the arena, roughly 7 or 8 stories high. The seats were already filled with spectators. Out of curiosity, Wu Wei casually asked a maid about the spectators, only to learn that there were over 100,000 people in the arena. And that was with some seats. There were many more watching via video stream. Your Highness, the exciting gladiatorial tournament is about to begin. If you wish for your subordinates or yourself to personally experience this thrilling event, you must sign this waiver. This waiver states that any accidents that occur during the tournament, such as death, injury, or disability, are entirely voluntary and have nothing to do with the market. A beautiful maid with antennae then produced an electronic contract displayed on a tablet screen, elegantly explaining, simply press your fingerprint here, and the contract will automatically take effect. Furthermore, if your Highness wishes to participate in the tournament betting, you can place your bets through the screen in front of you. Alright, I understand. Wu Wei casually pressed his fingerprint and swiped a few star coins from his identity card as a tip. The maid, overjoyed at receiving the tip, thanked him profusely. At Wu Wei's signal, she retreated to the back of his VIP booth, standing quietly and awaiting his call. While level 10 gods are not uncommon across the universe, they are undoubtedly the most powerful beings in any given star system, worthy of being called the overlords of that region. Therefore, Wu Wei, appearing in this grand market as a level 10 god, enjoyed exceptionally high treatment. In this crowded arena, he and his men enjoyed a private, open booth of over 10 square meters. This VIP booth was located in the front row of the center of the arena, offering a panoramic view of the entire fighting area. Through a small screen in front of him, he could place bets independently or request any service from the market officials. This was the privilege of a god. As Wu Wei and his men settled in with Lanfuti, ordered drinks and snacks, the first gladiatorial match began. First to enter was a nearly 5-meter-tall, obese monster with a mouthful of fangs and a body covered in a thick, yellowish-brown hide. Although this bloated and ugly creature, not much different from the monsters of ordinary imagination, was actually an intelligent species, and a powerful race possessing a trace of Titan blood. However, due to their low level of intelligence, their evolutionary path was heavily biased towards physical strength and power, resulting in a very primitive and backward social system. Coupled with their savage and greedy nature, and their fondness for flesh and blood, they were commonly known as ogres. Because of their low intelligence but immense strength, Ogres were often hired by advanced civilizations as mercenaries or gladiators, and their presence could be seen in most arenas. This ogre warrior, clad in simple metal lamellar armor and wielding a crudely made broad-bladed great axe, exuded a powerful aura that clearly indicated he was a level 7 paladin from the plane of light. Don't underestimate these level 7 beings. Wu Wei already has quite a few under his command, but on any planet, in any civilization, a level 7 expert is an extremely powerful force, arguably the cornerstone of a civilization's combat strength. This ogre's opponent is a cyborg life form, also at level 7. Wu Wei has never encountered this type of mechanical civilization before, so he doesn't know much about them. From what he can see, the opponent resembles a sentient metal armor, with 4 prosthetic metal limbs. Visually, it's undeniably stylish, far more impressive than the ogre. Quick, bet on that cyborg. Even though the odds are only 1 to 1.25, it's a guaranteed win. The bookmaker for this duel is, of course, the large market itself. The vast majority of spectators are betting on the cyborg named Spiderborg. Wu Wei uses 100 star coins to try his luck, betting on the ogre, Steelmouth Orton. The odds for the ogre Orton to win are 1.75, much higher than for the Spiderborg, but far fewer people bet on him. Wu Wei, however, chose the ogre. There wasn't any particular reason, it was his first time playing, and he wanted to do something different. Ladies and gentlemen, betting has closed. Today's gladiatorial tournament is about to begin. Soon, after a short preparation time for the contestants, the tournament host announced loudly through the loudspeaker that the gladiatorial tournament had officially begun. Instantly, a nearly transparent energy field completely enveloped the oval arena, several kilometers in diameter, thus isolating it from the destructive effects of the powerful life forms battling inside. At the same time, the originally all-metal gladiatorial arena began to change rapidly. It turned out that this arena used a very expensive biomimetic metal, meaning the fighting area could be modified to simulate different environments as needed. In other words, both sides could choose to change or not change the arena before the battle began, as the environment could provide a certain advantage in combat. As expected, the cyborg spider-like being chose to change the arena, transforming the area around him into a complex, futuristic structure filled with metallic bunkers. Simultaneously, his leg armor opened, and he pulled a completely black bullpup rifle from his thigh. It seemed this cyborg intended to use the terrain to his advantage and snipe the ogre from a distance. This mechanical civilization is interesting, Wu Wei remarked, watching the cyborg with interest. He was willing to bet that only one brain in that cyborg body was truly alive. His gaze shifted to the ogre. Instead of changing the arena, the ogre charged forward the instant the duel began, like a raging bull, ferocious and violent. What a savage race, Wu Wei muttered, picking up his drink, crossing his legs, and settling into a comfortable position to enjoy the interspecies battle. Ow! The ogre roared, its imposing aura overwhelming. Without any unnecessary movements, it simply shielded its head with its hands and charged towards the cyborg. While the method was simple and crude, its terrifying, beast-like aura and the earth-shattering power it possessed were truly awe-inspiring. Click. On the other side, the cyborg Spiderborg switched its bullpup rifle to automatic fire, and soon, airburst rounds began exploding on the ogre's body and in front of it. While airburst rounds weren't as penetrating as light weapons, their power lay in the fact that a single small shell was enough to obliterate an all-terrain vehicle within a 5-meter radius. This level of ammunition was incredibly powerful and expensive. Boom! A series of dazzling, violent explosions nearly engulfed the ogre completely. When the flames subsided, the ogre's crude, simple metal armor was almost entirely destroyed. The ogre, blood seeping from between its teeth, its exposed skin riddled with charred and cracked gashes, still managed a brief pause before letting out a roar and charging at the cyborg again. The airburst round seemed to possess strong armor-piercing capabilities, but thanks to the ogre's tough hide, they hadn't caused it any real damage. Spiderborg swiftly ejected the empty airburst magazine, loaded an energy battery, modified the weapon's mechanism again, and pulled the trigger. Beams of bright blue particles began to fire from his gun. This was a mechanical principle commonly used in the universe, characterized by compressing various gases or substances in the air into particle beams, then accelerating them at high energy before firing. Its power was immense, especially its penetrating power. A single high-energy beam could easily pierce through several skyscrapers. Moreover, absolute vacuum is only a theory. The universe is actually filled with various particles, rays, and gases, making this beam weapon equally applicable in space. As expected, the high-energy particle beams finally pierced through the ogre's tough, thick hide. Each beam, along with the intense heat it generated, left the ogre battered and bruised, howling in agony. Simultaneously, the four mechanical arms behind Spiderborg began to move like spider legs, carrying him nimbly through the bunker, sometimes hovering in the air, resembling a nimble hummingbird constantly adjusting its firing angle within the steel structure. Good. Well shot. Shoot. Shoot that stupid ogre to death. I knew it. Ogres are just primitive beasts. How can they compare to a highly intelligent mechanical civilization? Ha ha ha, I bet 20 star coins on this. I'm definitely winning. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting encouragement for the mechanical life form Spiderborg. In the eyes of these spectators, the ogre, constantly on the defensive, was undoubtedly at a severe disadvantage. At this rate, Spiderborg was certain to win. Your Highness, I regret your 100 star coins. In the VIP booth, the beautiful Kelling woman, Lanfuty, shook her head with some regret. It seems that ogre is finished now. After all, that beast is facing a powerful being from a mechanical civilization. She also held this cyborg life form in high regard, while harboring contempt and disgust for the savage ogre. After all, in the eyes of some advanced civilizations, backward and primitive civilizations are no different from primitive people or wild beasts in the forest. It's like how Earthlings view African gorillas. That sense of superiority from a higher civilization is almost innate. Therefore, Earthlings naturally don't want to lose to gorillas in certain competitions, and most of the audience felt this way. Spiderborg is indeed outstanding among level 7 life forms, but it's too early to discuss the outcome. Wu Wei also greatly admired the cyborg life form. Its performance was precise and perfect, every step of its action seemingly calculated. This is perhaps the unique and powerful aspect of mechanical civilization. They are like precisely acting machines, using high-intensity system calculations to always maintain an absolutely advantageous position. If the Spiderborg is likened to a meticulous and perfect soldier, then the ogre is a savage and fearless warrior. Such soldiers would be highly favored by generals, and once assembled into an army, they would be invincible. However, this is currently a gladiatorial contest, not a large-scale war. As long as the ogre Orton has not fallen, this gladiatorial contest will not end. Chapter 328 The Cruelty of the Vast Universe. Below the arena, the battle continued. The cyborg Spiderborg, utilizing the terrain and cover he had created, relentlessly fired at the ogre Orton. The ogre's appearance was now a gruesome sight, his body riddled with large and small bloody holes and wounds. The greasy blood and charred subcutaneous fat beneath the wounds emitted a foul, burnt stench. The horrific, bloody scene caused even the women of advanced civilizations, including Lanfuty, to frown. No wonder Lanfuty was so averse to arenas. Such a brutal and violent scene of slaughter even shocked Wu Wei himself. Such scenes were unheard of on Earth. While similar arenas existed in the light dimension, their cruelty and gore paled in comparison. However, seeing this, Wu Wei had to admit that the ogres were incredibly resilient and possessed astonishingly strong vitality. Even battered like this, the ogre remained menacing. Upon closer inspection, the cyborg's explosive beams had only pierced the ogre's tough skin and thick layer of fat, failing to truly penetrate its body. Moreover, given the cyborg Spiderborg's attack intensity, unless the same spot was attacked repeatedly, it was difficult to inflict real damage on the ogre. Roar. Suddenly, a roar erupted. The ogre, relying solely on brute force, charged towards the cyborg Spiderborg, enduring 7 or 8 beams of light. The Spiderborg, not daring to be careless, immediately retreated. But in that instant, the ogre swung its broad-bladed axe with both hands, leaping towards its opponent. Boom! The terrifying impact was utterly devastating. The axe blade unleashed a powerful shockwave, like a burst of battle aura, destroying all cover and obstacles within 100 meters in a single blow. The residual force even traveled hundreds of meters further. The numerous spectators were instantly stunned. Without a doubt, this was the overwhelming power of a level 7 ogre. The cyborg Spiderborg, reeling from the impact, had no choice but to draw his beam saber and engage the ogre in hand-to-hand combat amidst the numerous bunkers. The beam saber, also a highly advanced weapon characteristic of mechanical civilization, works by compressing high-energy beam particles, condensing and fixing them within a sword-shaped force field. This gives the compressed plasma high temperature, high energy, and extremely powerful cutting capabilities. Spider-Borg was formidable. He wielded 6 beam sabers from his 6 arms, his attacks dazzling and incredibly sharp. This was inevitable. Any species capable of venturing into and traversing the outer universe possesses its own strengths. Otherwise, they would not survive in the fiercely competitive universe teeming with powerful beings. However, the battle didn't last long. Spider-Borg had clearly underestimated the ogre's power. The bunkers he had chosen before the battle were utterly ineffective against the ogre, instead becoming obstacles in his path. Coupled with the absolute disparity in strength, after several consecutive blows, Spider-Borg, with no way to retreat, took a direct hit from the ogre's axe. In his attempt to parry, half of Spider-Borg's body was smashed to pieces by the ogre's axe. Terrified, Spider-Borg frantically flew away, but before he could even utter a word of surrender, the ogre's massive body pounced. Already bloodthirsty, the ogre cared nothing for anything else. It pounced on Spider-Borg and opened its mouth to bite down on his head. With a crunch, the mechanical head was instantly crushed, and various viscous liquids, yellow and white, flowed out from between the ogre's teeth. Seemingly because the smell of the engine oil was unpleasant, the ogre, Orton, spat out Spider-Borg's head with a look of disgust. In an instant, a large pool of white brain matter mixed with engine oil, nutrient solution, and other substances appeared brazenly before everyone's eyes. All of this actually happened in just a few breaths. Once everything calmed down, the many spectators realized the outcome was decided. The victor is Steelmouth Orton. The ogre roared as the market organizers announced. Although his intelligence was low, his ability to survive time and again in this arena made him a hero in a way. However, this time his injuries were too severe to continue. But thanks to his valiant performance, he had won hundreds of star coins for his master, and he himself would receive dozens as a reward. For these cosmic races who frequented the market, as long as they had enough star coins, they could have whatever they wanted. With enough star coins, they could even buy a warship, hire a mercenary army, conquer a primitive planet, and live a life of luxury as a chieftain. Countless people were willing to risk their lives for this. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your judgment is truly exceptional. Inside the VIP booth, the beautiful Lanfuti from Kelling, while still shocked by the ogre's victory, repeatedly congratulated Wu Wei on winning the bet and making a small fortune. Just luck, Wu Wei smiled dismissively. 75 star coins were a negligible sum for him now, but winning the bet still put him in a good mood. Next, the remains of the cyborg were cleaned up by the market staff like trash. There was no other way. Survival, whether in the universe or on a planet, was cruel. However, his assets would be transferred to his heirs under the market's supervision, or, if there were no heirs, to his immediate family, and so on. If there were truly no heirs, they would go to the market manager's gladiatorial fund. All of this was stipulated in the pre-match contract. As a highly reputable neutral organization in the universe, the Grand Market could guarantee some relatively fair rules. The arena's interior used mimicry metal, so any damage from the battle could be restored to normal in the blink of an eye. Soon, several more gladiatorial matches took place, and Wu Wei casually placed a few bets, with mixed results. Overall, Wu Wei won over 200 star coins, showing his keen insight. Now, please welcome our esteemed guest, His Highness the Divine Child, who will send powerful servants to accept your challenges. The previous level 7 and 8 gladiatorial matches were merely warm-ups before the main event. Now, the market's official host, Hawken, officially entered the arena aboard a hover platform. This was a strange race with long necks, resembling a plucked turkey. According to Lanfuti beside him, Hawken, the host of this arena, was a boar. It is said that the boar are an intelligent race that evolved from avian creatures, currently reaching the level of a level 2 civilization. They still retain ovoviviparous reproduction, but their wings and feathers have gradually degenerated during later evolution. The boar people are characterized by their exceptionally high brain capacity and sharp vision. These innate evolutionary talents grant them extraordinary mental strength and perceptive abilities. Hiring a middle-aged boar person of level 7 strength as the arena's host and arbitrator is perfectly appropriate for the Grand Market. A level 7 boar person's powerful perception would allow them to thoroughly investigate every detail of the duel. At this moment, the host, Hawken, seems to be intentionally elevating Wu Wei's status at the Grand Market's behest, allowing him to shine a few times, a form of indirect courtship. After all, in this universe, Every powerful individual enjoys showing off and expanding their reputation to maintain greater influence in the vast universe. Wu Wei, appearing here as a divine son, and guided by noble Kelling, has already established a powerful presence that even the Grand Market officials cannot ignore. If the divine son has reached level 10, then his father god must be level 11, 12, or even higher? Undoubtedly, this is a vast and powerful divine civilization, constantly forging alliances with other powerful civilizations. This is the foundation of the Koi civilization behind the Grand Market, its foothold in the universe. Praised by the host, Wu Wei didn't stand on ceremony. He rose from his VIP seat, like a nobleman, and calmly nodded slightly to those around him, displaying both royal arrogance and polite humility. At least most of the spectators present believed that Wu Wei, this divine son, had an extraordinary background, a seemingly high level of civilization, and was a peaceful and courteous person worthy of friendship. Wu Wei felt that this was enough. He didn't want to attract too much attention. After all, if he became too prominent, he might attract the attention of unknown enemies, so it was best to keep a low profile. Isabella, Wu Wei called softly, next, you'll be sparring with everyone. He had already had his subordinates sign up for the gladiatorial matches at the very beginning. As the divine son, he naturally couldn't lower himself to participate in the arena, but sending his two subordinates to fight real battles against other cosmic races would be an excellent training opportunity. And if they won, they might earn him a considerable amount of money. Yes, Your Highness. Behind Wu Wei, the tall and beautiful Isabella bowed respectfully before leaping from her booth into the arena. She was a very young level 9 archangel, currently serving as Wu Wei's personal bodyguard alongside Lloyd. Although they were both rising stars born at the end of the Aesopian Plains undead calamity, they possessed outstanding strength, exceptional talent, and immense future potential. Wu Wei had complete confidence in them. Even in the entire universe, they were undoubtedly among the top level 9 demigods. Now, let's welcome the powerful Vitra warrior, Needham. With a shout from the host, Hawken, another contestant slowly walked in through the contestant's entrance. The Vitras are a warrior race employed by the Grand Market. Tall and fierce, they are natural-born warriors of the universe. The Vitra warrior before them stood over 5 meters tall, his body a mass of muscular muscles, resembling a small house, incredibly imposing and intimidating. He was covered in hair, had a hideous appearance, wore what appeared to be some kind of leather armor, and wielded a massive, 3 zang long, approximately 10 meters, wide-bladed halberd. This weapon, with its complex internal structure and immense energy, was the signature weapon of the Vitras. However, compared to the beautiful and graceful Elizabeth, this halberd-wielding Vitra warrior was nothing short of a humanoid beast, exuding a chilling aura of menace. In terms of sheer physical intimidation, this Vitra warrior Needham was dozens of times stronger than the previous ogre. Most of the spectators didn't have high hopes for Elizabeth. Such a beautiful woman would certainly be great for a warm bed, but when it came to a life or death struggle, they still trusted the infamous Vitras. Your Highness, please rest assured, my Needham will absolutely not harm your mage's life. At this moment, on the other side of the arena, a Vitra man resembling a merchant tipped his hat to Wu Wei, then specifically shouted to Needham in the arena, Needham, did you hear me? Do not harm that maid's life. This Vitra merchant was not very strong, only level 7, but he appeared quite wealthy and clearly intended to befriend Wu Wei. After all, in the universe, divine children and the divine civilizations behind them are extremely powerful beings, possessing vast resources and star systems. Encountering them is rare indeed. It doesn't matter. If she dies in battle, it's her own fault. Wu Wei waved his hand dismissively, then addressed the Vitra warriors below. Needham, go all out, don't hold back. If you can defeat my maid and kill her, I'll reward you with 200 star coins. The audience gasped, wondering how cold and cruel this divine son must be to his subordinates. It seemed that in the realm of divine civilization, gods truly reigned supreme, disregarding everyone. No, in the plane ruled by gods, mortals were merely ants, their servants. However, what truly overwhelmed the audience was that Isabella, standing in the center, nodded in agreement. No joke. She was a war angel created by Wu Wei, a warrior carrying divine will. If she couldn't defeat her opponent, how could she protect Wu Wei in the future? If she were to die in battle, it would be because she was outmatched. And as long as the angel soul jade was preserved, Wu Wei could resurrect her. She wasn't worried about dying in battle at all. Wu Wei wasn't worried about dying in gladiatorial combat either. He sent his angels to try out gladiatorial combat mainly to train them and earn some betting money. How could the opponent not go all out? This scene left the audience even more bewildered. It was a willing exchange, a testament to the power of divine civilization. They had always heard that believers were willing to sacrifice their lives for their gods, and now they finally witnessed it firsthand. Your Highness, is it really true? I get star points for killing her. Vitra warrior Needham's eyes widened, completely stunned. No need to hesitate, killing her and getting a 200 star coin reward? Could such a good thing really be possible? After receiving Wu Wei's nod of confirmation, the burly Needham immediately perked up, his fighting spirit exceptionally strong. Good. Thank you for your kindness, Divine Son. I, Needham, will fight with all my might. As the Divine Son wishes, Needham, you must obey His Highness's orders and not slacken. Seeing that Wu Wei had spoken, the Vitra merchant naturally had no objections, but like the other spectators, he subconsciously felt a bit more awe towards Wu Wei. After all, he was a cold and ruthless god. However, just as the two sides reached an agreement, the crowd's emotions were boiling, and the host, Hawken, began contacting the official market officials, about to provide the odds for both sides to begin betting. A discordant voice suddenly broke in. HMPH. Extravagant and wasteful. The voice wasn't loud, in fact, it could be said to be very soft, but it still clearly reached everyone's ears. Wu Wei's brows furrowed slightly, and like the other spectators, he turned to look at the source of the voice. The person who spoke up to defend him was none other than the cultivator they had encountered upon entering. This cultivator, dressed in a long, flowing robe, with an arrogant expression, was currently squeezed into the crowd in the opposite stands, glaring at Wu Wei with a cold, disdainful look, as if he were observing a decadent and tyrannical ruler. Wu Wei was momentarily stunned by the stare, inwardly cursing, I sent my men to fight, what's it to you? Do you think you're so great that you can eliminate demons and uphold justice? Chapter 329 Come on, let's eliminate the demons and defend the righteous path. You audacious madman. My divine son, how dare you disrespect me? The first to erupt in rebuke was none other than Isabella, sitting in the audience. Although the cultivator's snorts and mutterings were not loud, mostly due to his own disdain for Wu Wei's arrogance, the majority of the audience were exceptionally strong individuals of level 5 or 6 or higher. With focused attention, they could easily hear his subtle voice. Moreover, Isabella and the others were all archangels at the level of 9 demigods. If they lacked even this basic perception, how could they possibly protect Wu Wei? With Isabella's rebuke, the gladiatorial host and the Vitra people present all glared at the cultivator, as if they would expel him at the slightest provocation. All eyes of the audience were fixed on the cultivator. Those sitting near him quickly turned away, hastily maintaining their distance, fearing they might inadvertently invite trouble. In the blink of an eye, an awkward silence filled the air. The cultivator, stared at by so many eyes, felt his face flush. He was inwardly grumbling, unable to bear seeing Isabella, a weak woman, being used as a gladiator by her master, and had uttered his indignant remark. But to his surprise, he was immediately rebuked by Isabella herself, and then stared at by everyone as a troublemaker. This feeling made him want to disappear into the ground. But he didn't want to just walk away. After all, he had gone through so much trouble to get here, hoping to earn some star points for his cultivation. If he left now, where would he get those funds? Helpless, the cultivator had no choice but to shamelessly turn away, pretending nothing had happened, letting the awkward atmosphere linger. Seeing this, Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking to himself, if you don't have the ability, then don't take the lead. Otherwise, you'll not only lose face, but also embarrass yourself. Your Highness, don't take him to heart, Lan Fudy said, equally speechless, but she still quickly came over to comfort him. Cultivators are all strange individuals with extreme ideologies. Their civilization is centered around sects. Often, driving one away only attracts a whole group, like bedbugs in the sewers, impossible to eradicate generation after generation. As she spoke, Lan Fudy leaned close to Wu Wei's ear and whispered a warning, all violent behavior is prohibited within the market area. If Wu Wei really wanted to vent his anger, he had to leave the market, and do so cleanly and decisively, leaving no trace. Otherwise, cultivators are extremely vengeful and would easily form gangs to fight, causing a lot of trouble. Hearing Lan Fudy's words, Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat again, thinking to himself that the killing people seemed to have suffered at the hands of cultivators, and their resentment towards them was quite deep. Alright, Wu Wei thought. He's only just entered the outer universe, and it's not convenient for him to reveal too much. So, it's better to avoid trouble. Letting this ignorant cultivator go for now isn't a big deal. Just then, the host, Hawken, stepped forward to apologize profusely and gave the cultivator a stern warning, demanding that he watch his words, or there wouldn't be a next time. Wu Wei, taking advantage of the situation, pretended to be magnanimous, waved his hand, and indicated, "The gladiatorial combat continues." Thus, the gladiatorial match resumed, and host Hawken quickly announced the betting odds for both sides. Isabella's odds were very high, reaching 1.8 for a win. Her opponent, the Vitrinidum, had odds of only 1.25 for a win. After all, Isabella was a newcomer gladiator with no reputation, and she had previously been Wu Wei's maid, not a professional warrior. On the contrary, her opponent, Nidum, was a well-known fighting race in the universe, with an astonishing record of 32 wins and 4 losses. This record alone was enough to place him among the top gladiators. Compared to him, the arena officials and the audience almost unanimously agreed that Wu Wei's handmaiden, Isabella, was no match for Nidum. Wu Wei didn't care about the opinions of outsiders. In his view, if he wanted his subordinates to broaden their horizons, he had to choose top-tier fighters, otherwise, what would be the point of their training? Of course, he also wanted to earn some money, so he planned to keep a low profile in the first match to avoid scaring other players. Therefore, he swiped the betting screen in front of him, betting 1 drop of divine liquid, equivalent to 1,000 star coins, on his handmaiden, Isabella. Furthermore, Wu Wei secretly used divine thought to transmit a message to her through the faith channel, saying, "Isabella, don't rush to victory. This gladiatorial combat is a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with the fighting styles of other races. Make the most of it. Rest assured, my lord, Isabella understands." Isabella responded with divine thought as well. The faith channel was the most natural means of communication between the God of Light and his followers. Once a strong channel of faith is established, Wu Wei can receive the prayers of believers from any distance, and he can also transmit his thoughts, or divine pronouncements, to them. Moreover, unlike telepathic communication or other civilizations' means of communication, the connection between Wu Wei and his believers is pinpointed and coded, making it impossible for outsiders to receive or crack. Bettings close. The gladiatorial match officially begins. With the announcement of the host, Hawken, a nearly transparent energy field once again enveloped the entire arena. The host, Hawken, immediately stepped aside, leaving only Isabella and Nidum, the 2 gladiators, in the arena. Isabella, not wanting to reveal information about the Divine Kingdom, did not change her surroundings or display her powers. She simply took out an ancient-looking light elemental holy sword and an elegantly patterned kite-shaped shield, standing quietly in place, like a legendary Valkyrie, valiant and awe-inspiring. Her opponent, Nidum, transformed his arena into a desolate desert, raging with sandstorms and jagged rocks, with a golden sun shining behind him, creating a vast and desolate atmosphere. Buzz! With a resounding hum, the arena transformation ended, signaling the start of the duel. Roar! The burly and valiant Nidum charged towards Isabella. Whether for personal honor or the 200 star coins, he was determined to defeat his opponent quickly. Facing the charging enemy, Isabella remained calm and composed. Her powerful battle instincts as a war angel fueled her fighting spirit, her mental energy rapidly concentrating, and every cell in her body was poised for action in a very short time. Suddenly, Isabella let out a delicate shout, leaping back and gracefully dodging Nidum's heavy halberd strike with a backflip. Bang! A huge crater was smashed into the ground, the surging impact far exceeding that of the previously powerful ogre. However, the impact seemed to have no effect on Isabella. On the contrary, Isabella landed backward, then used her horns to propel herself forward, facing the shockwave as she swung her sword at Nidum. Clang! The clash of swords rang out, and another shockwave, like ripples on water, spread out before the audience's eyes. The more than 100,000 spectators in the arena almost all instinctively held their breath, their eyes wide. This was no joke, this was the power of a demigod. How many of the more than 100,000 spectators in the arena could reach the level of a level 9 demigod? The previous battles between level 7 and 8 had already thrilled them, leaving them applauding. And now, a true level 9 demigod was fighting with all their might before their eyes. This clash of power, this battle of skill, was simply breathtaking. Not bad. In the VIP booth, Wu Wei watched the match with considerable satisfaction. Wu Wei had witnessed the battles of god-level angels like St. Luke and St. John Nacital, and probably no one in this universe understood war angels better than him. War angels possess innate combat talent, and after a long period of training after birth, their strength and skills will further increase. This is the power of a race born specifically for combat in the universe. However, the Vitra below is indeed quite formidable. Not only is he evenly matched with Isabella in strength, but he is also not inferior in speed. If there is a difference, it is probably in talent and skill. At this moment, in the arena, after more than 10 rounds of fighting, the Vitra, Needham, after forcefully knocking Isabella away, raised his hand and held his heavy halberd horizontally to his chest. In the next scene, the halberd had split into 4 pieces and unfolded backward, the halberd tail extended and flipped, revealing the handle and trigger. In the blink of an eye, a heavy halberd transformed into a handheld, single-soldier iron cannon. Bang! Bang bang bang! One bright blue iron beam after another was blasted towards Isabella by Needham. This weapon was a single-soldier version of a shipborne iron cannon. Its function was to use a high-energy electrode as its primary propulsion, collecting a large number of uncharged hydrogen ions from space and then launching them in a concentrated beam through a firing device. Its power was so great that it could instantly vaporize an all-terrain vehicle in the instant of the explosion. Sure enough, the terrifying power immediately cratered the entire arena, creating numerous large and small holes. Isabella, relentlessly pursued by the ion cannon, faced constant danger. The audience was on the edge of their seats, their breath catching in their throats. The intensity was hundreds of times greater than the previous gladiatorial combat. However, Wu Wei's attention was no longer on the gladiatorial combat below the arena. These weapons from various cosmic civilizations look incredibly powerful, Wu Wei mused to himself. Whether it was the cyborg spider-like creature he'd encountered earlier, or the Vitra halberd wielded by Needham, they all caught his eye. The powerful civilizations that had entered the vast universe had greatly advanced their weapons and equipment in terms of energy conversion and performance. Clearly, if war reached a boundless universe, the methods used in the dimension of light would no longer be effective. If Wu Wei wanted to contend with other civilizations in the universe, he needed to quickly improve his own military strength and analyze the military strength and characteristics of his opponents. Thinking of this, Wu Wei secretly decided that he needed to prioritize the development of his Divine Kingdom's weaponry and the intelligence analysis of various civilizations. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Although Isabella was being bombarded by ion cannons and running around the battlefield, it was entirely due to her acting, done at Wu Wei's request, in cooperation with Needham. Otherwise, if she were defeated with just a few fractions of a cannon, wouldn't her title as a 6-winged dark angel be somewhat undeserved? In short, Wu Wei instructed her to keep a low profile while simultaneously understanding the combat characteristics of these cosmic races. Isabella, of course, diligently and flawlessly completed her task. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of continuous, fierce fighting, Isabella seized an opportunity to rush in front of Needham, slicing away Vitra's heavy halberd with a single sword strike. Simultaneously, she charged forward, using her holy shield to knock the burly Needham to the ground. Isabella placed her foot on Needham's chest, her holy sword pressed against his throat. To show that she had exerted all her strength, Isabella deliberately panted heavily, even showing signs of fatigue on her pretty face. I surrender. Needham, lying on his back, spread his hands, helplessly admitting defeat. His Highness the Divine Child's Guard is indeed very strong. Needham, surrender. As a brave and warlike Vitra, Needham accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, while also showing Isabella the utmost respect. The mighty Vitra had actually lost? The audience couldn't help but be surprised. However, the two had just put on a spectacular battle, evenly matched, so Needham's ultimate loss was within the audience's acceptable range. Isabella, well done. Wu Wei, having won 800 star coins, was in a good mood. He used the faith channel to praise Isabella's acting skills. This was his personal communication channel as the God of Light, and it was very useful. To serve my lord is our honor. Isabella remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was overjoyed. After all, that was 800 star coins. Gentlemen, that Vitra man performed exceptionally well, but unfortunately he failed. Wu Wei rose again and announced loudly, Is there any even stronger warrior who dares to challenge my divine son's maid? Whoever kills her in this gladiatorial combat will be rewarded with 500 star coins. What? The crowd erupted in uproar. This was truly a licentious and extravagant divine son. He was willing to risk even his own maid's life for his own amusement. No wonder it's said that the fathers and sons of divine civilizations are all decadent and corrupt tycoons. Now it seems that's indeed true. Me. I want to fight. Your Highness, please let me challenge your maid. In an instant, voices clamoring to challenge Isabella rose and fell. Especially the mercenaries and free gladiators, who shouted the loudest and most enthusiastically. They were joking. How many star coins could they possibly win by risking their lives in a gladiatorial combat? But now, all it takes is killing a maid who looks like she's about to collapse and getting 500 star coins. Who wouldn't do that? Maybe if they perform well, they can even gain the favor of His Highness the Divine Child and pave a bright future for themselves. No rush. One at a time. This divine child will challenge the strongest. Wu Wei acted like a foolish and dissolute playboy, which further fueled the emotions of the audience. Challenges and bets poured in endlessly. To match Wu Wei's acting, Isabella's tired face began to show helplessness and despair, making her look like a helpless girl on the verge of despair. Investigating the secrets of various civilizations and races in the universe, and then playing dumb to outmaneuver them, this simple principle was perfectly clear to Isabella. If she didn't feign despair and helplessness, why would anyone challenge her? The battle quickly resumed, and the entire arena once again erupted in noise and excitement. However, amidst the noisy crowd, the cultivator in the flowing robes frowned in disgust. This wicked demon, actually taking pleasure in a weak woman, is utterly inhuman. Having just suffered a setback, the cultivator dared not utter these words aloud. His gaze towards Wu Wei grew increasingly repulsive. Having dedicated hundreds of years to eliminating demons and upholding justice, how could he possibly tolerate witnessing a demon committing evil? Chapter 330 Star Essence is hard to earn. On this side, Isabella had already fought 3 matches in a row, each time skillfully turning the tide from seemingly exhausted and about to lose. In this way, Isabella had earned Wu Wei over 4,600 star coins and also collected combat data on 4 powerful races, which greatly pleased Wu Wei. However, Wu Wei had now increased the reward for killing Isabella to 1,200 star coins. Isabella's odds of winning had reached 2.1, and her odds of losing were 1.35. This meant that bets on Isabella's victory could yield a payout of 2.1 times the stake from the arena. If Isabella lost this match, the side betting on the loss could receive a payout of up to 1.35 times the stake from the arena. Upon hearing this news, the entire arena audience erupted in cheers. Just kidding. In this next match, even without betting, whoever defeats and kills Isabella will receive a personal reward of 1,200 star coins from Wu Wei. If you add the loss bet, it means that whoever successfully challenges Elizabeth will earn an extra betting bonus on top of the 1,200 star coins. This is practically a golden opportunity for those poor gladiators and bettors to get rich overnight. And this goddess's maid is already exhausted, having fought so many battles in a row. If she doesn't lose, it would be a miracle. Just then, Wu Wei announced again, "Gentlemen, my maid seems to be exhausted. There's no point in continuing. So this is the last match. Whoever can kill her will be rewarded with 1,200 star coins." Wu Wei had realized that making enough money to buy star cores just from gladiatorial betting was too difficult. He had sensed that many demigod-level powerhouses were already heading to the arena, all seemingly wanting a piece of the pie. So now, trying to use Isabella to feign weakness and then exploit others is already very difficult. It's better to make a big score first, then settle for a small fortune. Outsiders naturally couldn't know Wu Wei's thoughts, but the spectators and gladiators present were all frantic after hearing his words. This was their last chance. If they missed it, where would they get thousands of star coins? Unlike Wu Wei, who was a god, many of them considered saving a few or a dozen star coins a great fortune. I'm the strongest level 9 fighter in this arena. Let me fight. Bullshit. You, a boor, dare to call yourself the strongest level 9 fighter. Your Highness, please let me fight. I'm a Kois, and my strength is guaranteed. Various gladiators vied for the spot. Just as Wu Wei was looking around, preparing to choose a race he hadn't encountered before, a middle-aged man in a flowing robe, ethereal and otherworldly, descended into the arena like a sharp sword. Wu Wei was slightly taken aback. This person was none other than the cultivator who claimed to be a righteous person. HMPH. The cultivator's expression was arrogant, and he coldly snorted, "You bunch of grown men, how dare you bully a weak woman? What kind of behavior is this?" The noise in the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone was somewhat stunned, and at the same time, all eyes were fixed on this cultivator. This cultivator stood with one hand behind his back, his face resolute, and his upright and unyielding aura almost shone brightly. Even his heart was almost boiling with emotion because of his act of upholding justice and helping the weak. However, contrary to his expectations, Isabella, whom he had rescued, immediately glared at him angrily and retorted, "Arrogant fool. I'm fighting for His Highness the Divine Child, what business is it of yours?" The cultivator was taken aback and quickly explained, "Miss Isabella, I am the pure Yang Rogue cultivator, 9 Dragons true man. I am not being rude or arrogant, I simply saw you being treated unfairly, so I came to right this wrong. In this match, I will be your opponent." The cultivator named 9 Dragons true man stepped forward, raised his face, and declared righteously, "Miss Isabella, please rest assured, I will only defeat you, I will never harm you." Before he could even utter the word life, Isabella coldly retorted, "What's it to you? My body, soul, and spirit belong to His Highness the Divine Child. If one day I could die for His Highness, it would be the greatest honor of my life. So, my fighting for His Highness is none of your business. Do I need you to save me?" 9 Dragons true man felt dizzy and swayed unsteadily, a strange pang of heartache washing over him. Had all his volunteering and efforts been for nothing? Embarrassment and humiliation washed over him once more. He, 9 Dragons true man, a righteous cultivator with extraordinary encounters, had cultivated diligently for 300 years. Since reaching the 9th level of Earth Immortal, he had broken through the void and roamed the universe for decades. He had visited countless planes and helped countless races. But this embarrassing situation was truly a first for him. He, 9 Dragons true man, is it? Wu Wei chuckled arrogantly, "You wouldn't be trying to use the guise of helping the weak to earn my star essence, would you?" These words added fuel to the already awkward atmosphere, escalating the tension to a fever pitch. The audience erupted in insults. A torrent of vulgarities and vicious curses rained down on 9 Dragons true man, with many level 9 gladiators even challenging him to a duel to the death. How could those present possibly let 9 Dragons true man, who had cut off their livelihood, off so easily? This is truly an injustice. 9 Dragons true man's face flushed red, his heart clenched, and he nearly coughed up blood. This misunderstanding was impossible to clear even if he jumped into a river. Fortunately, he was a lone cultivator, otherwise, if he were a disciple of a major sect, he would have utterly disgraced the entire sect. Alice. Where on earth did this heretical divine son come from? How could he be so ineffective against him, the 9 Dragons true man? This embarrassing situation made him want to die. Fine, everyone has a share. Since you want to challenge my maid, I'll give you a chance." Wu Wei acted magnanimously, but the audience's insults grew even louder and the curses more vicious. The 9 Dragons true man, in this predicament, was almost in tears from the insults. The power of public opinion was truly terrifying, his despicable reputation was now firmly established. But what could he do? He could only go with the flow and not in humiliation. All right. Wu Wei was in a good mood, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "I've heard that cultivators are all top-tier, heaven-defying powerhouses in the universe. This is a perfect opportunity for me to witness the true abilities of you cultivators. How about this, setting aside the arena betting, let's have a private bet." "A bet? I wonder how you intend to wager, Divine Son." Hearing Wu Wei's suggestion, True Man 9 Dragons felt increasingly uneasy. Under the other's gaze, he felt as if he had fallen into some kind of quagmire, and was sinking deeper and deeper. "I just won a little, but it's all small change, it's not worth losing," Wu Wei said casually. "How about this, we'll bet 3,000 star coins. If you win, all 3,000 star coins are yours. If you lose, you only need to give me 3,000 star coins. In addition, I'll bet another 10,000 star coins in the arena betting. You can bet if you want, or no one will force you." "W what?" Wu Wei's words caused an uproar. That was 3,000 star yuan. My god, that's 3 drops of divine liquid. Many mercenaries from lower-level civilizations might never earn that much in their entire lives. This Nine Dragons true man had gotten incredibly lucky. Vicious insults began to spread to Nine Dragons true man's ancestors for generations, and even the arena's official host gave him the cold shoulder. He seemed like a shameless troublemaker. Of course, the official betting market didn't interfere with private betting, but it wasn't protected by them. Your Highness, Divine Son. Nine Dragons true man hesitated, unable to speak. He was truly suffering in silence. But what could he do now that he was already in a bind? He could only grit his teeth and continue. All right. I'll take your bet. Master Jinlong gritted his teeth, pulled out his stake, his face flushed, and said, however, all my possessions currently amount to only 1,550 star yuan, but the value of this sword is definitely over 2,000 star yuan. I'm willing to use this sword as the remaining stake. Deal. Wu Wei readily agreed. Wu Wei had personally seen that flying sword. It was the very same one Master Jinlong used when flying, and it looked incredibly valuable. Moreover, according to the appraisal by the maidservant from the Grand Market beside Wu Wei, this flying sword was already a top-grade spiritual weapon successfully forged in one strike in the cultivation world, with a preliminary estimate of around 2,200 star yuan, and possibly even higher if auctioned. In other words, Wu Wei's 3,000 star yuan stake would yield over 3,700 star yuan in return. This kind of biased bet was incredibly worthwhile for Wu Wei, so naturally he had no reason to refuse. Amidst a chorus of curses and insults, Wu Wei once again used the faith channel to tell Isabella that she could use her trump card. He even openly bestowed upon her a divine infusion, healing all her injuries and even slightly raising her cultivation level, instantly bringing her strength to the peak of level 9, not far from the level 10 divine realm. It was just expending a little divine power to help Isabella improve her cultivation. It wasn't the first time he'd done it. Seeing this, true man Nine Dragons nearly coughed up blood. He lodged a strong protest with the arena. However, the arena's official explanation was that in a divine civilization, the strength of a divine servant was directly linked to the god. A god helping with healing and recovery was like a gladiator taking medicine to heal during a fight. It wasn't external interference. Furthermore, Isabella's improvement was like some contestants being promoted during battle. Frankly, her promotion was her own ability. Why didn't true man Nine Dragons promote himself? Furthermore, Isabella herself was still within the 9th level of the realm, not exceeding the rules. In short, everyone present disliked Master Jinlong, the troublemaker who had stepped forward. What could Master Jinlong do? He could only swallow his anger. Thus, Master Jinlong's appeal was invalid, and after a brief preparation, the duel officially began. The betting odds for the two remained unchanged at 2.1 and 1.35. After all, in the eyes of most people, cultivators focused on their own individuality, possessed immense strength, and were adept at using unpredictable techniques and weapons, making their fighting methods diverse and unpredictable. Therefore, the vast majority of people present still believed that Master Jinlong would be the winner. However, there were still quite a few astute spectators who no longer blindly followed a trend, but instead bet on Wu Wei's maid, Isabella. As the battle began, neither Isabella nor Master Jinlong chose to change the venue, but instead remained in a silent standoff. On this side, Master Jinlong, with a noble and dignified demeanor, politely declined, saying, "This master never bullies women. I'll give you 3 moves, and I won't retaliate." You, before he could finish speaking again, Isabella, wielding her holy shield, charged forward, instantly sending him flying. Pa. After the collision, Isabella spat, quite speechless. So much nonsense during a fight. Is this idiot really not afraid of death? Cough. Cough cough. Master Jinlong, bruised and swollen, struggled to his feet. At this moment, he finally began to realize the importance of cultural differences. If you want to fight, then fight. This young lady will definitely make you last less than 30 breaths. Isabella pointed her longsword, unleashing her full power, her fighting spirit blazing forth. Since Wu Wei had asked her to use her trump card, what did she have to fear? Winning would earn her master a large sum of star coins. Outrageous. Master Jinlong was truly enraged, his face turning ashen. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Heaven is clear, earth is tranquil, sword god unites, one breath is eternally clear. Rise. Master Jinlong chanted the sword incantation, his right hand suddenly rising with fingers together. The ancient longsword behind him was drawn with a clang and leaped into the air. A layer of pale golden dragon-shaped true energy swirled around the ancient longsword. At first glance it looked as if 9 flying dragons were coiled within it, exuding a menacing aura. The crisp and resonant sword sound was like the roar of dragons and the howl of tigers, its power overwhelming. In an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in an extremely sharp pressure. Many spectators felt as if an invincible blade was hanging over their hearts, and cold sweat broke out on their backs without them realizing it. Even Wu Wei couldn't help but secretly admire that cultivators were indeed powerful and domineering, their casual moves possessing such overwhelming power. In a one-on-one fight, it's hard to say whether his war angel could win. Unfortunately, his god-level civilization never engages in one-on-one combat, and besides, Isabella has him, the god of light, standing behind her. Off the field, after 9 dragons true man summoned his natal flying sword, his expression became arrogant and awe-inspiring, as if the outcome was already decided and he would be invincible. 9 dragons sword, go. 9 dragons true man pointed his sword forward with a sudden gesture. A resounding dragon roar suddenly spread, and the flying sword, filled with the true energy of 9 dragons, flew with a magnificent arc like a golden rainbow, heading straight for Isabella. At that very moment, Isabella calmly and slowly raised her holy shield above her head, her expression devout, and cried out, "May my lord protect me." Whoosh! In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from her holy shield. A powerful, majestic light rapidly converged and condensed, instantly forming a semi-transparent shield that completely enveloped Isabella's body. Undoubtedly, this was the powerful divine spell Wu Wei acquired after advancing to the 10th level of the divine realm, the divine barrier. It's considered a powerful spell acquired by Wu Wei because the version he cast was entirely different from the lesser versions used by priests and paladins in the light plane. Cast by Wu Wei himself, it was a true divine level spell, powerful enough to counter even divine beings. When Wu Wei decided to travel the vast universe, how could he not take precautions? Therefore, his subordinates and his own personal armor contained life-saving divine spells he personally cast. Take the holy shield in Isabella's hand, for example, it was personally inscribed with a powerful defensive divine spell, the divine barrier. Although it consumed dozens of points of his divine power at once, he considered it absolutely necessary and worthwhile. Because this defensive divine spell was powerful enough to withstand several attacks from a divine level expert. Therefore, in the divine kingdom, it has another very vivid nickname, invincible. Clang. Off the field, the flying sword carrying the true energy of the 9 dragons struck Isabella's shield, producing only a piercing clang of metal on metal. Not a single mark appeared on the shield. Seriously? This was a powerful divine technique that even a god-level expert couldn't break through with multiple attacks. How could a mere level 9 demigod possibly break it in less than half a minute? What? The 9 dragons true man trembled, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. His invincible 9 dragons flying sword, capable of shattering gold and jade, couldn't even leave a mark? How could this be? Moreover, the opponent merely shouted "My lord's protection," and gained such an unbelievable and terrifying skill. Isn't this just cheating? How could he possibly fight like this? Believe in my lord, and you will have eternal life. Isabella couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. 9 dragons immortal, it's your turn to take this. In the next instant, Isabella, wielding her holy sword, forcefully withstood the 9 dragons immortal's attack and charged towards him with overwhelming power. What followed was a one-sided beating. There was no way around it. After all, Isabella had Wu Wei, the god, behind her. With a blessing of divine magic, how could a level 9 earth immortal, who wasn't skilled in close combat, possibly defeat the invincible war angel? Of course, besides casting divine barrier on the holy shields of his attendants and guards, Wu Wei also cast the one-time attack divine magic holy light judgment on their holy swords. However, given the current situation, there was no chance to use it. The one-sided beating only lasted for about 20 seconds, and that was only after Isabella sheathed her holy sword and used her fists and shields to smash him. Otherwise, if the fight had continued like this, the 9 dragons immortal would have truly been killed. At this moment, Master Jinlong was ragged, bruised and battered, covered in wounds and blood. He lay limply in Isabella's grasp, his mind nearly dazed from the beating. Seeing this pitiful sight, the gladiators who had previously dared to challenge Isabella shrank back, each secretly thinking with lingering fear, the divine civilization is indeed unfathomable. Thank goodness we're not the ones in the arena right now, otherwise, It would be far too tragic. Isabella, he's not a bad person. Spare his life, Wu Wei said magnanimously, waving his hand. At the same time, with the arena announcer's announcement, he took all of Master Jialong's belongings. Master Jialong was speechless with grief, tossed to the ground by Isabella like a dead worm. This is the consequence of blaspheming His Highness the Divine Child. You'd better watch yourself from now on. At Wu Wei's signal, Isabella cast a life-saving healing spell on him, gave him a disdainful look, and then drifted away. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Making a Small Fortune. After this battle, who would dare to fight Wu Wei? They were terrified by this incredible divine power. No one dared to take the risk. Wu Wei had earned over 10,000 star coins, even after spending almost a day there. While 10,000 star coins was a fortune many ordinary residents couldn't earn in several lifetimes, it was far from enough to buy star cores. Looks like I need to think of a more profitable way, Wu Wei thought to himself. There was no point in staying in the arena any longer, so he slowly rose, his interest waning, and left the arena with his subordinates and Lan Fudy, who had accompanied him. After leaving the arena, Lan Fudy bid him farewell. She also had some things she needed to buy, and they agreed to set off together in a few days. Wu Wei, accompanied by 2 level 9 archangels, began to idly stroll through the market again. The Kois market is enormous. Besides the market's own stores, various civilizations rent space here to set up their own specialty shops. In fact, Wu Wei could easily open a shop here and gradually sell some specialties like sacred wheat. However, firstly, he didn't even have enough sacred wheat himself, and secondly, selling small batches wouldn't bring in much money. Nowadays, many market prices are very transparent. It's difficult to make money by buying and selling without any investment. Forget it, if all else fails, I'll sell some divine stones first, Wu Wei said resolutely. Wu Wei's divine stones were all collected over the years through scavenging, some from the plane of light, and some from the chaotic void. As for the Aesop technological plane, divine stones were extremely scarce, almost impossible to find. Perhaps it was precisely the scarcity of natural energy resources in the Aesop plane that led to its technological evolution. However, because the Aesop plane experienced the cataclysm of the dead, during that decades-long war, multiple spatial nodes were formed between it and the plane of light, resulting in a significant revival of spiritual energy. Wu Wei found some low-grade and mid-grade divine stones unsightly and absorbed them after acquiring them, only storing some high-grade or top-grade divine stones. However, those top-grade divine stones were all without attributes, only abundant in natural energy. Therefore, Wu Wei decided to sell some divine stones to avoid someone bidding too high and making it unaffordable for the star core later. Welcome, a beautiful woman with rabbit ears greeted him, enthusiastically introducing, "Welcome to the Witchcraft Supplies Specialty Store of the Wumo Civilization." Wu Wei glanced at her and realized that she should have originally been a beautiful human woman, but had been transformed into a bunny girl. It seemed that the Wumo civilization was very interested in human modification and leaned towards dark witchcraft. This witchcraft supplies specialty store was filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful witchcraft supplies, many of which were full of whimsical ideas and had strange effects. However, Wu Wei had no interest in those messy witchcraft supplies and asked the bunny girl, "How much are your high-grade magic stones?" In witchcraft civilizations, divine stones are also called magic stones. High-grade magic stones? The bunny girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately became more polite. "Hello, sir. High-grade magic stones are an important strategic resource in our Wumo civilization, and they are generally not sold to the public. However, if you need them, we can sell them to you for 1,800 star coins." 1,800 star coins? Suddenly, Wu Wei's brows furrowed. It wasn't that he thought it was too expensive, on the contrary, he thought it was too cheap. Originally, Wu Wei guessed that the selling price would be at least around 2,300 star coins. The reason was simple: Wu Wei could extract an average of 2,000 points of divine power from a high-grade divine stone, that is, a magic stone. If he were to sell it to the public, he would only consider it if it exceeded 2,100 star coins, and he would only sell it if it reached 2,300 star coins. Otherwise, It would be more cost-effective to decompose and digest it himself and directly convert it into divine power. Then what is your purchase price? Wu Wei came to the Wumo civilization's shop because he knew that the Wumo civilization had a high demand for magic stones. Their cultivation and daily use were inseparable from magic stones. Low-grade magic stones are bought for 15 star coins, mid-grade magic stones for 155 star coins, and high-grade magic stones for 1,700 star coins, the bunny girl answered honestly. Fraudulent sales are strictly prohibited in the coin market. All goods in the shops must be clearly priced. Cheating newcomers or raising prices temporarily is absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, the powerful coin civilization will show them what the wrath of a fourth-level civilization is like. Too low, too low. Wu Wei shook his head inwardly. Selling at this price was far less profitable than converting it into divine power. Wait. Something seems amiss here. The other party sells high-grade magic stones for 1,800 star coins. If he buys them and absorbs them, he can directly convert them into 2 drops of divine liquid, worth 2,000 star coins. Isn't that making 200 star coins for nothing? Could it be? Wu Wei frowned, thinking, then his eyes gradually brightened. Yes, that's it, that must be it. This likely involves the issue of energy conversion efficiency. Magic stones are natural energy resources, and converting them into pure energy inevitably involves some loss. If a high-level magic stone contains a total energy of 2,100 points, it's generally impossible for every single point to be effectively and precisely converted. The conversion efficiency of most civilizations is likely below 1,800 star coins. However, Wu Wei, through his divine essence absorption and conversion, was able to obtain approximately 2,000 points of divine power. This demonstrates that Wu Wei's conversion efficiency is extremely high, at least higher than that of the Wumo civilization, and even the Koi civilization. The conversion efficiency of low-level magic stones seems even worse, possibly due to the presence of too many impurities and low energy content. A low-level magic stone sells for only 16 star coins, and a mid-level magic stone for only 165 star coins. Wu Wei, on average, can absorb 20 points of divine power from low-level magic stones and 200 points from mid-level magic stones. Undoubtedly, this is a very worthwhile deal. How many low-grade and mid-grade magic stones do you have? Wu Wei asked casually. If the price is right, I'll take them all. Honorable guest, selling magic stones isn't our main business, the bunny girl said politely, quickly checking her inventory ledger. If you're looking to buy magic stones in bulk, we can only provide 10,000 low-grade magic stones and 2,000 mid-grade magic stones. Because the price of magic stones is stable and demand is high, we can't offer discounts even for bulk purchases. Truly worthy of a shop run by a level 2 civilization. Even if it's not a shop specializing in magic stones, they can still produce so many in bulk. Wu Wei did a quick calculation. The total investment for this batch of goods was 490,000 star coins. After absorbing all the energy, it would yield around 600,000 points of divine power. Passing through a third party was equivalent to gaining an extra 110,000 points of divine power. A very worthwhile deal. Wu Wei immediately finalized the deal, spending a huge sum to purchase the goods. Besides this shop, Wu Wei also purchased 2 more batches of mid to low grade divine stones from different shops. Subsequently, Wu Wei found a hotel specializing in accommodation and booked a luxurious courtyard for 200 points of divine power per day. He first used his mental power to isolate the room, and then with a thought, tens of thousands of divine stones floated up. He activated his divine spark to rapidly absorb them, converting a large amount of energy into divine power at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the divine stones, drained of energy, turned into dust and drifted away, like a snowfall. Over an hour later, all the divine stones were drained and transformed by Wu Wei into drops of pure divine liquid, each drop containing 1,000 points of divine power. After a period of hard work, Wu Wei exhaled a breath of stale air, revealing a very satisfied expression. These 3 batches of divine stones combined earned him a direct profit of 350,000 points of divine power, equivalent to an extra 350,000 star coins. Huge profits. This was an enormous profit. How many years of hard work would it take him to accumulate this much income? Without a word, Wu Wei parted ways with the 2 angels and went out to shop, spending all his money before returning laden with goods. This time, Wu Wei profited a full 460,000. For the next 2 days, Wu Wei did nothing but shop at the specialty stores of various civilizations, even emptying the stores of the cultivator civilization, which he utterly despised. Meanwhile, Wu Wei's pockets suddenly bulged. In just over 2 days, he earned 3.8 million divine power, which, along with his original assets, condensed into a total of 5 divine crystals and hundreds of drops of divine liquid. The amount Wu Wei bought was far less than a tenth of the entire market, but he wisely stopped. While this kind of money came quickly, it was also very easy to cause problems. Being targeted would definitely be a troublesome matter. What Wu Wei feared most was the Koi civilization. Don't be fooled by the seemingly amicable and prosperous appearance of the fat man, Lin. If the Koi civilization knew about Wu Wei's extraordinary abilities, they might harbor malicious intentions. All his buying and selling activities were recorded. This market had a level 12 super god level expert in charge, and Wu Wei didn't want to be imprisoned and become their divine power conversion machine. Moreover, his frequent buying sprees had already caused the price of divine stones to rise. With 5 divine crystals, he already had enough to handle the star core. There was no need for unnecessary complications. If he really wanted to make money this way, there was plenty of time. He could cultivate it slowly. On the last day, Wu Wei didn't go anywhere but rested in a luxurious manner. The next day, as soon as the auction started, Wu Wei went straight to the treasure pavilion. As soon as he entered, Fatty Lean greeted him with a smile. "Brother Wu Wei, you've finally arrived. I've heard quite a few rumors about you these past few days. Your subordinates shone brightly in the arena and devoured so many divine stones in one go." This batch of divine stones was ordered by Father God to be purchased at the last minute, Wu Wei said casually with a smile. The planes under Father God's jurisdiction have a great demand for low to mid-grade divine stones, but as I bought more, the price went up. "Sigh, I really envy you, a second-generation god," Fatty Lean said, giving him a thumbs up. "You have a rich family background, impressive. By the way, if you're so short of divine stones, brother, I still have a batch of low to mid-grade divine stones here. Do you want me to give them to you at the price before the price increase?" "Thanks for your kindness, brother, but I can't eat any more," Wu Wei sighed. "If I keep buying, I won't even have the money for the Star Core auction. The most important thing for this trip is the Star Core, everything else is secondary." "Haha, then I wish you success in this auction," Fatty Lean laughed, patting Wu Wei's shoulder. "I've already prepared a VIP room for you. Go and rest while you wait for the auction to begin." Wu Wei knew he would have many powerful figures to entertain today, so he didn't delay. He was led into a VIP room by a beautiful alien woman with a strength level 9. Each room was an independent space, isolated from external spiritual probes. The level 9 alien woman, after leading Wu Wei in, stayed put, providing him with various delicacies and wines, and explaining the mission. Clearly, she was Wu Wei's personal customer service representative. Seeing how she practically clung to him, Wu Wei believed she could provide any service he needed. In the vast universe, just like anywhere else, money and power could buy any privilege. Wu Wei casually savored the local delicacies and wines, listening to his personal customer service representative explain the treasures to be auctioned that day. Before he knew it, the auction was about to begin. Inside his private room, the metallic wall in front of his seat slowly opened, revealing a projection like a vast starry sky. In the center of the projection appeared a vortex of energy particles, slowly rotating, filled with the mysteries of the universe. Suddenly, a figure, both ethereal and solid, appeared in the center of the vortex. She was tall and curvaceous, her skin covered in leopard-like spots, and a triangular tail trailing behind her shapely rear. Her aura was fiery and alluring. God-level powerhouses from all star systems, it's that time of year again for the once-in-a-decade interplanetary auction. Are your star essences ready? Her voice possessed an indescribable magnetic force, stirring hearts and minds. Even Wu Wei's eyes showed a strange glint. "Your Highness, the Divine Child," the dedicated customer service representative's voice was soft and sweet. "This is the Enchantress Goddess, a revered deity from a subordinate civilization under the Koi civilization. She presides over every auction, and it's said that auctions she presides over rarely result in any treasures being distributed, and the overall profits are 30% higher. You're quite good at stirring up the auction atmosphere," Wu Wei thought, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was good for the market, but bad for him. The same demand would result in paying 30 to 40% more. However, Not everyone shared Wu Wei's opinion. Haha, Enchantress, I wonder if you're on the auction list this time. A mocking and wicked voice appeared. If you are, I, Blackwing, will spend any amount of star essence to acquire you. How he so it's your majesty, Blackwing demon god. I'm honored by your majesty's high regard, Enchantress giggled. If your majesty is willing to cede 5 planes, I will be yours. Blackwing demon god chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. 5 planes? He was joking, that would empty his coffers. Even if Enchantress was a very charming goddess, she wasn't worth 5 planes. Enchantress, hurry up and start the auction. It's said there's a star core up for auction this time. Our Daotian sect is determined to get this star core, no one can compete with me. A sharp, imposing voice rang out. Since immortal Xuanjian desires the star core, we naturally won't compete with you. Yes, while star cores are precious and rare, only 1 or 2 are produced every few decades. Since immortal Xuanjian is in such urgent need, we'll wait a little longer. Various voices echoed in agreement. Clearly, the so-called immortal Xuanjian was very powerful, and ordinary people wouldn't want to provoke him. Daotian sect. Wu Wei sneered and muttered. Judging from the name, it was clearly a cultivation civilization. And it shouldn't be in the star field, otherwise Wu Wei would definitely have heard of it. Speaking of which, this cultivation civilization is really powerful. It's just buying a treasure, and they're already talking nonsense before it even starts. But Wu Wei was too lazy to bother with him. He would just settle things with money. Even if they didn't have as much money as him, Wu Wei wouldn't let that cultivator get a bargain without any effort. The auction begins under the supervision of the Enchantress goddess. The auction quickly began. The first treasure to be auctioned was a set of 10 called Fire Element Dao Fruit. It could only be produced occasionally in high-level planes where fire-type energy was extremely abundant. Even for some fire-type powerhouses above level 10, it was of great benefit. As soon as this item appeared, some powerhouses who wanted it began to bid. It quickly rose from the starting price of 500,000 star coins to 800,000, and it continued to rise until it was finally bought by a powerhouse called Flame Ancestor at 880,000 star coins. Although the Fire Path fruit was good, Wu Wei had no need for it and naturally didn't participate in the bidding. One treasure after another appeared, most of which were bought for less than 1,000,000 star coins. 1 star core, starting bid 800,000 star coins. The Enchantress projected the star core, stirring up the atmosphere. This star core is extremely rare, an indispensable core resource for forging a divine kingdom and opening up blessed lands. Don't miss it. 1,000,000. As soon as this item appeared, the guy called Xuanjian Immortal immediately spoke up. Sure enough, no one competed with him after he said that. After all, most of the god-level powerhouses participating in the auction in the Kois Plain market were from the nearby 7-star regions. Having reached the god level, they all knew each other to some extent. The Daotian sect was always powerful. It was best not to offend them if possible. 1,000,000 for the first time, 1,000,000 for the second time. The alluring goddess smiled seductively. It seems the name of the mysterious sword immortal is indeed useful. This star core should be yours now. Once your blessed land is established, I will definitely be your guest. Of course. The mysterious sword immortal was delighted to see no one else competing with him. At that time, I will send out invitations widely, and all are welcome to attend. The mysterious sword immortal was already level 11. This time, he had spent countless resources and energy preparing to establish his blessed land. The star core was the most important and most expensive natural treasure. If it weren't for the enormous cost, he feared he wouldn't be able to compete with others, and he wouldn't have resorted to using the name of the Daotian sect to intimidate others. The Daotian sect was a well-known third-level civilization in the surrounding star regions. Many god-level experts cursed inwardly, but still hypocritically began to offer their congratulations. 1.3 million. A lazy voice rang out in the void. Chapter 332 The Mist Dimension. What? Everyone was stunned. Xuanjian Immortal had already declared his determination to win, yet someone still dared to bid? After a long silence, Xuanjian Immortal's angry voice rang out, Who has the audacity to disrespect my Daotian sect? What? Do you own the Kois Plain market? Wu Wei sneered. Once a treasure is auctioned, of course anyone can bid on it. Fine, Xuanjian Immortal laughed angrily. Boy, don't let me find out who you are. Hey, big shot of the Kois Plain market. Wu Wei sneered. Is your auction so disorderly? Can't afford the treasure, yet you resort to threats. Zuanjian Immortal, shut up. A very authoritative voice rang out. If you dare to threaten other distinguished guests again and disrupt the auction order, I will personally visit the Daotian sect and meet your sect leader. Upon hearing this, Zuanjian Immortal immediately fell silent. At the same time, that majestic and powerful voice rang out again. The identity of every distinguished guest in our Kois Plain market is kept confidential. As long as you don't actively reveal it, no one can find out who bought what treasure. Bid freely, but if anyone dares to suffer retaliation because of the auction, our Kois civilization will not let them off the hook. The Kois civilization is a level 4 civilization, and level 4 civilizations naturally have the strength and confidence of level 4 civilizations. Even a powerful sect like Daotian sect wouldn't dare to provoke the behemoth that is the Kois civilization. 1.35 million. An unfamiliar voice joined the auction. 1.4 million. Zuanjian Immortal honestly bid. Wu Wei sighed softly. Fortunately, he had made some preparations in advance and earned some extra money. Otherwise, he really would have encountered a star core but couldn't afford it. Star Yuan divine power can be accumulated slowly, but if he missed this star core, who knows when he would get another one. 1.5 million. Wu Wei continued to hold firm to his offer. Fine, fine. Immortal Zuanjian exclaimed angrily, which fellow Taoist is willing to lend me 500,000 star coins? I, Immortal Zuanjian, will repay you handsomely. But the surroundings remained silent. No one responded. 500,000 star coins was no small sum. Even for a god-level expert, it would take many, many years to accumulate. Don't be fooled by the fact that the items at this auction often cost millions of star coins. Those were rare and precious treasures, and everyone had saved and raised funds to attend. What if they lent it to Immortal Zuanjian, and then encountered treasures they themselves needed? Ahem, Immortal Zuanjian, someone advised, the price of this star core is already too high. Why not wait for the next opportunity? Perhaps another one will appear in 10 years. 10 or 20 years wasn't a long time for a god-level expert. Spending hundreds of thousands of star coins for such a short period was not worthwhile. 1.5 million for the first time, 1.5 million for the second time, 1.5 million for the third time. The enchantress said with a smile. Congratulations to this mysterious buyer, this star core is yours. Only after the gavel fell did Wu Wei secretly exhale a sigh of relief. With a star core in hand, all the conditions for the God Kingdom to upgrade and strengthen again were met. At that time, Wu Wei's overall strength would make another huge leap forward. Soon, Fatty Lean personally delivered the star core and handed it to Wu Wei, saying, "Brother, congratulations on achieving your long-cherished wish. Don't worry, your identity as a participant in the auction is strictly protected. If the Zuanjian Immortal really dares to retaliate against you, you can contact our Kois civilization at any time." Then thank you very much, brother. Wu Wei smiled and accepted the star core, carefully admiring it. A star core the size of a mere egg weighed more than tens of tons in his hand. If someone with slightly weaker strength were to do this, they would probably be crushed to death. However, Wu Wei didn't really take that Zuanjian Immortal too seriously. After the God Kingdom upgrades to the next level, its strength will undergo earth-shattering changes. Even if he dared to come knocking, Wu Wei would make him regret it. With a star core in hand, Wu Wei felt much more at ease and continued attending the auction, hoping to acquire some treasures. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some incredibly good news. The enchantress began stirring the atmosphere again. Fortunately, a primordial life plane has been temporarily added to the auction. Please take a look. This plane is located in the southeast star region. Its exact coordinates are confidential. Please see the overview and attributes of this plane, the enchantress excitedly introduced. Its diameter reaches 9,000 kilometers, its ocean area is 37%, its natural psionic energy level is medium, and it has a population of 500 million intelligent races, the highest level being level 9. This plane is extremely rich in natural resources and species, perfect for technological civilizations to colonize it, or for divine civilizations to spread and harvest faith. An auction of a plane? Wu Wei's heart suddenly stirred, especially with 500 million intelligent races. For Wu Wei, this was undoubtedly a huge piece of meat. With a few decades of careful cultivation, it would become another land rich in faith. In fact, not only Wu Wei, But all the other beings who had reached a god level all harbored a covetous and greedy desire for a private plane. Not every god level being in this world possesses a private plane. In fact, most gods don't own a purely private plane. With the enchantress's instigation, many began to waver. Starting bid, 7 million star coins. The enchantress finally announced the starting bid. What? Many god-level powerhouses exclaimed in surprise. 7 million star coins wasn't too expensive, but too cheap. Under normal circumstances, a life plane like the one described in the introduction would sell for at least 10 to 20 million, and if the competition was fierce, exceeding 20 million would be quite normal. 7 million star coins, was there something wrong with that? For a moment, the gods began to express their doubts. Indeed, there are some problems on this plane, the enchantress sighed. The master of this plane is the first god-level being born and raised on this plane, and has registered as a level 1 civilization in the Star River Alliance branch in the Southeast Star region, naturally possessing sovereignty over the Oort Cloud area of this plane's parent star. What a lucky native god. Many gods sighed at the native god's good fortune. First, he reached the god level. Second, he registered a civilization, making him a natural local lord. If either condition is missing, he would be considered a primitive civilization. And primitive civilizations are not protected by the Star Core Alliance Convention. Whoever is the first to discover this plane and effectively occupy it can register with any Star River Alliance branch. Once registered, they must abide by the Star River Alliance Convention, also known as the Star Covenant. All Star River Alliance member civilizations must not attack each other without cause. Conflicts can be mediated through the Star River Alliance branch. If the conflict is too great to be resolved, only limited wars can be waged. Furthermore, lower civilizations must respect higher civilizations, and higher civilizations are prohibited from waging war without cause or approval from the Star Alliance. This regulation is only part of the Star Covenant. Overall, the Star Covenant has allowed a vast majority of level 1 civilizations to survive and have the opportunity to grow stronger. Otherwise, with the unbridled crushing power of higher civilizations, where would lower civilizations find room to survive? Because of the Star Covenant's protection, a native god who owns a plane rarely sells his possessions. Amidst a series of questions, the auctioneer, the enchantress, began to explain the reasons. It turned out that the plane was relatively remote in the Southeast Star region, and few people knew about that level 1 civilization. The native god lord was content to be a local tyrant. Unexpectedly, in recent decades, spatial nodes have appeared on his plane, behind which lies a powerful demon civilization. At first, they only sent demon fodder to attack the nodes, which he could defend. But recently, the number of spatial nodes has increased, and the enemy's forces have become increasingly powerful. If this trend continues, in as little as 10 or 8 years, or as long as 20 or 30 years, the opposing demon god will inevitably be able to tear through space and arrive. The native god, seeing that his plane could no longer be defended, had no choice but to go to the Kois plane market to sell that plane, intending to find a powerful civilization to rely on and live a carefree life. 4-dimensional space level overlap and collision, those present were all powerful gods, and upon hearing the enchantress's words, everyone immediately understood what was happening. The complexity of the universe exceeds many people's imagination. Even level 3 or 4 civilizations have a very rudimentary understanding of space. Collisions at the 4th-dimensional cosmic level are a common phenomenon in the universe. Two planes that are clearly not in the same star field, or even separated by hundreds of thousands of star fields, can still collide, merge, and wage war against each other. Such collisions between planes are like natural disasters. The probability of them occurring is low, but once they do, it is a catastrophe for a weak civilization. This explains why the native deity was both fortunate to possess a plane and unlucky to encounter an irresistible natural disaster. After the enchantress finished explaining, the auction hall fell silent. No one responded. 7 million star coins was no small sum, and using it to buy a plane about to experience a demonic catastrophe was clearly not a worthwhile deal. Besides, who knew how strong the enemy on the other side of that plane was? It could easily be a protracted and grueling war, not only failing to generate profits but also continuously incurring losses. A collision of 4-dimensional universes. Wu Wei wasn't afraid of war, especially a full-scale war between planes. After all, his angelic army was best at positional warfare. Moreover, disasters were more likely to inspire faith, temper the soul, and give birth to more high-level believers, even holy believers, Holy Spirits. The Aesop plane was a living example. Now, 100 years after the end of the Aesop plane war, the influence of the Holy See was omnipresent, but the probability of giving birth to holy believers was much smaller than before. A life of ease and peace makes it difficult to temper the faith and soul of believers. The faith generated daily by one holy believer is equivalent to that of 10,000 novice believers. Moreover, holy believers can transform into Holy Spirits after death, becoming war angels to continue providing faith and generating powerful combat strength. Currently, Wu Wei has over 30 million faith channels, but less than 3,000 have reached the level of holy believers or Holy Spirits, less than 1 in 10,000. This shows how rare holy believers are. If you were to cultivate and continuously elevate the faith level of believers, even if the faith channels were full, the divine power gains would increase significantly. Therefore, that native position is not poison to Wu Wei, but a piece of fat meat. However, the auction price of 7 million star coins is an insurmountable chasm in front of Wu Wei. After purchasing the star core and other auxiliary upgrade materials, Wu Wei currently only has about 4 million points of divine power at his disposal. However, the upgrade is imminent, and the upgrade will inevitably consume some of his divine power reserves. In addition, various constructions will need to follow up after the upgrade, meaning there are many places where money will be spent. Forget it, forget it. Wu Wei suppressed the urge to sell his assets to buy the planetary plane, deciding to stabilize the situation first. His current mission objective was primarily to upgrade his godhood and divine kingdom. He would expand his faith later when his strength was greater. Even a potential buyer as eager as Wu Wei had given up on this planet. The other buyers also had their own concerns and plans. Soon, a life plane with a starting bid of only 7 million failed to sell. After the auction, Wu Wei bid farewell to Fatty Lean and prepared to advance his divine kingdom. The Kois plane market was a level 4 advanced civilization. While Wu Wei's methods were ingenious, they might not be able to hide them. Therefore, Wu Wei left the market directly, flying the Punisher assault ship quite a distance before implementing his plan. Chapter 333 Advancement of the Divine Kingdom. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Kingdom of Light, although Wu Wei's main consciousness was absent, several divine consorts and 8-winged holy angels were in charge, and the daily affairs of the kingdom were handled by dedicated personnel, so everything continued to operate as usual. The kingdom remained peaceful and serene as always. Suddenly, in one of the side halls of the main temple, the human avatar that Wu Wei had first used abruptly opened its eyes. Rays of divine light burst forth, instantly enveloping the entire side hall in boundless radiance, making it incredibly bright. The guardian angel beside it was immediately startled and rushed over to check on the situation. To the believers of light, each of Wu Wei's avatars was an incomparably sacred being, each guarded by a dedicated angel regardless of its strength. Upon seeing the avatar awaken, the guardian angel was startled and immediately stepped forward to bow. "Welcome back, my lord." His attitude was extremely devout and humble, like that of the most loyal servant. "Get up." Wu Wei casually waved his hand, stood up from the ground, and quickly readjusted to his new body. With a flick of his wrist, a massive amount of divine power surged forth. Under the influence of this surging and terrifying power, the surrounding space instantly trembled, seemingly connecting with another space. Amidst the spatial tremors, a spatial vortex was slowly forming. It vaguely resembled a miniature wormhole. He slightly closed his eyes, diverting part of his consciousness back to his divine body. Inside the assault ship outside the Kois plane trading market, Wu Wei's tightly closed eyes slightly opened halfway. A faint, miniature wormhole was slowly forming before him. His right hand, gripping his special ring, suddenly thrust forward. With this thrust, his entire right hand disappeared into the still-forming wormhole, along with half of his forearm traversing countless light years, appearing in the divine kingdom before Wu Wei's other avatar. A surge of spatial power swept out like a turbulent torrent. The angel guarding the side was so terrified that he retreated repeatedly, but the small section of the divine forearm remained unmoved, without even a scratch. The next moment, the clenched fist loosened, and a spatial ring enveloped in divine power fell into the palm of the human avatar. The next moment, the forearm that had spanned countless light years retracted and vanished abruptly into the still-forming miniature wormhole. The miniature wormhole also collapsed inward abruptly, instantly disintegrating into countless spatial forces that scattered in all directions. Only the spatial ring that had traversed countless light years remained quietly in the palm of Wu Wei's human avatar. Under the holy light, the surface of the ring seemed to be coated with a faint halo, exceptionally eye-catching. The war angel responsible for guarding the avatar was dumbfounded, both shocked by the terrifying divine power of the god and astonished by Wu Wei's unpredictable and powerful methods, and for a moment forgot to react. Wu Wei didn't pay attention to his reaction. Seeing that he had successfully obtained the special ring, he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had considered several plans for how to send the star core and other materials back to the divine kingdom. At first, he had considered returning directly with the star core, but considering that the star core was a precious resource in the universe, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be intercepted by other passing gods. The star core was also related to his advancement, so he couldn't afford to lose it. To be on the safe side, he felt it was best to use special means to send it back directly. Using his two avatars as special anchors, it was not difficult to open a miniature wormhole using special power. At this time, the consumption of divine power was a minor matter. Because he was afraid that some gods would discover clues and find the location of the divine kingdom by following the traces left by the wormhole, he didn't even dare to wait for the miniature wormhole to be fully formed before sending the things over. Instead, he relied on his powerful divine body to directly pass through the unformed wormhole and throw the things over. In this way, even if some gods followed the trail, they could only track the scattered special power and would not be able to find the location of the divine kingdom. Fortunately, everything went very smoothly as he expected, at least no one was spying on him. Now that he had the star core, it was time to advance to level 11. Wu Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, then suddenly opened his mouth, and a vast divine voice instantly echoed throughout the divine kingdom, "I have returned. I hereby proclaim Holy Consort Catherine, Flame Consort Liliana, Spirit Consort Everest, Eight-Winged Holy Angel Saint John Nacital, and Saint Luke to come and see me. I have returned. I hereby proclaim Holy Consort Catherine, Flame Consort Liliana, and Spirit Consort Everest." The sound waves rolled and echoed 3 times before gradually disappearing. In an instant, the entire divine kingdom was in an uproar. Inside the Holy Consort Pavilion, Holy Consort Catherine, who had already taken over the internal affairs of the divine kingdom, was flipping through the register of divine citizens when she heard this voice and was overjoyed. "Your Majesty." Putting down the register, she flashed and instantly appeared outside the Holy Consort Pavilion. With a flap of her 8 pure white wings, she instantly soared into the air, rapidly flying towards the summit of the sacred mountain. Simultaneously, from several other directions within the divine realm, figures also took to the air, flying swiftly towards the summit. One figure, with snow-white skin and a red dress, possessed a voluptuous figure, and her 4 enormous wings shimmered with lightning and fire patterns. It was Yamfe Liliana. Another figure, with black hair and a green dress, had a slender figure and a pure, ethereal beauty like morning dew in the forest. It was the newly crowned goddess of the elven race, Lingfei Yifu Ruisi. At the foot of the sacred mountain, another figure took to the air. This figure, clad in silver armor and wielding a long sword, its sharpness fully revealed, was none other than Saint Luke, one of the earliest angels to follow Wu Wei, now an 8-winged holy angel. From another direction, a figure wielding a scepter also flapped its wings and sped towards them. He was clad in white robes, majestic and holy, with deep blue eyes as profound as the night sky. It was the former Pope, now the 8-winged holy angel Saint John Nacital. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures, 1 elf and 4 angels, radiating immense power, had already reached the summit of the divine mountain and landed before the main temple. The next moment, their forms blurred, and they appeared within the temple. Holy Consort Katerina, Fire Consort Liliana, Spirit Consort Everest, Saint John Nacital, Saint Luke, pay homage to my lord. The 5 knelt on one knee, wings drooping, their eyes gleaming with fervent devotion as they looked at Wu Wei. "Rise." Wu Wei waved his hand, gesturing for them to stand, then said in a deep voice, "I have acquired the star core and will prepare for advancement immediately." "Excellent." Holy Consort Katerina, who had long since honed her skills in the mortal realm to the point of concealing her emotions, still couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and delight. The expressions of Spirit Consort Everest, Fire Consort Liliana, Saint John Nacital, and Saint Luke were also filled with surprise and anticipation. Over the past century, under Wu Wei's indoctrination, they had come to understand that a powerful enemy lurked in the vast universe, eyeing their divine kingdom, and that they must grow stronger as quickly as possible. Wu Wei's successful trip to the interdimensional trading market this time was a pleasant surprise. Once Wu Wei successfully advanced, the Divine Kingdom's self-defense capabilities would be significantly enhanced, bringing them one step closer to defeating the hidden enemy and removing that formidable obstacle. Your Majesty, please rest assured of your advancement. The matter of protecting the Dharma is entrusted to us. After their initial surprise, Holy Consort Catherine and the others quickly reacted, bowing and promising. Wu Wei trusted them completely. Not only had he made ample preparations for this advancement, but he had also been intensifying the extermination of void creatures in the surrounding void over the past century, clearing the area thoroughly and deploying guards around all dangerous zones. Unless the commotion from the Divine Kingdom's advancement could spread to the other side of the wormhole, there would be no unexpected incidents. Of course, even with such confidence, necessary precautions were still required. Wu Wei disliked taking unnecessary risks. Go. With a wave of his hand dismissing the others, Wu Wei walked to the main temple and sat down, preparing to advance. Advancing from level 10 to level 11 is not the same as repairing a godhood. The difficulty is on a completely different level. To give a simple example, in a plane with high energy concentration like the plane of light, gods will inevitably be born over time, such as the successive sea gods, the former elf god, and the lord of the dead. However, since the birth of the plane of light, only the old god of light has ever reached level 11 or higher. This is not only a limitation of resources, but also a deeper limitation of potential. This involves the origin of the soul, which Wu Wei currently only has a superficial understanding of. The only thing he is certain of is that if the origin of the soul is not strong enough, no matter how much divine power is accumulated, it is impossible to advance. Even if one forces an advancement, the consequences will be extremely tragic, with many godhoods being destroyed. Fortunately, Wu Wei's divine spark was inherited from the old god of light, and its essence had already surpassed level 11. As long as he accumulated enough energy, he could directly advance without worrying about his divine spark shattering, which solved his biggest problem. However, even so, he would still face numerous trials during the advancement process. Whether he could successfully overcome this hurdle after a century of accumulation depended on this one attempt. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Wu Wei raised his wrist, and the materials he had painstakingly purchased from the interdimensional trading market were immediately taken out of his stored ring. In an instant, a powerful and majestic aura spread out, filling the entire main temple and rippling through it. This was the power of the Star Core. Under the holy light of the temple, the other materials were fine, but the Star Core floated in midair, its surface shimmering with light, as if a vast and boundless power was being nurtured within it. Upon closer inspection, one could almost see the ebb and flow of tides, the changing of the sea and the transformation of the land. Only such a vast power could allow the divine spark and the divine kingdom to advance further. With a thought, Wu Wei unleashed a torrent of divine power, instantly enveloping all the materials. A surge of stellar core power began to flow continuously into his divine spark and the core of his divine kingdom. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the divine kingdom's core, the ground trembling slightly. At the borders of the divine kingdom, chunks of earth and stone materialized out of thin air and rapidly spread into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the divine kingdom began to expand rapidly. Within Wu Wei's divine soul, a phantom divine spark materialized out of thin air. Amidst bursts of golden light, his consciousness was completely immersed in the vast light, wandering in the profound and unpredictable comprehension of laws. His divine soul also further solidified and strengthened in the process. During this time, Wu Wei's soul experienced some turbulence, but it eventually stabilized again. And with each turbulence, Wu Wei's soul became stronger, more solidified, and its divine might even greater. This advancement took longer than any previous attempt to repair his divine spark. Before they knew it, several days had passed. During these days, the divine kingdom was under complete martial law. All the angelic armies were on high alert, and the patrol frequency of the assault ships had doubled, ready to strike at any moment. Saint John Nacital, Saint Luke, Saintess Catherine, Flame Consort Liliana, and Spirit Consort Everest were suspended in mid-air outside the divine kingdom, each guarding a different direction, working tirelessly without rest, daring not to relax for a moment. At the summit of the divine mountain, divine light shone, with endless rays of light radiating outwards. As the boundaries of the divine kingdom continued to expand, the light grew stronger and stronger, its power increasing ever more immense. An unfathomable, terrifying divine might permeated the air, like Mount Tai pressing down, or the Milky Way about to collapse, unconsciously filling everyone with both tension and anticipation. Suddenly, the rumbling sounds that had been constantly emanating from the depths of the earth for the past few days abruptly ceased, and the tremors emanating from the depths of the ground vanished abruptly. The world fell silent. A silence so profound it sent chills down one's spine. From the 2-winged war angels to the 8-winged holy angels, from ordinary citizens to several divine consorts, everyone was instantly startled, including the 5 level 10 gods, including the holy consort Katarina, whose nerves were taut. The next moment, atop the divine mountain, a sudden burst of light erupted. The already dazzling divine light erupted again, its blinding brilliance making it impossible to look directly at it. Ordinary citizens almost reflexively closed their eyes, yet the light still caused tears to stream down their faces. Within the light, a towering figure suddenly emerged. The divine might permeating the air intensified dramatically. Under the pressure of divine might, all citizens unconsciously knelt on the ground, filled with awe and fear, trembling with trepidation. At the same time, the divine kingdom, which had finally ceased its expansion, also radiated endless light. The divine light was like a wash, illuminating the void. In an instant, the entire chaotic star field was illuminated, its bright light as clear as day. The citizens within the divine realm couldn't see this scene, but Holy Consort Catherine and the others, hovering outside the divine realm, witnessed it clearly, and were instantly filled with excitement and awe. They had been present when Wu Wei advanced to level 10, and were already speechless with shock. They had thought that was the pinnacle of power they could imagine, but they never expected that the divine might of advancing to level 11 would be so much stronger than level 10. An 11th level god, so incredibly powerful. Just as Catherine and the other level 10 powerhouses were still speechless with shock, within the divine realm, Wu Wei also awoke from the comprehension of the laws infused by the divine spark, and slowly opened his eyes. However, unlike usual, his face now bore a hint of doubt. The dimensional bank? The old god of light actually left a legacy in the dimensional bank. Chapter 334 Level 11 Archangel. It turned out that while gaining insights into the laws, he had also discovered a small piece of information left by the old god of light within his divine core. Similar to a phone reminder, it instructed him to retrieve something from the vault at the dimensional bank after reaching level 11. It also stated that the item inside was extremely important, affecting his future advancement. Wu Wei figured that the fact this information was specifically recorded in his divine core meant it must be crucial. The problem was that the information was far too brief. It only contained the vault's location number, nothing else, no introduction to the dimensional bank, no information about the item, not even the crucial vault password. What was this? Wu Wei was utterly bewildered, completely unable to understand what the old god of light was up to. However, one thing he was certain of was that anything the old god of light valued so highly couldn't be simple. Moreover, the description affecting future advancement made it impossible for him to ignore. Looks like I still need to find a way to go to that dimensional bank and get my things out, Wu Wei muttered to himself, deciding to inquire about it when the opportunity arose. For now, he needed to confirm what changes had occurred to his divine kingdom and divine status after advancing to level 11. He glanced at the attribute list of his divine kingdom. Light Divine Kingdom, Level 2, Divinity, Level 5, can only support up to level 11 angels, please upgrade as soon as possible. Area: 15,625 square kilometers. Crystal Wall, Strength Level 10, can defend against attacks with level 10 energy intensity, maximum number of faith channels maintained. 187.5 million maximum faith power storage. 1,562,500,000 maximum divine power storage. 1,562,500 points. Looking at the completely revamped attribute list, a sense of exhilaration, like a slingshot being upgraded to a cannon, welled up within him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on Wu Wei's face. After advancing to level 11, not only had the area of his divine kingdom increased 5-fold, but the number of faith channels he could maintain had also skyrocketed. This meant that the amount of divine power he gained each day would also reach a new level. After all, the number of his followers already far exceeded the number of faith channels. Godhood, connect to the faith channels. With a thought, Wu Wei instantly created new faith channels on the light plane and the Aesop plane, soaring into the sky and piercing through the void to connect to the illusory Godhood in Wu Wei's consciousness. Almost in the blink of an eye, the number of faith channels reached the limit of a level 11 Godhood, 187.5 million. and the amount of divine power he could gain each day also increased from more than 1,400 points to 2,734 points. When he first transmigrated, this was a number he would never have dared to even imagine. But the significance of upgrading his godhood for him was not only that, more importantly, with a godhood level of 11, he would be qualified to create level 11 10-winged archangels. At this thought, Wu Wei finally remembered the 5 level 10 experts who were protecting him outside. He withdrew his divine light and said, "Holy Consort, Flame Consort, Spirit Consort, Saint John, Saint Luke, come in." His voice suddenly transformed into a powerful divine sound that reached their ears. Seeing the divine light vanish abruptly, Katerina and the others, already somewhat impatient, immediately flew back to their divine kingdom, rushing like lightning to the main temple atop the divine mountain. With the terrifying speed of a level 10 god, almost the instant Wu Wei finished speaking, 5 figures appeared in the main temple. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your successful advancement to level 11. Seeing Wu Wei, whose divine power remained undiminished, almost simultaneously, joy and surprise appeared on the faces of the 5. They immediately knelt on one knee and bowed in respect. Their enormous, pure white wings drooped to the ground, displaying utter subservience and fervent devotion. "Rise," Wu Wei waved his hand. Having experienced the initial joy, he had calmed down and was now looking forward to the birth of the 10-winged archangel. Creating a level 11 10-winged archangel was part of his plan, and the materials for advancing the transformation pool to level 11 had been purchased along with the star core, so he could put it into practice immediately. As for divine power, he had no shortage of it. "Let's go to the transformation pool." With that, he appeared at the edge of the transformation pool almost instantly. 2 seconds later, the other 5 arrived at the transformation pool almost simultaneously, standing in a row behind Wu Wei, both nervous and excited. Having experienced many advancements, they understood what Wu Wei was going to do the moment he mentioned the transformation pool. Becoming a level 11 god-level powerhouse was something they had also longed for. They just didn't know who would be the first lucky one. Under the watchful eyes of the 5, Wu Wei tossed aside the materials, divine power surged forth, and he quickly completed the transformation of the transformation pool. The transformed transformation pool shimmered with light, resembling jade, and already possessed the ability to create 11th level angelic bodies. Advancing a 10th level angelic body to 11th level requires 62,500 points of divine power, equivalent to 62.5 drops of divine liquid. For him now, this was a perfectly manageable expense. "Holy Consort, you go first." Wu Wei gestured to Catherine, indicating she should enter the transformation pool. Although the first war angel in the divine kingdom was Saint Luke, Catherine, as the first believer to pray to him and receive his response, held extraordinary significance for him. If Catherine hadn't prayed at that crucial moment, and hadn't been fortunate enough to be heard by him, both his and Catherine's fates would have been drastically different. Therefore, he decided to entrust this opportunity to become the first 11th level archangel to Catherine. "Yes, Your Majesty," Catherine calmly replied, then removed all her combat equipment, wearing only a simple white robe, and stepped into the transformation pool. Having lived for a century, her heart had long been tempered into a state of serene indifference. Aside from matters concerning Wu Wei, almost nothing could move her anymore. Even now, she remained calm and composed, possessing an aura that captivated all who beheld her. Wu Wei glanced at her, confirming her readiness, then raised his hand, unleashing a surge of divine power that swiftly merged into the pool of transformation. A holy light erupted, and Saintess Catherine's figure vanished rapidly within the light. Watching this scene, both Consort Yanliana and Consort Lingrius couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Saint John and Saint Luke, on the other hand, wore expressions of pride and satisfaction. Wu Wei stood by the transformation pool for a while. Seeing that everything inside was normal and Katerina's condition was quite stable, he said, "The creation of an 11th level angelic body won't be quick, it'll probably take a few days. Leave one person here to guard it, the rest of you can leave now." Saint John quickly said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to guard Her Highness the Holy Consort here." "Granted," Wu Wei nodded. Saint John was Katerina's grandfather, so he was naturally at ease leaving him here. However, just as he finished making arrangements and was about to leave, the divine power within the transformation pool suddenly began to surge violently. An unsettling atmosphere suddenly spread. "What's going on?" Saint John's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned to look at Wu Wei. "Your Majesty, please take a look, what's happening? Don't panic, let me see." Wu Wei's heart also tightened, but he didn't show it on his face. He quickly calmed his mind and carefully sensed the situation within the transformation pool. The details of the situation inside the transformation pool were immediately reflected in his mind. Inside the pool of transformation, Catherine's eyes were tightly closed, her expression one of agony. On her angelic body, only a bud had just sprouted from her fifth pair of wings, yet a fine crack had already appeared within her golden soul, a clear sign of impending collapse. He abruptly opened his eyes, his face turning grim. "Catherine's soul strength is insufficient." Insufficient soul strength? The four, including St. John, exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding Wu Wei's meaning. Wu Wei had no time to explain. His mind sharpened, and he decisively commanded, "Freeze." His voice transformed into divine sound, reverberating throughout the pool of transformation. The churning divine power within the pool instantly froze, as if struck by a spell. Even the divine light flowing above the pool abruptly stopped. Time within the pool of transformation seemed to freeze at that moment. Wu Wei stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers spread, and instantly, like a whale sucking in water, drew back most of the divine power from the pool of transformation, leaving only a small portion. Then, with a focused mind and a rapid thought, he instantly halted the creation of the 11th level angelic body, instead using his remaining divine power to repair and nourish Katarina's angelic form. The stagnant divine light in the transformation pool began to flow again. This time, the divine power was no longer surging, but gentle and soothing. A moment later, the remaining divine power was exhausted, the divine light flowing within the transformation pool dimmed, and Katarina's figure reappeared in the misty light. Her appearance showed no problems, but her face was pale, and her delicate brows were tightly furrowed, as if she were enduring some kind of pain. St. John, who had been anxiously waiting by the transformation pool, rushed down to help her up. Katarina's heart throbbed with pain, and she barely managed to stand with St. John's support. However, more unbearable than the excruciating pain that felt like her soul was being torn apart was the fact that she had failed. Her expression darkened, and her eyes betrayed her self-reproach as she looked at Wu Wei. "Your Majesty, Catherine is useless. I've disappointed you. This isn't your fault, it was my negligence." Wu Wei waved his hand, his heart aching at her state. This mistake truly had nothing to do with her, it was entirely his fault. Previously, Catherine and the others had progressed to level 7, 8, 9, and even 10 without any problems, leading him to a flawed assumption: as long as their divine status and divine kingdom reached the required level, Catherine and the others could directly advance to level 11. But he forgot that after level 10, the difficulty increases exponentially with each level, primarily due to the limitation of soul strength. The old god of light spent over 1,000 years developing his divine kingdom, and the holy spirits within it underwent transformation over that long period, without experiencing insufficient soul strength. This didn't mean his side wouldn't encounter problems. Wu Wei sighed. "It's just that things have been going too smoothly lately, leading to this unfortunate mistake." Fortunately, he was still there and discovered it early, dealing with it promptly, so Catherine's soul damage wasn't too severe. "Your Majesty, is Her Highness the Holy Consort's injury all right?" St. John asked worriedly. "She's fine." Wu Wei shook his head. "Her soul injury isn't serious. She can use a soul fragment to repair her soul's essence, and after some rest, she'll be fully recovered." "That's good." St. John breathed a sigh of relief. St. Luke, Yanfa E. Liliana, and Lingfa E. Everest, who had been secretly worried, also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "You all take the Holy Consort to rest first. I'll think about it some more." Wu Wei waved his hand, gave this instruction, and then turned to stare at the transformation pool, pondering what to do next. He wouldn't send anyone else to the transformation pool until he was certain that his subordinate's soul strength could support an 11th level angel's body. The risk was too great, he couldn't afford it. Seeing this, St. John and the others dared not disturb her and help Katarina leave the transformation pool. Soul strength, Wu Wei muttered to himself, staring at the pool. A moment later, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing something. How could he be so foolish? Since he wasn't sure if his subordinate's soul strength was sufficient, why not just confirm it? The soul strength required for an 11th level god could be roughly estimated by referring to the information left in their divine attributes. and his Hall of Heroes itself could determine soul aptitude. With a slight modification, he could assess soul strength. Would that solve the problem? Thinking it, he immediately went to the Hall of Heroes and began tinkering with modifying its functions. After completing his divine attributes, his understanding of the laws of light had reached an astonishing level. Such minor modifications were no problem for him. A mere quarter of an hour later, the modification was complete. Wu Wei summoned St. John, St. Luke, and the flame consort Liliana and the spirit consort Everus, and had them stand in the Hall of Heroes to have their soul strength measured. As expected, the soul strength of Yanfei Liliana, Lingfei Everus, and St. Luke was roughly the same, all at the same level as Katarina. St. John, however, perhaps due to his past experiences, possessed a significantly stronger soul, barely reaching the threshold for advancing to level 11. Wu Wei was both surprised and relieved. At least there was St. John, at least they hadn't all perished. He took St. John back to the transformation pool and repeated the procedure he had used to help Katarina advance. With 62.5 drops of divine liquid, St. John was instantly enveloped in holy light. Yanfei Liliana, Lingfei Everus, and St. Luke followed, watching this scene with a sense of melancholy. As powerful individuals, although they hadn't explicitly stated it, they were all quite confident in their soul strength. Who could have imagined such an outcome? Looking at St. John in the transformation pool, they felt both envy and self-reflection. Perhaps they could have tried harder? All right, Wu Wei clapped his hands, interrupting their thoughts. St. Luke stays here, everyone else go back with that. He turned and left the transformation pool. St. John's soul strength was fine, all that was left was to wait for the time to pass. There was no point in waiting here, it was better to do something else. Seeing this, Yanfei Liliana and Lingfei Everus also dispersed. Wu Wei's consciousness returned to his divine body, and he sailed the assault ship back. Then, with a few angels, he continued to wander around the dimensional trading market, stopping to learn about anything that interested him, buying what he found useful, and occasionally purchasing some specialties from his divine kingdom. Before he knew it, he had become quite familiar with the entire dimensional trading market. When he got tired, his consciousness returned to his divine kingdom, where he would spend some time with his 3 divine consorts, and inspect the situation of his divine kingdom in the several planes under his command. He was living a very comfortable life. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. That day, Wu Wei was checking on the recovery of Holy Consort Catherine's soul in the divine kingdom when a sudden thought struck him, and he smiled. "Your Majesty, what good news is there?" Holy Consort Catherine, dressed, was about to ask when she suddenly realized something, her azure eyes brightening slightly. "Grandpa succeeded." "Yes." Wu Wei nodded. "Let's go pick up your grandfather." As they spoke, the two had already dressed and stood up, heading out of the palace. A few seconds later, they were standing by the pool of rebirth. Inside the pool, the holy mist was slowly dissipating, and a figure with a whoosh spread its wings and flew out of the pool. This figure was none other than St. John Nacital, who had just successfully advanced to level 11 and become a 10-winged archangel. Under the holy light, St. John's 10 wings were pure white and immaculate, as captivating as the purest light. With each flap of his wings, a surging pressure uncontrollably spread through the air, even penetrating the palace walls and reaching the entire divine mountain. In an instant, the entire sacred mountain felt this surging and heavy divine pressure. This was the divine might of an 11th level powerhouse. "Grandpa." Seeing her grandfather's powerful appearance, Saintess Catherine felt proud, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Wu Wei's smile never stopped. This was his first 10-winged angel under his command, equivalent to a 10-winged angel of an 11th level god. With him, he could be said to have wings on a tiger, and could go to many places in the vast universe. "Your Majesty?" "Catherine." St. John had just emerged from the transformation pool and was not yet used to his new body that had suddenly leveled up, which was why he unintentionally caused the pressure to leak out. Noticing Wu Wei and Saintess Katarina by the transformation pool, he quickly suppressed his aura with all his might, flew down to them, knelt on one knee, and respectfully bowed. "St. John Nacital, Archangel, greets your Majesty and your Highness, Saintess." His attitude remained as devout and resolute as before, showing no sign of slackening despite his promotion. How good. Wu Wei's joy intensified, and he personally helped St. John up. At this moment, Yanfei Liliana, Lingfei Everus, and St. Luke, who had sensed the divine power, also arrived. Seeing this, they were overjoyed and quickly came forward to congratulate him. Soon, the news of Saint John becoming a 10-winged archangel spread throughout the divine kingdom. For a time, the entire divine kingdom was like a festival, and every citizen wore a joyful expression. An 11th level archangel. That was Wu Wei's first archangel, instantly increasing his sense of security. Of course, Wu Wei believed that more 11th level archangels would appear in the future. Chapter 335 The Blood Demon Delivered to Our Door. Several days later, Wu Wei's spaceship and Lan Fudi's spaceship, after leaving the dimensional market, flew one after the other into the deep and vast starry sky. Their speed was fast, but on a grand cosmic scale, everything seemed to stand still. Inside the spaceship, Wu Wei comfortably reclined on the command chair on the bridge. Archangel Isabella peeled fruit with her delicate hands, feeding Wu Wei one piece at a time. Satisfied, Wu Wei tallied his gains, extremely satisfied with his harvest from the dimensional market. He had actually accumulated enough resources to upgrade his godhood in one go, successfully raising his godhood and divine kingdom by one level, and even making a substantial extra profit. What a pity. The only regret was that there was once an indigenous planet before him, but he didn't have enough money to buy it. Otherwise, by simply deploying a level 10 Holy Angel General and several angel squadrons, he could have established a papacy on that planet. With a fight against demons as its core selling point, and with careful management, it wouldn't take more than a few decades to become a stable source of faith. In the long run, it's definitely a highly profitable deal. Moreover, Wu Wei believes he'll also gain considerable benefits from the fight against the demons. After all, a demon's body can serve as various materials, and the demonic crystals born within a demon's body, even if they can't be converted into divine power, can still be sold for star essence. What a pity. Your Highness, the divine child. Just as Wu Wei was complaining about the huge advantage he gained, a mental fluctuation appeared inside the spaceship. Lan Fudi's mental projection slowly condensed before Wu Wei. Recently, she had frequently consulted Wu Wei about the wonders of mental power, receiving much guidance and occasionally even managing to glean some resources from his fingers. She had made significant progress during this time. Her mental projection was now clearly condensed, almost indistinguishable from a real person. "Oh, Miss Lan Fudi, it's an honor to have you here," Wu Wei said with a smile. "Is the spaceship running out of energy again?" Even though Lan Fudi was in her mental projection form, she couldn't help but feel so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Lately, she had repeatedly used this wealthy divine prince's energy, and the saved divine liquid was shared among everyone. She and her students had all benefited to varying degrees. Before Lan Fudi could respond, Wu Wei flicked another drop of divine liquid at her, smiling as he said, "This little bit of divine liquid is a reward for you. Your trip to the interdimensional market this time was quite fruitful." Lan Fudi caught the divine liquid with her mental power and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness." She was filled with mixed emotions. The second generation of gods truly lived up to their reputation. They were incredibly wealthy. In a sense, Lan Fudi was also a second generation of gods. It was just that her family's foundation was vast and complex, with countless direct and collateral bloodlines. "If only I could talk to His Highness the Divine Child," Lan Fudi quickly shook her head, banishing the shameful thoughts from her mind, and said seriously, "I've come to visit to inform His Highness the Divine Child that I've contacted my father, and he has entrusted me to extend a warm welcome to His Highness. He will personally greet His Highness at the Kuiper Belt outpost in our family's star system." "Oh, your esteemed family head is too kind," Wu Wei said casually with a smile. "This divine child is just going for a casual stroll. There's no need for your family head to go to such lengths." Of course, Lan Fudi said repeatedly. "His Highness the Divine Child is of extremely noble status. It is an honor for our family to have him visit." As the two were talking, suddenly, Wu Wei tilted his head slightly, let out a soft "A," and smiled faintly. "Looks like some friends have arrived, and there seem to be quite a few spaceships." "Friends?" Lan Fudi paused slightly, puzzled. "It's at least a 2-year journey from here to our family's main star system. It's impossible for the family fleet to be here." Suddenly, her mental projection changed color dramatically, as if she had encountered a momentous event. You guessed right. It should be a space pirate fleet." Wu Wei continued eating fruit, speaking slowly. "Those space pirates really have no creativity. They don't even know how to evolve their logos. They're just like the pirates on mortal planets, using some kind of blood-red skull. What? A blood-red skull? Lamfuti's mental projection suddenly became chaotic, almost unable to maintain its shape. Your Highness, are you really sure it's the symbol of a blood-red skull? What, are they very famous? Wu Wei asked curiously. The Crimson Skull is the most terrifying pirate organization in our star system. Lamfuti's mental projection trembled. They operate in every corner of this star system, specifically targeting large merchant caravans with extremely cruel and terrifying methods. Moreover, they sell their captives as slaves. Even the combined efforts of several major civilizations in this star system haven't been able to eliminate them. Impossible, impossible. Even a Crimson Skull fleet wouldn't look down on small fry like us. Could it be? She looked at Wu Wei. Hearing you say that, I guess they've got their eyes on me. Wu Wei rubbed his nose, guessing that he had flaunted his wealth at the market and had been secretly targeted by the Crimson Skull, who saw him as a fat sheep. Your Highness, let's run. Lamfuti hurriedly suggested, let's run at full speed towards our family's star system, there's still a chance of survival. That's probably too late. Wu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful, terrifying, bloodthirsty, and violent mental force enveloped the two small spaceships. At the same time, a mocking and perverse laugh echoed inside Wu Wei's spaceship. Hey kid, I suggest you stop the ship immediately and obediently hand over all your valuables. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Oh no, oh no. Lamfuti's mental projection almost collapsed, and she said in despair, it's the blood demon. The blood demon? Wu Wei frowned slightly, unmoved. The blood demon is a god-level powerhouse. Lamfuti said, trembling with fear, he is also the overlord of the Blood Skull pirate gang in this area. He is cruel and bloodthirsty, leaving a sea of blood wherever he goes. It is said that he never takes any prisoners alive. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Wu Wei's eyes lit up. I saw him in the dimensional market, I saw his wanted poster. I was wondering why that name sounded so familiar. The wanted poster said that as long as you bring back the blood demon's head, you will receive a reward of 1.67 million star coins. The atmosphere on Wu Wei's spaceship suddenly froze. Lamfuti was dumbfounded. This was about the infamous blood demon's attack. Their survival was already a slim chance, and now he was suddenly talking about a bounty? Even the blood demon, who had just locked onto the two small ships with his mental energy, was stunned for a full few seconds before bursting into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, you're interesting, kid. Not bad, my head is indeed worth 1.67 million star coins. Add my subordinates, and if you take them all, the bounty will exceed 3 million star coins. Hey, I'll be waiting for you to come and collect your head soon. Ha ha ha. At the same time, more than a dozen mental energy beams locked onto Wu Wei's assault ship, accompanied by a constant stream of mocking laughter and vulgarities. Clearly, these guys were all under the blood demon's command, each possessing demigod-level strength. Judging from the domineering and ferocious aura emanating from their spiritual power, these subordinates of the blood demon were definitely birds of a feather, having committed countless crimes and were all notorious wanted criminals. 3 million star coins. Wu Wei's eyes lit up instantly. That was the equivalent of 3 divine crystals. Although Wu Wei had already advanced to level 11 and his overall strength had increased considerably, even with careful management, it would be difficult to accumulate 3 divine crystals again in less than 10 or 20 years. After all, the greater the profit, the greater the consumption of the divine kingdom in various planes. Earning a profit by absorbing divine stones was indeed lucrative. However, firstly, divine stones were becoming increasingly scarce, and secondly, if he did too much, he feared that some truly powerful figures would target him. He couldn't consider it a long-term solution for now. These 3 million star coins were like a windfall, making Wu Wei extremely happy. Your Highness, what do we do now? Lamfuti nearly fainted. What kind of emergency was this? The Divine Prince was still chuckling like an idiot? Could it be that he was terrified by the blood demon? Although the Divine Prince was of noble birth and powerful, he was ultimately too young and hadn't witnessed the cruelty and bloodshed of the universe. What else can we do? Wu Wei said calmly. Of course, we capture these vicious space pirates and exchange them for bounties. Hey, ha ha ha. A series of strange laughs, transmitted through mental energy, reached Wu Wei's spaceship. Boy, with your newly reached god level status and 2 level 9 demigod peak guards, You dare to spout nonsense about exchanging us for bounties. Although Wu Wei himself had advanced to level 11, his physical body was only level 10. At the same time, energy fluctuations appeared around Wu Wei and Lan Fudi's spaceship, and more than 10 various types of spaceships surrounded them. The most terrifying of them all was a flagship spaceship, 2,000 to 3,000 meters long. This massive vessel, with its menacing energy cannons and blood-red skulls adorned with a special material, exuded an aura of dominance even while simply lounging in the void. Clearly, this flagship was the flagship of the space pirate group and the Blood Demon's mount. The disparity in strength between the two sides was stark, like two pitiful little rabbits surrounded by a pack of wolves and tigers. It's over, it's too late to run now. Lan Fudi's mental projection nearly collapsed. She hurriedly spoke through mental fluctuations. We are from Lingdon Academy of the Kelling Civilization. Our dean and vice dean are both god-level powerhouses. Also, I am the second daughter of the Lanling family. My father and ancestors were both god-level powerhouses. Blood Demon, if you touch us, the Kelling Civilization will absolutely not let this go. Haha, the Kelling Civilization, huh? Sounds impressive. If your royal guards came in person, I'd run away immediately. Blood Demon laughed wildly. Unfortunately, you're just a lowly descendant of the Lanling family. Blood Demon knew very well the ways of those advanced civilizations. If Lan Fudi and some students died here, he would indeed be furious. For example, the Emperor might personally order a crackdown on the major pirate groups. But if the infamous Blood Skull pirate group could be wiped out so easily, what would become of them? Let alone Lan Fudi, a second daughter heir. Even if the patriarch of the Lanling family were here, he could easily eat his fill as long as he could. For these space pirates, the vast universe was their oyster. Where couldn't they go? As long as they made a big score, they could simply hide in a remote corner for 200 or 300 years before emerging again. Inside the blue spaceship, Lan Fudi's true form was pale blue, her body swaying precariously. It was over, truly over. The Blood Demon was so insane that he didn't care about the Kelling Civilization's retaliation at all. If she were captured by these inhuman beasts, she would rather die at the hands of the Zerg. She helplessly communicated with Wu Wei using her mental power. Your Highness, if you have any secret methods left, unleash them and escape. If you can escape with your life, I hope you can avenge us. Although she said this, she didn't really expect Wu Wei to escape. She only felt that there was at most a sliver of hope. The Blood Demon was such a cruel and terrifying being. Since he had made his move, he must have already taken measures to prevent anyone from escaping. Wu Wei didn't explain much to her, but instead squinted, sensing the ships surrounding them. Besides the ships in front of them, there were actually 8 assault ships hidden on the outer perimeter, clearly to prevent their escape. Lloyd, Isabella. Wu Wei smiled. That's about enough, we can move out. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 level 9 archangels bowed to Wu Wei, then calmly produced a ball of light. They placed their hands on the ball, pouring their majestic divine power into it. In just a few breaths, the ball of light expanded to its maximum, completely enveloping the 200 to 300 meter long assault ship. At the same time, the mental extensions of Blood Demon, Lan Fudi, and others were expelled. The Blood Demon in the flagship instantly sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered, attack. Blast that damned spaceship. Boom. 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 The cannons of 7 or 8 small spaceships fired energy beams, striking Wu Wei's assault ship head-on. However, ripples spread across the surface of the sphere of light, dissipating the energy beams into nothingness. Such powerful energy defense. The Blood Demon's mental fluctuations became somewhat manic. HMPH, truly worthy of being a god-level civilization of the mystical realm. But even if you turn yourself into a turtle shell, I'll blast you today. Wait, something's not right. Chapter 336, Making a Move. The 10-winged angel. The ball of light, resembling an energy shield, seemed to gradually solidify. What surprised the Blood Demon most was that a powerful special force erupted from the center of that energy ball. The Blood Demon's senses were correct. Inside Wu Wei's spaceship, a seemingly real yet imposing special gate had already formed. Logically, Wu Wei hadn't built a special gate in this void, so it shouldn't have been possible for it to materialize. However, in reality, Wu Wei had already constructed one, using this small assault ship as an anchor point. If needed, Wu Wei could use this small assault ship as a special coordinate to create a special gate at any time. Greetings, my lord. A deep and majestic voice rang out, and then a tall figure appeared through the special gate, the first to appear inside the spaceship. His gaze was profound, like a bottomless, icy pool, and his seemingly young face bore the marks of time. He wore a robe formed from holy light energy, held a scepter, and his 10 wings were raised high behind him in a staggered pattern. Yes, he was a 10-winged angel. He was also Wu Wei's first 10-winged archangel. According to the classification standards for powerful beings in the universe, he was a level 11 existence. St. John Nasidal, the last pope of the old Holy See of the Light Continent, he experienced countless vicissitudes and hardships in his life, ultimately transforming himself into a powerful subordinate of Wu Wei. His level of soul tempering and evolution was even stronger than St. Luke's. He was also currently the only one whose soul was sufficient to bear the body of a 10-winged archangel. Even during the peak of the old God of Light, there were not many powerful beings who could reach this level. Each one was a Legion Commander-level existence who held sway over a region and could stand alone. Even Wu Wei's 2 personal guards, Lloyd and Isabella, looked at St. John with reverent and fanatical eyes. This senior was their role model and the direction they would strive for in the future. They also wanted to grow up as soon as possible and share the burden for the great God of Light. Outside, "Still call me His Highness the Divine Child," Wu Wei said. Compared to the God Lord, Wu Wei preferred to be His Highness the Divine Child outside. In this way, he could enjoy the pleasures of being a second-generation God, while also giving outsiders the illusion of being unfathomable, with no idea how much terrifying power was hidden behind him. "Yes, Your Highness." St. John was extremely loyal to Wu Wei. Let alone changing a small form of address, he wouldn't hesitate to go to his death. Since St. John had arrived, Wu Wei was too lazy to waste words and yawned. "That blood demon outside is yours to handle." "Yes, sir." St. John's eyes shone with a burning light. To share the burden of the God Lord was his life's mission. Immediately, he took a step forward, and suddenly his figure appeared outside the spaceship. He swayed, his body growing larger and larger, standing proudly in the void with an imposing aura, radiating terrifying divine power. The scepter in his hand transformed into a sharp sword, slashing towards the blood demon's flagship. The energy blade, formed from highly condensed holy light, was a circular sword light hundreds of meters long. "What?" Blood Demon stared in utter horror at the incredibly powerful 10-winged angel, whose aura of terror filled him with dread. Level 11. That spaceship actually harbored a level 11, godlike powerhouse. Boom. The holy light sword struck Blood Demon's flagship, unleashing a powerful, almost tangible, crimson shield. The collision and intertwining of the two energies caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. The crimson shield instantly dimmed by more than half, and a crack tens of meters long appeared on the flagship's physical armor. A casual strike from a godlike powerhouse possessed such terrifying power. If the flagship hadn't had the crimson shield, it would have been sliced in two. Retreat. Retreat. Damn it, we've fallen into an ambush. Blood Demon, assuming it was a trap specifically designed for him, roared furiously, ordering the assault ships to engage St. John. Unfortunately, Wu Wei's lineage of light was not skilled in one-on-one duels, but rather in overwhelming their opponents with organized legions. Inside the heavenly gate of the spaceship, the angelic legions poured out in large, organized units, each unit going to confront an assault ship. Wu Wei wasn't idle. With a wave of his hand, an entire angelic legion was torn through space and sent into the assault ship. After his divine power was upgraded again, Wu Wei's body, though still at level 10, had become significantly stronger. The ships that had tried to help the Blood Demon entangle St. John were instantly thrown into chaos, unable to defend themselves. Positional warfare was always the specialty of the War Angels. They used an Archangel as their sole hub and small teams as their core units, with clear divisions of labor, healing or tanking, and well-defined commands. Ordinary rabble groups were often crushed. Without the harassment of the assault ships, St. John could focus solely on dealing with and pursuing the Blood Demon's flagship. With his overwhelming strength, destroying the flagship would have been a piece of cake, and once the Blood Demon was forced out, he would be powerless. However, Wu Wei had issued a divine decree to him. It was a destroyer 2,000 to 3,000 meters long, which, on the dimensional market, would fetch at least hundreds of thousands of star coins. That was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of divine power. Back when Wu Wei was at his poorest, he had to scrimp and save even a little divine power. Initially, the battle was somewhat stalemate. As the number of light angels increased, The scales of victory tipped in Wu Wei's favor. Lam Fudy and the others were stunned. They had thought they were doomed, certain to die. But the situation had taken an unexpected turn. They hadn't expected His Highness to possess such a hidden method. Was it a special folding technique to conceal troops? Or was it direct long-range special teleportation? If it's the former, it might be somewhat understandable, since the Kelling civilization also possesses similar technology, but due to various limitations, they could only produce a few devices, solely for the use of the royal guard. If it's the latter, then it's terrifying. It means that the deity behind His Highness, the Divine Child, has reached an unbelievably powerful level in special teleportation. According to the former dean of Linton Academy, the Kelling civilization has made a breakthrough in special teleportation devices. They can already establish relatively stable small wormholes between two star systems within 10 light-years of each other, each capable of maintaining the fixed-point teleportation of one life form. It won't be long before it's operational. The entire civilization's leadership is overjoyed, believing that the great era of the Kelling people is about to begin. But the small wormholes that the Kelling civilization is so proud of are simply incomparable to His Highness the Divine Child's civilization, aren't they? It was like children playing house. For a moment, Lam Fudy was lost in silent shock. Just what level of power was His Highness the Divine Child's father? Level 12? No, probably more than that. Could it be that he was truly above even the great emperor of the Kelling civilization? Reaching the legendary level 13? Despite Lam Fudy's deep thoughts and profound shock, the battle continued. 2 or 3 hours later, the battle was drawing to a close. The blood demon roared and leaped out of the flagship, instantly transforming into a long river of blood that stretched across the starry sky, desperately fleeing into the distance. Although he was extremely fast, St. John was prepared. He took a step across the void, as if traversing time and space, blocking the blood demon's path. Violent tremors resounded in the depths of the universe. These tremors were not transmitted through sound waves, but rather through various electromagnetic waves, radiation waves, and even spatial ripples, conveying the ferocity of the battle. More than 10 minutes later, everything returned to calm. Several minutes later, St. John, a level 11 super god-level powerhouse, traversed the void, carrying in one hand a colossal head with a pair of blood-red horns atop it, his aura extremely imposing. Your Highness, I have not failed in my mission. St. John knelt reverently on one knee before Wu Wei, offering the blood demon's head in a crystal core radiating a rich, blood-red aura. The crystal core seemed alive, with strands of blood-red energy constantly flowing within it, manifestations of the heavenly Dao's rules. According to the classification system left behind by the old god of light, the energy core condensed by beings below level 10 is called a crystal core. At level 10, it can be called a godhood, the crystallization of the blood demon's life's cultivation essence. Even from a great distance, one could feel its immense vitality and energy. The difference between level 10 and level 9 is like heaven and earth. A level 9 crystal core can at most absorb and convert 1 or 2,000 points of divine power. Upon reaching level 10, Wu Wei absorbed and converted the divine spark, gaining at least tens of thousands of points of divine power. Holding the divine spark, Wu Wei ruthlessly crushed it, absorbed it, and instantly converted it into 100,000 points of divine power, subsequently condensing it into 100 drops of divine liquid. This was already the second god-level powerhouse to fall at Wu Wei's hands. Compared to the undead lord, who had just recovered to level 10, the blood demon was undoubtedly far more powerful. Wu Wei temporarily stored his crimson demonic laws. The undead lord's dark death side laws received the same treatment. These types of laws were of little use to Wu Wei, offering little even in the way of reference. At most, he could study them briefly. However, these manifested laws still had their value, making it convenient for Wu Wei to cultivate subordinates in these two directions. However, the most valuable thing about the blood demon was not his divine spark, but his head. He had committed countless acts of divine wrath and offended countless people. He alone had accumulated a bounty of 1.67 million star coins, an astronomical sum. Wu Wei found the blood demon's hideous head increasingly endearing. In this battle, besides the blood demon's beheading, all of Wu's space pirates were captured. Aside from a small number who resisted and were killed, the majority were captured alive. Wu Wei grinned from ear to ear. How many years would it take to quietly amass such wealth? Chapter 337 Dawn Dimension. Wu Wei issued orders to quickly clean up the battlefield and turn the fleet towards the dimensional market. St. John, under Wu Wei's command, folded his wings and, disguised as a handsome nobleman, sold his spoils and collected various bounties. Space pirates not on the wanted list were all sold into slavery, a deserved fate. It's worth mentioning that, to avoid revealing the angelic army's fighting power and to prevent his whereabouts from being discovered by the enemies who had killed the god of light, Wu Wei personally went to great lengths, expending some divine power to erase their memories of this period. After a few simple formalities, Wu Wei's assault ship docked again at the port of Kois Market, and then led St. John to the reception center. "Welcome to Kois." "Oh, Your Majesty, it's you." A beautiful, sweet voice from a calling woman rang out, and she exclaimed in surprise. Just a few days ago, she had seen off this generous and handsome god, and she was still feeling a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, the deity returned. Could it be that he? For a moment, the beautiful Norsa Kelling began to have wild thoughts. "Little Norsa, we meet again," Wu Wei greeted her with a smile. "My lord," Norsa greeted, her face slightly flushed. "How can I help you? You've come at the right time," Wu Wei said with a smile. "Could you please take me to the Bounty Mission Settlement Center?" "Oh, a bounty mission?" Norsa was startled and asked with great concern. "My lord, have you encountered space pirates? Are you alright?" "Thank you for your concern," Wu Wei said with a calm smile. "It's just a small group of space pirates." That's good. Norsa breathed a sigh of relief and said angrily, "Those stupid and dirty space pirates dared to extend their tentacles near the Kois Market. The Guardian will certainly not stand idly by." Wu Wei just smiled and didn't say anything. The Bloodskull space pirate gang was a chronic problem in this star system. Even if the level 12 powerhouses in the market were willing to take action, it would probably be difficult to truly deal with them. "My lord, please follow me," Norsa greeted her friends and then led Wu Wei to the Bounty Mission Settlement Center. That's a functional unit. It can be processed without going to the main market. After Norsa skillfully handled some formalities, a market manager at level 10 came forward to greet him. "Your Highness, regarding your encounter with the space pirates, I have already informed young Master Li. Please wait a moment, he will come to assist you shortly." "Fatty Lian?" Wu Wei raised an eyebrow slightly. That chubby Lian was actually a young master? Fatty Lian himself was a level 10 powerhouse, and to still be addressed as young master at that level clearly indicated his extraordinary status. Compared to Wu Wei, this imposter pretending to be a second-generation god, that fat man was probably a genuine second-generation god. Just then, a subtle spatial fluctuation rippled around them, and Fatty Lian appeared, roaring furiously, "Brother Wu Wei, who is it? Which group of blind space pirates dared to attack you? I'll personally lead my army and raze their lair to the ground." "Brother Lian, don't be impulsive. It's nothing, just Blood Demon from the Bloodskull pirate group," Wu Wei said calmly and casually. "What? Blood Demon from the Bloodskull?" Fatty Lian was startled, his expression turning serious. "How did that fiend appear near the market?" "Brother, you're really lucky to have escaped this time. But he dared to attack my customers at the Kois Market. We absolutely cannot tolerate him." "Brother Lian, there's no need to worry," Wu Wei said calmly. "His Majesty the Father God has already sent people to secretly protect me. That little pirate gang of blood demons has already been wiped out by St. John Nassadal." "What? Blood demons have been wiped out?" Fatty Lian's expression turned to shock. Only then did he notice the tall, handsome man behind Wu Wei. His aura was extremely restrained, as if he didn't exist at all. However, Lian's expression grew increasingly solemn. He bowed respectfully and said, "This St. John Nassadal, could he already be at the transcendent god level? I am Nassadal, ordered by the God Lord to secretly protect His Highness the Divine Child." St. John adopted a cold and aloof attitude, putting on an air that he was merely the Divine Child's guard and cared about nothing else. Lian gasped, looking at Wu Wei with an even more serious expression. He had previously secretly speculated that a god capable of nurturing a level 10 divine child was at least level 11, and most likely level 12. Therefore, Lian and Wu Wei got along very well, and Lian wanted to befriend the second-generation god. However, he never expected that Prince Wu Wei would be accompanied by an 11th level super god as a guard. This was an 11th level super god. Even Lian's father would treat him with utmost respect and carefully cultivate his relationship, never putting on airs. If Lin had asked his father to send an 11th level super god as a guard, he would probably be beaten to pulp in no time. A 11th level super god was incredibly noble. How could he be relegated to a mere guard? Unless facing a life or death situation, he would never receive such treatment. Wu Wei, on the other hand, had an 11th level super god willingly serving as his guard, showing that his father had no shortage of 11th level super gods around him and doted on his son. For a moment, Lin looked at Wu Wei with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Wu Wei's plan to bring the newly upgraded St. John Acidal out for a grand display was naturally to leverage his status and elevate his position, hoping to gain more attention from the course market as the divine child. However, he hadn't anticipated that Lian's imagination would be even more exaggerated than he'd anticipated. "Brother Lian," Brother Wu Wei called out twice before finally waking the chubby Lian. "I saw the wanted poster earlier. Blood Demon has a bounty of 1.67 million star coins." Lian jolted awake and hurriedly said, yes, as long as you can produce proof of his death, our market will provide revenge according to the bounty amount." Wu Wei casually flicked his wrist, releasing the heads of Blood Demon and several other wanted individuals from his special bracelet. A thick, pungent smell of blood filled the bounty center's hall. "It really is Blood Demon." Lian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at Wu Wei. "Brother, you've really struck gold this time. That old thief Blood Demon is not only ruthless but also extremely cunning. He rarely makes a move unless he's absolutely certain. Our market team tried to surround and kill him several times, but he escaped each time. But we never expected to fall into your hands." At the same time, Lian muttered to himself, "Brother Wu Wei is truly a master of playing dumb. He's clearly followed by a level 11 god, yet he acts like a carefree second-generation god, traveling around in a small spaceship. Blood Demon is really unlucky. He's been dominating for so many years without incident, but he's run into this big tiger." Without Lian's instructions, the staff in the bounty hall immediately began counting heads. They were extremely efficient, calculating the total bounty in just a few minutes: 3.16 million star coins. When this money was transferred to Wu Wei's identity card, even Wu Wei couldn't help but feel excited. This was quite a windfall. "Brother, if you don't need those spoils, I'll take care of them for you." Lin guessed that with a divine civilization behind Wu Wei, he wouldn't care about those miscellaneous items. Then thank you very much, brother," Wu Wei said with a smile. "I'm really worried about what to do with those broken warships and prisoners. They're currently stuck 100,000 kilometers outside the market. I'd appreciate it if you could send someone to deal with them." Fatty Lin was eager to befriend Wu Wei, so he was naturally very helpful and immediately sent someone to handle it. Half a day later, the people Lin sent had received the spoils. Some of them, including various assault ships and flagships, were sold, and Wu Wei earned another 960,000 star coins. Then there were the ordinary criminals who didn't have bounties, which were packaged and sold, earning 210,000 star coins. The total income from this battle reached a staggering 4.33 million star coins. Even Wu Wei, who was somewhat prepared, was quite shocked. He actually made so much money from fighting a wave of space pirates? However, he also knew that making money by fighting pirates was a matter of luck. And the Crimson Skull Pirate organization wasn't one he could truly control. On the contrary, the Crimson Skull was an organization that even powerful beings like the Kelling civilization greatly feared in this star system. The reason was simple: the two founders of the Crimson Skull Space Pirate organization were both top-tier level 12 beings in this star system. If Wu Wei went around causing trouble for the Crimson Skull, he might very well be ambushed and outmaneuvered. For the Light Clan, the most suitable approach wasn't to fight to sustain itself, but rather a more gradual, sustainable approach. Cultivating faith in each plane of existence would lead to steady, exponential growth. Having suppressed his urge to continue his quest to harass the Crimson Skull Pirates, Wu Wei tossed another drop of divine liquid to Nosa. "Miss Nosa, thank you for your trouble." "Not at all, your highness is too generous." Nosa, having received another drop of divine liquid, felt utterly ashamed, her face turning a deep blue. Her heart pounded with anxiety. "My lord god, no, your highness really has taken a liking to me? Should I accept, or should I accept? Ugh, so embarrassing." "Brother, you're quite generous," Fatty Lean said with a knowing look. "If you really want to take this little beauty, Kei Ling, I'll arrange for her contract to be terminated." Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of expression was that? His harem was overflowing with beauties. He had 3 divine consorts alone, and hundreds of maids with strength exceeding level 7. He had no time for philandering. Besides, while this little beauty from the K-Link civilization was nice, she was still inferior to Land Beauty. He didn't even have the heart to add Land Beauty to his harem, let alone this little beauty. No need. Wu Wei refused decisively, then solemnly said, "Brother Lin, I need your help with something." The beautiful Norsa from Kelling turned pale and retreated dejectedly. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. What kind of status did the dignified Prince of God have? She was just a relatively outstanding member of the Kelling civilization, and worked in the Kois market. "Brother Wu Wei, just give the order. I will do whatever I can without hesitation." Fatty Lean glanced at the departing Norsa, didn't say much, but patted his chest and assured Wu Wei. That native god who auctioned the plane before, his plane in the star field should have been entrusted to be auctioned in our market. He hasn't left yet, right? Wu Wei said solemnly, "Brother, could you arrange a meeting?" Wu Wei thought about this. Most planets in the universe with life are owned planets. Starting a war casually would definitely bring big trouble. Wu Wei even suspected that the old god of light had provoked a formidable enemy because he was too arrogant and domineering when expanding his faith. And now, such an opportunity lay before Wu Wei. The planetary plane at the previous auction, with a starting bid of only 7 million star coins, had ultimately failed to sell. Wu Wei had felt a pang of regret at the time, lamenting that after purchasing materials to upgrade the God of Power Kingdom, he was too short of funds to acquire that plane with hundreds of millions of natives. Now, with some money in his pocket, Wu Wei began to consider acquiring that plane. Most importantly, that plane was located within the star system, making it ideal for Wu Wei to establish a base within the star system. Fatty Lean looked somewhat troubled. "Brother, according to the rules of the Kois plane market, the identities of customers must be strictly kept confidential. Items listed in the auction cannot be traded privately. However, since this is your request, I'll take it on. But, brother, do you really want to buy that plane? That's a plane about to experience a great demonic catastrophe." If it were before, although Fatty Lean also wanted to befriend Wu Wei, he would never have gone to such lengths. He would only offer him some conveniences within the rules. But now, Wu Wei's status in his eyes was constantly rising, making him extremely valuable an investment. "Thanks for your help, brother. I'll remember this favor." Wu Wei didn't stand on ceremony. "Although the demonic calamity is troublesome, I'm confident I can handle it." "Good. Actually, with your family background, solving a demonic calamity is indeed no problem." Fatty Lean agreed. "Wait here, brother, I'll arrange for you to meet right away." He paused for a moment, then used his mental power to transmit a message to Wu Wei. "That native god lord is eager to make his move on that plane, you know what I mean." Of course I understand." Wu Wei gave him a knowing look. Under Fatty Lean's special arrangement, Wu Wei soon met the owner in a luxurious restaurant. Wu Wei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on when he saw the owner. The reason was simple, the owner was an extremely strong minotaur. That's right, a minotaur. He had a huge bull's head on his head, 2 powerful horns, his whole body covered in thick black hair, and a pair of large axes crossed on his back, exuding a powerful and majestic aura. "My name is Bloodhoof. So you're the buyer of my plane?" Bloodhoof glared at Wu Wei with his bull-like eyes. "You're too weak, and your appearance is rather strange. Can you keep my people in check? My people are all born warriors. How dare you speak to His Highness the Divine Child like that?" St. John, standing behind Wu Wei, darkened his face, and a powerful aura of pressure enveloped Bloodhoof. Crack! Bloodhoof was forced to sit heavily on a chair, crushing it to pieces. He looked as if he had been choked, his bull-like eyes wide, gasping for breath. Wu Wei casually waved his hand, signaling St. John to withdraw his oppressive aura and release Bloodhoof. He glared at Bloodhoof with annoyance. "Minotaur, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. You've already sold off your people and the entire plane. Stop trying to act all high and mighty with this god." Bloodhoof was furious, about to explode, but then seemed filled with fear of St. John, and said indignantly, "Do you think I want to sell the plane? Those demons from other realms are incredibly powerful and evil, at least a level 11 true god. I can't stop them. Rather than sending my people to their deaths, I'd rather hand them over to a more powerful civilization. I believe that a powerful civilization, for its own benefit, will definitely protect Bloodhoof's plane." Seeing his impassioned and selfless demeanor, Wu Wei would have been fooled if he hadn't gotten some information from Fatty Lean. Fatty Lean had said that this native god had taken a full 10,000 people with him when he left his plane. Besides some powerful guards and offspring, there were at least 7,000 beautiful women from his tribe. How beautiful women from his tribe. At first, Wu Wei was quite envious, but after seeing the Minotaur's appearance, he made a clear judgment about the so-called beauties of his tribe. This native god was nothing but a stud bull. Having become a native god by chance, he didn't lead his people to develop properly, only knowing how to indulge in extravagance and debauchery. Now that things have gone wrong, he's selling off his people and the plane of existence, planning to buy land in a higher plane, build a palace, and become a local tyrant. 7 million star coins is an enormous fortune, enough for him to squander for many, many years. In short, 3 million star coins, sell it or not is up to you, Wu Wei said casually. 3 million, Bloodhoof's bull-like eyes widened, roaring indignantly, "Kid, you underestimate bulls. I won't sell, I'd rather die than sell." Wu Wei sipped his tea, smiling with narrowed eyes. "I was at the auction that day, and I'm sure you saw the other people's reactions. Nobody's going to take over your mess. The overlapping of planes in the fourth dimension will last for 100 or 200 years at the shortest, and a few hundred or even 1,000 years at the longest. Who knows how many armies and how much wealth will be invested to fight against those demon invasions? Who would do such a losing business? HMPH, someone will always be willing to take it over." Bloodhoof's bull-like face twisted slightly, but he remained unyielding. "As long as we survive the demon invasion, my Bloodhoof plane will be worth at least 20 million, then you can wait for other buyers." The auction in the Kois plane market is only held once every 10 years. Wu Wei yawned and stood up. "If I weren't bored and looking for something to do, I wouldn't care about the fate of your broken plane. 10 years. Bloodhoof shuddered, his horns instantly brimming with blood energy. He hurriedly stopped Wu Wei, saying, "Since His Highness the Divine Child is sincere in buying the Bloodhoof plane, we can discuss the price further." Others might not know, but Wu Wei was perfectly aware. According to the information revealed by Fatty Lean, Bloodhoof had brought tens of thousands of people to seek refuge, including 7,000 concubines and maids. The Kois plane market was always a high-end place. The daily expenses for these 10,000 people alone would be at least tens of thousands of star coins. Moreover, the plane market had all sorts of treasures, and his concubines and beauties, accustomed to their high status in their original plane, demanded the best food and lodging, and spent their days idly shopping. Wu Wei had long been familiar with the shopping skills of Earth women, but he hadn't expected female minotaurs to be just as adept. Bloodhoof, as a native god and local tyrant for so many years, had only accumulated a few million star coins in cash. Over the past 10 days, his wealth had shrunk by 30%. In Lean's words, it would be a miracle if he could stay in the Kois plane market for another month. He would inevitably exhaust his wealth and be expelled. Bloodhoof felt he couldn't endure another day and wanted to sell the plane and leave this money pit as quickly as possible. The Kois plane market was Lean's territory. The reason he knew so much about the native god's spending habits was twofold. Firstly, the Kois plane market itself was indeed extremely expensive. Secondly, he had secretly manipulated the market, sending people to induce the Minotaur's wives to go on shopping sprees, exacerbating the native Minotaur's economic crisis and indirectly forcing Bloodhoof to lower prices. Clearly, if Wu Wei hadn't intervened, the Kois plane market intended to absorb the native plane itself. With their powerful fourth-level civilization, they weren't afraid of the demonic crisis on the other side. "Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I'll give you an extra 500,000, making it 3.5 million star coins in total," Wu Wei said decisively. "This divine son's time is precious, and I'm too lazy to waste time arguing with you. For every day I stay, my price will decrease by 100,000, Bloodhoof shuddered. He already had at least tens of thousands of expenses every day. If he lost another 100,000, how could he survive? He hardened his heart and decided to bleed as much as possible. 4 million, just 4 million star coins, and my Bloodhoof plane is yours. This is my bottom line. If it's less than this amount, even if I go to higher civilization, I won't be able to achieve financial freedom." Bloodhoof was filled with regret. He had been tempted by beauty and brought such a large group of wives with him on his escape. It was almost killing him. Wu Wei's initial minimum acceptable price was 5 million. Since the final transaction price was far lower than his expectations, Wu Wei didn't waste any more time and decisively said, "Deal. St. John, you accompany Bloodhoof to handle the purchase and sale formalities, as well as the interdimensional transaction formalities." "Yes, Your Highness." St. John strode forward, took Bloodhoof's arm, and said coldly, "Lord Bloodhoof, this way please." St. John was an 11th level super god powerhouse. Since both parties had already reached a verbal agreement, he wasn't afraid that Bloodhoof would go back on his word. Otherwise, the consequences would be incalculable. Having connections made things much easier. The transaction and handover procedures were extremely fast. In just half a day, Wu Wei obtained the property certificate for the Bloodhoof interdimensional plane, with the official seal of the Star Alliance. This meant that any civilization within the Star Alliance's territory was protected by the Star Covenant. Holding that heavy interdimensional property certificate, Wu Wei was filled with emotion. Money really could buy anything. Without a single soldier, he could buy an entire interdimensional plane just by spending money. It just so happens that Wu Wei's divine status and divine kingdom have just been upgraded, and he urgently needs to expand his power. This Bloodhoof plane must be managed well. No, it must be renamed the Dawn Radiance plane, even if it costs money to change the name. What a lousy name, Bloodhoof plane, it's just too awful. The Dawn Radiance plane will be Wu Wei's first plane in this star field, and also the plane from which he will rise to prominence in this star field. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Return to the Divine Kingdom. The journey of the Blue Spirit family of the Kelling civilization was temporarily postponed by Wu Wei. Wu Wei's Punisher-class assault ship had already changed direction and was flying towards the Dawnlight plane. However, the Dawnlight plane was far away, and even if it took several public space wormholes, it would still take half a year. As the God of Light, Wu Wei was too lazy to waste his divine life on this small spaceship, so he entrusted the flight mission entirely to Saint Isabella and Saint Lloyd, and then closed his eyes to sleep, his main consciousness returning to the backup body in the God Kingdom. This backup body was Wu Wei's original ordinary body, but under the nourishment of the increasingly rich and vast divine free energy in the God Kingdom, it had unknowingly grown to level 5. Moreover, because Wu Wei had invested some divine power to nourish his body, he still maintained a youthful and energetic appearance. As soon as Wu Wei's body woke up in the villa area, he felt a huge divine power enveloping him. The next instant, a stunningly beautiful woman with a captivating figure and an aura of powerful majesty appeared before Wu Wei. Her hair was a vibrant, fiery red, and a thin layer of reddish-white flames burned on her exquisite divine armor, within which crackled destructive lightning. This woman was none other than the renowned Thunder and Fire Queen, Saint Liliana. Of course, she had long since transcended mortal form and become a deity. She was also one of Wu Wei's wives, Yan Fei. "Wu Wei!" Liliana exclaimed arrogantly, her eyes flashing with a seductive glare as she stared at Wu Wei. "I heard you bought a plane, with hundreds of millions of intelligent beings on it. Why don't you let me conquer it? I'm already bored to death in this chaotic void." Her eyes shone with the energy of thunder and fire, showing great excitement and interest. Even as an angel, she hadn't changed her attributes. This was the power of the rules inherent in her very being. "This plane, that plane is what I bought. I don't need to conquer it," Wu Wei said, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "I don't care, I'm bored. I spend all day in the divine realm, feeling like I'm wasting my divine life," Liliana said irritably. "I want to fight, a truly exhilarating battle." "A truly exhilarating battle, indeed?" Wu Wei was speechless. Back then, Liliana was also a member of the expeditionary force that went to the Aesop plane to fight against the undead calamity, only to perish alongside 2 level 9 undead creatures. Even after ascending and regaining her angelic body, she never had peace. Every time angels were summoned in the lower realm, she was always at the forefront, and no one could compete with her. As a result, she made a huge name for herself on the Aesop plane, becoming a superhero. However, Wu Wei didn't blame her. It was normal for her fighting spirit to grow stronger under the combined power of thunder and fire. To this day, besides Wu Wei, there is also a statue of her on the Aesop plane. Moreover, her image appears frequently in the literature, film, and game works of the Aesop plane, second only to Angel Doris, the saintess of light of Aesop. Speaking of Angel Doris, Wu Wei was filled with emotion. The saintess he had casually chosen after seeing a poster had long since reached the pinnacle of prestige in the Aesop plane. If she hadn't deliberately suppressed publicity and ordered more promotion of the great god of light, her prestige in the Aesop plane might far surpass that of Wu Wei, the god of light himself. Moreover, having already achieved level 9, she was now at the peak of level 9, vaguely touching the threshold of level 10. However, a century had passed since the cataclysmic disaster in the Aesop plane. The long period of peace had caused some of the powerful to forget the horrors of the undead cataclysm and the greatness of the god of light. Some were unwilling to grovel at the feet of the god of light, secretly developing biotechnology to strengthen themselves, secretly inciting public opinion, attempting to marginalize the Church of Light, reject the divine right of kings, and resist the sanctification of the Church. Even some textbooks were gradually beginning to include value orientations such as the idea that gods were merely life forms with higher technological development and a higher level of evolution. From a theological perspective, this is undoubtedly heresy. However, in technologically advanced planes, the more advanced a civilization, the less it believes in gods, because they consider science to be the essence of the universe. Therefore, most deities of faith strictly control the technological development of their subordinate planes, or the development of witchcraft, biochemistry, magic, and even cultivation techniques. However, such things are quite normal in planes of faith. Not to mention a technological plane like the Aesop plane, even planes of light are not immune to various heresies. It is precisely for this reason that Wu Wei repeatedly rejected her idea of ascending to the divine kingdom, allowing her to continue guarding the Aesop plane and guiding its faith. With the living legend of Saint Angel Doris, those demons and monsters will never be able to cause trouble. However, now that the divine kingdom has been upgraded again, and its overall strength has increased many times over, it is time to summon Angel back to the heavenly divine kingdom. Wu Wei, Liliana urged, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and appoint me to take up my post in the new plane. Think clearly, your divine body isn't in the divine kingdom. With your current body, you can't withstand my abuse. Her eyes were somewhat unfriendly as she looked Wu Wei up and down at his mere level 5 frame, a wicked smile on her face. What kind of position is that? Wu Wei didn't want Liliana to go to the Dawnlight plane to guard it at all. He was joking, with her fiery temper and warlike nature, she'd probably shatter that plane in no time. Those hundreds of millions of intelligent beings were Wu Wei's most precious treasure. However, Liliana had grown up with him in his humble beginnings, and there wasn't much of a superior-subordinate relationship between them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced Wu Wei to marry her in the first place. Even when his divine body was weaker than hers, some embarrassing things often happened that were completely upside down. Fortunately, Wu Wei was from Earth, so he could let her do whatever she wanted sometimes. Ahem, Liliana, as the flame consort, you have more important things to do. Wu Wei gritted his teeth and said, take your elite army and wipe out the Zerg behind that wormhole in the chaotic void? Really? Liliana became excited, her eyes blazing with lightning and firepower, clearly yearning for war and evolution. The evolution incident at the transformation pool had dealt Liliana a considerable blow. Her current soul strength was insufficient to control the powerful level 11 divine body. Of the several level 10 gods under Wu Wei's command, only St. John's soul strength met the requirements, successfully advancing to level 11. And soul strength is often related to willpower and tempering. However, even so, the light lineage far surpasses other civilizations and races in creating gods. At least after Wu Wei went out for a stroll, he discovered that the difficulty of god-level advancement in other civilizations was far greater than that in the light lineage. As long as resources and faith were abundant, the growth rate of the light godhood was too fast. No wonder, the old god of light advanced to level 4 civilization in just 1,000 years. Go, consider that swarm your whetstone, Wu Wei said. Sharpen yourself well, and you'll soon catch up to your adoptive father. Originally, Wu Wei intended to use the swarm as a shield, but plans change. Firstly, he had already successfully advanced, and secondly, the message left by the old god of light after his advancement made Wu Wei feel a sense of urgency, wanting to develop and grow stronger as quickly as possible. Defeating the swarm would yield huge resources, and his generals and angels would also be honed and grow rapidly. Okay, Liliana accepted the divine decree without hesitation and left. Clearly, she had been holding back for a long time and couldn't wait to get started after receiving the war mission. After getting rid of Liliana, Wu Wei began to wander around the kingdom. However, Wu Wei was the ruler of the Kingdom of Light. If the people discovered him, it would inevitably cause a commotion, perhaps even a mass pilgrimage. Therefore, Wu Wei would subtly alter his appearance, concealing his aura, and appear as an ordinary citizen of the gods. As he strolled around, observing the ever-changing divine kingdom and the hard-working yet content citizens, Wu Wei's heart gradually calmed. These were his followers, his people, bound together by a shared destiny, their fates intertwined. Seeing their peace and contentment gave Wu Wei a great sense of accomplishment. His wanderings eventually led him to the vicinity of the Hall of Heroes. A long line of newly ascended souls were queuing outside the Hall of Heroes to register and be transformed into heroic spirits. Most of these souls were dazed, seemingly devoid of consciousness. This was the normal state of the soul after death. After the baptism and transformation at the Hall of Heroes, they could be re-established as heroic spirits. Of course, if left unattended, these souls would eventually develop consciousness, becoming what we on Earth call wandering ghosts. Most, Wu Wei said, referring only to the majority. A few ascended souls, possessing immense willpower and strength in life, retain their sentience even after death. For example, a newly ascended soul, its essence solidified, its depths shimmering with a brilliant light. Two winged angels guard it. This is a born Holy Spirit, transforming itself into a Holy Spirit without undergoing the baptism of Valhalla. Such Holy Spirits possess immense potential, easily transforming into an 8th-level Archangel, and with further training and merit, even reaching the 9th-level Archangel. Such beings, capable of spontaneously condensing their Holy Spirit bodies, would undoubtedly be prominent figures in the mortal realm, already possessing abundant merit. The 9th-level Archangel title is practically within their grasp, top-tier talent throughout the entire Kingdom of Light. Cardinal Saint Sitaming of the Aesop Plain, possessing superior soul talent, an orphan born into the undead Scourge War, he endured hardship from a young age before being taken in by Saint Angel and becoming a member of her monastery. Through his own efforts, he rose step by step to the position of Cardinal, a figure of immense power in the Aesop Plain. Wu Wei observed the identity of this Holy Spirit with a slight thought. A cardinal with 7th-level strength, living to the age of 115, this was considered a natural death. After death, his soul ascended, the gates of heaven opened, divine music played, and a pair of winged angels personally descended to greet him. This was the honorable treatment he deserved. As for the ascension of Saintesses, the normal treatment is similar. However, when Saint Catherine ascended, her treatment far exceeded that of ordinary saintesses because her outstanding achievements even surpassed those of ordinary popes. Or rather, when Saint Angel of the Aesop Plain ascends, her treatment will be equivalent to that of a pope's ascension. According to custom, Wu Wei would at least send an avatar to personally greet the newcomer at the gates of heaven, and the entire divine kingdom would hold a celebration. Things are getting more and more back on track. Both sides of the Holy See are constantly undergoing renewal, Wu Wei thought, watching Saint Sitaming's Holy Spirit enter the Hall of Heroes, and then be personally greeted by August, a peak level 9, before being taken to the pool of rebirth. He was filled with emotion. The Holy See of Light in the mortal realm, who governed the mortal plane for Wu Wei in life, returned to heaven after death, reincarnating as holy angels to guard the divine kingdom. This was the growth trajectory of the light lineage. Of course, as the divine kingdom grew stronger, there were also instances of reverse operations. Some powerful angels, struggling with insufficient soul tempering to break through to the level of an 8-winged angel, could apply to reverse into Holy Spirits, seal their memories, and then descend to the mortal realm to be reincarnated, reliving the human path to temper their souls. When they ascended back to heaven, their soul potential often saw a greater breakthrough, allowing them to ascend to higher levels. However, this approach isn't foolproof. Unexpected situations can occasionally arise. Of course, so far, there haven't been any examples of Holy Spirits returning to the mortal realm. This is also because Wu Wei's divine kingdom has been rebuilt for too short a time, and no angels have appeared who have been stuck at a certain realm for too long. Just as Wu Wei was about to turn away, suddenly, a handsome young man who had just emerged from Valhalla awakened his dazed consciousness and screamed in agony and despair, "Great ancestor of light above, how could I have become such a hideous ghost?" Wu Wei was taken aback. This young man's heroic spirit body was still quite handsome, and it even contained a trace of gold, clearly indicating a strong soul. You foolish potato man, this is the perfect image that a great Holy Spirit should possess. A four-winged archangel who presided over Valhalla roared in fury. Really? The young man looked weak and doubtful. You, don't lie to me. I'm the smartest and strongest potato man. Get lost. You only have some talent for processing ore. Take him to the transformation pool for a bath, condense a divine body, and put him in the divine weapon hall's smelting workshop. Then let the smelting workshop train him themselves. The four-winged archangel was a bit of a headache from him. Wu Wei couldn't help but smile. So that handsome young man had ascended from the potato man plane. The potato men have a very strong reproductive ability. As long as there is enough food and living space, they can quickly fill the entire continent. But the problem is that the potato men's soul essence is too weak. Even if they generate faith, it is only 1/10 that of humans. Therefore, the conditions for the potato men to ascend are first, to be a holy believer, and second, to have a special talent. Even if their holy believers ascend, their soul essence level cannot reach the level of a Holy Spirit. At most, they can only be transformed into a fanatical spirit, and they are not qualified to be transformed into a war angel. Most of them are placed in the divine weapon hall or other units to serve as divine workers. So far, there aren't even 100 potato-like beings qualified to ascend to the heavenly kingdom. According to the rules of the heavenly kingdom, no matter what form you take when you ascend, you will become a standard form heroic spirit during the transformation in the Hall of Heroes. Neither the old god of light nor Wu Wei wanted to spend too much effort creating image templates for other heroic spirits, nor did they want the heavenly kingdom to be filled with some strange divine beings. Wait a minute, a tall, handsome archangel with 4 wings on his back said angrily, Saint Bert, as the head of the Hall of Heroes, why do you keep stuffing those trash into our divine weapon hall all day long? Trash? The newly ascended potato-like young heroic spirit looked around in confusion. Is this talking about me? Kid, I'm talking about you, an ascendant from a rural plane. Your soul is so weak that you can't even control your angelic body, the fighter jet of trash. The archangel clearly despised the ascended heroic spirits from the potato plane. I'm the chief technology officer of the potato plane. The young heroic spirit trembled with rage. Chief technology officer. The archangel was too lazy to even acknowledge him, turning instead to Saint Bert, the head of the Hall of Heroes. Why didn't you give that Saint Sitaming to our divine weapon hall? Saint Bert broke out in a cold sweat, but politely bowed to the archangel who followed. Lord Saint Lister, that Saint Sitaming was exceptionally talented, a promising candidate for a future level 9 archangel. Wouldn't it be a waste to put him in the divine weapon hall? I knew it. You guys from the native planes have no foresight. Saint Lister sneered. Technology is the primary productive force. If our divine kingdom's technology tree doesn't develop, what use are there to have more level 9 archangels? One shot from their long-range annihilation cannon and they're all reduced to dust. Wu Wei, who was watching the show from the side, broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered that this Saint Lister was a holy spirit who ascended from the Aesop plane. His soul was pure, his faith unwavering, not a combat talent. In fact, he was the chief technology officer of the Aesop plane during his lifetime, overseeing numerous technological development projects. Such talent should naturally be relegated to the Hall of Divine Weapons. Indeed, Saint Lister lived up to expectations, using the technological power of the Aesop plane, combined with the unique technology of the Divine Kingdom, to develop many useful war machines. For example, the now effective Punisher assault ship was developed under Saint Lister's supervision, and its combat power and functionality are slightly superior to the original Punisher in the Divine Kingdom's technology tree. With Saint Lister's outburst, Saint Bert also became somewhat displeased. We're all on equal footing, why are you yelling at me? And you dare call me a native? Immediately, he coldly retorted, these rules about how to allocate holy spirits were all set by the Holy Consort. In your words, the Holy Consort is also a native and lacks foresight. Saint Lister immediately wilted and hurriedly said, the Holy Consort is such a great being. I was just saying that our divine weapon hall is developing the Judgmenter, and we really don't have enough excellent personnel. Never mind, I can't reason with a native like you. I'll talk to him after our great lord returns. With that, Saint Lister slunk away, and as he passed Wu Wei, he was still muttering, sigh. It's all because our plane hasn't produced a divine consort. No, no, I must persuade Saintess Angel to ascend as soon as possible and quickly occupy the position of divine consort. As long as Saintess Angel can please His Majesty the God, our divine weapon hall will have holy spirits and resources at our disposal. Wu Wei's face darkened. This Lister was truly audacious, even meddling in his harem affairs. However, the old man was right about one thing: individual strength was indeed important, but the weapons of war couldn't be neglected. Currently, they possess several powerful generals, but lack a single capital ship. If the Judgment capital ship could be developed and produced, it would indeed significantly enhance the Light Legion's combat strength. The capital ships of other civilizations are of varying quality and cannot unleash the full potential of the Light Legion. Forget it. For the sake of that old bastard Lister's diligent research, I'm too lazy to bother with him trying to persuade Saintess Angel to ascend. Suddenly, Lister muttered again, "That's it, I've got an idea. Before I ascended, I trained so many disciples and grand disciples. I'll send them a message to commit mass suicide and ascend to heaven to help my lord with his research." Wu Wei stumbled and almost fell to his death. "Lister, you bastard, you really are capable of anything." Too lazy to bother with him, he hurriedly left. After leaving the Hall of Heroes, Wu Wei quickly returned to the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, he removed his disguise, his body and face contorting and changing, reverting to his handsome young man appearance. At the same time, a suppressed and vast divine power spread outwards without restraint, causing violent tremors within the temple. "Provide for my lord's return." The guards and maids within the temple all knelt down with utmost piety. Chapter 339, Conquering the Dawn Dimension. Welcome back, Your Majesty the Divine Lord. At the same time, Saint Catherine, who is in charge of internal affairs, appeared before Wu Wei in a flash amidst spatial ripples, and bowed respectfully. "No need for such formalities, Your Highness." Wu Wei beckoned to her, gesturing for her to walk alongside him, and casually asked, "The Divine Kingdom has recently undergone an upgrade and expansion, and affairs are very busy. It must have been tiring for Your Highness." "It was just some trivial matters, nothing to brag about," Katerina smiled. It was His Majesty who, while traveling, quickly accumulated enough resources for the Divine Kingdom's upgrade and even purchased a plane. "That's what I call hard work, just a side job." Wu Wei had no intention of taking credit. "This time in the Dawnlight Plane, I will send Saint Luke to lead an army to establish the papacy and oversee the overall situation. However, Your Highness, you must not let your guard down and must be prepared to provide support at any time, as the Dawnlight Plane is currently facing a demonic calamity. In addition, once the situation becomes clearer, we should also have the mortal planes form an expeditionary volunteer army to participate in the war." "Yes, my lord," Katerina said solemnly. "I will prepare for a full-scale war and conduct a general mobilization in the Plane of Light and the Plane of Aesop." Wu Wei's reason for involving the mortal planes in the war was also to train their armies. Over a century of peaceful life seemed to have eroded the ambition of those mortals. Back when the Aesop plane faced the undead calamity, countless brilliant and heroic humans were born. Most of them are now members of the Divine Kingdom, and some have even become archangels. Wu Wei gradually realized that comfort only leads to decadence, and he needed to give his planes more experience. After spending some time with Katerina, he summoned Saint Luke and instructed him to begin preparations for taking over the Dawnlight Plane. Of course, Wu Wei didn't forget the needs of the Divine Weapon Hall, instructing Katerina to allocate more excellent holy spirits to the Divine Weapon Hall, tilting resources in that direction to strive for the early development of the Judgment. As for the idea of encouraging his disciples and followers to commit suicide and ascend, Wu Wei was determined to eliminate it. Half a year passed in a flash. Isabella and the others finally piloted Wu Wei's small spaceship to the vicinity of the Dawnlight Plane. Using the anchor point of the spatial portal inside the Punisher's small spaceship, Wu Wei opened the gates of heaven. An army of angels, trained for half a year, was slowly transported through the gates of heaven. Meanwhile, in the Dawnlight Plane, the lush and abundant green grassland in the eastern part of the continent, once the most prosperous place in the entire Dawnlight Plane, was now engulfed in war, its former prosperity and vitality long gone. Heavy clouds pressed down on the wilderness, a chilling atmosphere permeated the entire world, even the air seemed to smell of blood. Boom! A rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, and a torrential downpour began. Rabbits and mice foraging in the grass were startled and darted back into their burrows. Even the dragon eagles soaring in the sky, intimidated by the heavenly might, had to stop on the cliff face, folding their wings to rest. Hold on. The great ancestral god will not abandon us. A desperate cry, faintly audible, echoed from below the cliff face amidst the wind and rain. Dragon Eagle curiously peeked out from the cliff and saw two groups locked in fierce combat in the storm below, one group of minotaurs, the other of demons. The minotaurs were now forced back to the cliff face, while the demons attacked from all sides. The remaining 100 or so were fighting desperately against the cliff. Kill! 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 The Minotaur chieftain, wearing a feathered crown, swung his massive metal club, smashing demons flying one after another as they charged forward. His eyes were bloodshot, and he panted heavily through his large nostrils, appearing like a madman. Behind him, the Minotaur shaman, wielding a bone staff, was deathly pale, blood seeping from his mouth. He could barely stand with the support of others. The surrounding Minotaur warriors were also covered in blood and riddled with wounds, their horns broken, clearly on the verge of collapse. Since the Minotaurs could give birth to their own gods, their tribe naturally possessed many powerful individuals. The Terran tribe, as one of the most powerful tribes in the Bloodhoof Plain, boasted formidable warriors and shamans, with numerous level 7 warriors, several level 8 warriors, and even their chieftain possessing the strength of a level 9 demigod. However, after repeated sieges and arduous battles, they were utterly exhausted, now sustained only by sheer willpower. Warriors fell one after another, the corpses piling up on the grass below the cliff, while the number of surviving Minotaurs dwindled. Before they knew it, the number of Minotaurs, which had once numbered over 100, had dwindled to only a few dozen, with only a handful of able-bodied men remaining. Without needing any prompting, one Minotaur youth after another silently picked up the weapons left by their fathers and joined the battle, as if they had received some kind of mission. In moments, many Minotaur youths fell forever. The sounds of fierce fighting, accompanied by the thick stench of blood, permeated the area around the cliff face. The blood, washed away by the rain, seeped into the soil, turning even the earth a deep crimson hue. How much time passed was unknown. The increasingly tight encirclement stopped. A passage suddenly parted within the demonic ranks surrounding the Minotaurs, and a figure shrouded in black smoke slowly emerged from the rain. This figure carried a steel fork, his black skin as rough as rock, his silver hair flowing down his back, and a pair of enormous demon horns atop his head. Even though he was merely strolling along, without deliberately releasing any pressure, his aura was as oppressive as the dark clouds overhead. The one who had arrived was a high-ranking demon. Lord Black Smoke. Lord Black Smoke. Upon seeing the newcomer, the surrounding demons hurriedly bowed in respect. However, the high-ranking demon known as Lord Black Smoke didn't even glance at these low-ranking demons, completely ignoring them as if they were nothing more than insignificant dents. You do have some potential. He glanced appraisingly at the Minotaur chieftain, who was leaning on his metal staff and panting heavily, then nodded and said in a condescending tone, "I'll give you a chance. Now choose to surrender and become my slave, and I might spare your lives. Dream on." The Minotaur chieftain gasped for breath, barely able to muster any strength. However, upon hearing this, he not only remained unmoved but was instead ignited with boundless rage. He glared fiercely at the high-ranking demon, gritting his teeth. "Tauren have no cowards. We'd rather die fighting than surrender. Yes. We'd rather die than surrender. We'd rather die than surrender." The few dozen remaining Tauren behind the chieftain were also filled with righteous indignation. Not a single one was willing to surrender. "Since that's the case, then you'll all die together." The high-ranking demon, Black Smoke, coldly laughed, casually raising his hand. The low-ranking demon army, which had been waiting for a long time, cheered and surged forward like a tidal wave, brandishing their swords at the exhausted Tauren. 100 meters below the cliff, in a pre-dug hiding cave, an old Tauren shaman with graying, wrinkled skin was holding a Tauren child. They were the tribe's last hope. Through the thick layer of earth and the heavy cloak used to shield their aura, the voice from above had become extremely faint, yet it still couldn't escape the old Minotaur shaman's keen hearing. Unbeknownst to him, his aged eyes were already brimming with tears. "Great ancestral god, I beg you, save your descendants." His voice was hoarse, a mixture of pleading and lamentation. In the silent, deep void beyond the boundary, a battleship radiating holy light was slowly sailing towards the dawn plain. It was the Judgmental battleship, the latest creation of the Kingdom of Light. Inside the Judgmental's main control room, a light screen floated in the center, emanating the Minotaur's indomitable cries. Sigh. Looking at the horrific war scenes on the screen, Wu Wei sighed softly. These Minotaurs were certainly tough, but they probably never imagined that their ancestral god had already abandoned them. He had only stopped by the Dawnlight Plain to scout the situation, never expecting the Minotaur Plain to be in such dire straits. Even without empathy due to racial differences, he couldn't help but be moved by the Minotaur race's miserable state. After all, they were an intelligent race he had acquired. How could he stand by and watch them be bullied by demons? St. Luke, Wu Wei suddenly spoke. Your subordinate is here. St. Luke immediately approached Wu Wei. What are your orders? Go, let those demons witness the strength of our Light God clan, Wu Wei said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. St. Luke bowed and accepted the order, then spread his wings and flew out of the judgment battleship from the side, swooping down towards the Dawnlight Plain. Angels usually open the gates of heaven directly in battle. However, the Dawnlight Plain had only just been acquired, and the gates of heaven hadn't been built yet, so he could only fly. Even so, the speed of a level 10 8-winged holy angel was still terrifying. In the blink of an eye, St. Luke's figure had become a speck of light, disappearing into the thick clouds of the Dawnlight Plain. Meanwhile, in the Dawnlight Plain, the Tauran tribe, once again under siege, was clearly at its last gasp. Their strongest Tauran chieftain fought desperately, but still couldn't turn the tide. His chest and shoulder were pierced by steel forks, the exposed holes dripping blood, and he looked on the verge of collapse. Just then, a white light suddenly shone in the sky. This white light, like the dawn breaking, pierced through the thick clouds and through the heavy rain to appear above the battlefield. In the dense white light, a figure clearly came into view of everyone on the battlefield. It was a figure clad in armor, wielding a long sword, with 8 pure white wings fluttering in the wind behind him, radiating dazzling holy light, his aura as sharp as a blade. With his appearance, a terrifying pressure pressed down like a mountain. The two sides locked in combat, paused for a moment, even the arrogant high-ranking demon Black Smoke's pupils contracted, and every nerve in his body tensed instantly. It was St. Luke who had arrived. Chapter 340 The Power of the Idol. Clang. Before anyone could react, St. Luke had already drawn his sword. With a long, resonant clang, he slashed at the center of the battlefield, the chilling sword light instantly piercing the rain and crashing down like a celestial river. The terrifying sharpness sent shivers down everyone's spines. The Minotaurs and demons engaged in battle were startled, almost simultaneously sensing the approach of death. If they didn't retreat, certain death was inevitable. Both sides retreated as if struck by lightning. In this life-or-death crisis, the demons pushed their speed to the limit, their figures moving like lightning. However, while they were fast, the sword light was even faster. Almost simultaneously with their retreat, the sword light descended, instantly engulfing them in its overwhelming force. A continuous stream of screams erupted across the battlefield. Countless demons, unable to escape, were reduced to ashes in the sword light. Even the high-ranking demon Black Smoke was nearly grazed by the blade, breaking out in a cold sweat. The Minotaurs, who had expected certain death, were surprised when the sword light grazed their bodies. Although the intense heat of the sword light caused their fur to bristle, not a single Minotaur was injured or killed. Moments later, the sword light dissipated, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. Rain poured down, and the deep trench created by the sword light quickly filled with water, stretching across the battlefield like a dividing line. On one side of the sword mark were the unscathed Minotaurs, on the other, the demons, mostly dead or wounded. The Minotaurs stared blankly at this scene, unable to react for a long time. A moment of silence fell over the entire area. How just outside this planet, a spaceship 2,000 or 3,000 meters long hovered silently in the void. Wu Wei lay on a specially made armchair in front of the bridge, enjoying various delicacies peeled and handed to him by a beautiful angel. He watched St. Luke's performance, having reached the level of an 8-winged dark angel. Dealing with a weaker demon fodder was as easy as playing a multiplayer game. Taking advantage of his superior position, Wu Wei could see the entire Dawnlight Plain through the porthole. Undoubtedly, it was a very beautiful planet. However, at this moment, the planet seemed to be shrouded in a black mist, and space itself was somewhat distorted. This black mist, penetrating the distorted space, was baring its fangs and claws, attempting to erode this world. The demonic mist had already eroded spatial fissures at several weak points where space overlapped. Various ugly monsters desperately squeezed into the Dawnlight Plain through these fissures, gathering in groups and waiting for higher-level demons to enter. Once a higher-level demon was caught, they would launch a frenzied attack on the nearby Minotaur tribes under its leadership. The crisis facing this Minotaur tribe is not isolated. The flames of war have now been ignited across the Dawnlight Plain, threatening to spread like wildfire. If not saved soon, the Dawnlight Plain will likely be destroyed and devoured by that mysterious demon civilization within 10 years. This is a planetary plane that Wu Wei bought at a high price, relying on for its revenue. Composing himself, Wu Wei continued to look at St. Luke's side. The high-level demon, whose strength had reached level 9, was deeply shocked by St. Luke. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and bowed respectfully to St. Luke, questioning, "Which deity are you? Why are you interfering in the affairs of my demon race?" Although his attitude was polite, his tone was undeniably firm. While the newcomer was indeed powerful, his demon race was a branch from a distant starry sky. This branch alone boasted numerous powerful members, including an 11th level demon god, making them not to be trifled with. St. Luke glanced at him out of the corner of his eye but ignored him, sheathing his sword and looking down at the heavily wounded Minotaur race. Bloodhoof, the original lord of this plane, has sold this plane to my lord. From this day forward, everything on this plane belongs to my lord, including the Minotaur race, he announced in a deep voice. As he spoke, a powerful spiritual force swept across the entire area, and everyone instantly understood the whole story. The transaction was completed at the Kois trading market. The entire process was documented and easily verifiable. Black Smoke's face darkened instantly, and the Minotaur race erupted in uproar. How is this possible? The Minotaur chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief as he frantically shook his head, refusing to accept it. How could the great ancestral god abandon us? The Minotaur shaman behind him, whose face was already deathly pale, lost all color. As a shaman, he was one of the closest to the gods, and also one of the most sensitive to their changes. Thinking of the fact that he no longer received any response from the ancestral gods during his recent prayers, he couldn't even deceive himself. What he said is probably true. His lips trembled, and even his voice shook. The establishment of faith takes time, but its collapse can happen in an instant. The Minotaurs are blessed by the ancestral gods from birth. The ancestral gods are not only their faith and their ancestors, but also their spiritual pillars. Hearing the shaman's words, the Minotaurs who had been clinging to a sliver of hope completely collapsed. Many Minotaurs collapsed to the ground, utterly distraught, and some even began to curse. The Minotaur youths also became confused and helpless. The Minotaur chieftain couldn't help but roar to the sky, his heart filled with pain and confusion. Even the ancestral gods, to whom they were connected by blood, had abandoned them. What was the point of them holding on until now? In the cliff face, the old shaman hiding in the cave also stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself, "How could this be? How could this be?" St. Luke, however, didn't care whether they could accept reality. Countless Minotaur tribes across the entire Dawnlight Plain were still being hunted. He had no time to waste on them, nor to wait for them to recover. He flapped his wings and landed among the Minotaurs, saying calmly, "When a plane changes hands, the original inhabitants usually become slaves. But my lord is merciful and willing to give you a chance." With that, he raised his hand and retrieved a statue of a god of light from his storage ring. The statue was 3 or 4 people tall, smooth as jade, and exuded a majestic aura. It emitted a faint golden light the moment it landed. "This is my lord's statue. You know what to do." Without waiting for their reaction, he ascended again, flapping his wide wings and speeding off in another direction. In the sky, a golden eye with wings pierced through the thick clouds and descended, leading the way for St. Luke. In the blink of an eye, his figure, enveloped in holy light, disappeared into the clouds. Shaman, chieftain, seeing St. Luke leave, the Minotaurs, who had initially thought they were safe, suddenly became uneasy. St. Luke's meaning was crystal clear. No god would protect strangers, those who worshipped this god were their own, and everything was fine, otherwise, they would be left to fend for themselves. The Minotaur chieftain and the Minotaur shaman exchanged a glance, hesitant for a moment. Before, they wouldn't have hesitated at all, they would never have betrayed their ancestral god. However, after the blow of being abandoned by their ancestral god, their hearts wavered. However, wavering as they were, their faith in their ancestral god was already deeply rooted in their blood and souls. Changing their faith was not so easy. "Lord Black Smoke, what do we do?" A demon, seeing St. Luke leave, quickly approached Black Smoke and asked respectfully. "Since they're gone, let's do what needs to be done." Black Smoke sneered. "So what if a god bought this plane?" "Taking over a plane depends on whether the demon gods agree." Their demon clan had paid a heavy price to obtain a demon conquest order to attack this planetary plane discovered through the folding and searching of four-dimensional space. Once they occupied this plane, the entire demon race would use it as a springboard to gradually erode this star field, and even the entire star continent. Their clan would also gain immense merit, and even Black Smoke himself might obtain vast resources, giving him a chance to advance to demon god status. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip by? Lord Black Smoke is right, the demon flattered obsequiously. With several demon gods present, a mere little god is nothing to worry about. He then turned and kicked the ordinary demon beside him. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Kill all those ungrateful minotaurs." The ordinary demon staggered from the kick but dared not utter a sound of complaint. He turned and led his demon soldiers and minions towards the minotaurs below the cliff. In an instant, the attack that had paused resumed, and the minotaurs were surrounded again. Seeing the situation was dire, the minotaur chieftain, clinging to his last breath, pushed to the front. However, they all knew that in their current state, they couldn't hold out for long. Having barely repelled one wave of attacks, the minotaur chieftain suffered several more wounds, and his already injured left leg was almost completely immobile. He gasped for breath. "Elder Shaman, make a decision, I'll listen to you." Seeing his condition, the minotaur shaman smiled bitterly. "Even the ancestral gods have abandoned us, what are we still hesitating for? Fine, let it be." With that, he turned and knelt before the tall, imposing statue, raising his hands high and kowtowing deeply. "Great gods, please protect the minotaur race." His voice was hoarse and weathered, carrying a resolute determination. Inside the judgment battleship, Wu Wei had been monitoring the situation in the Dawnlight plane. The instant the minotaur shaman spoke, he suddenly felt a jolt, discovering that a newly formed faith channel had squeezed out the original one and connected to his godhood. At the same time, this new faith channel continued to solidify, becoming increasingly firm, and within a few breaths, it had already transformed into a devout believer. And so, its transformation continued, still solidifying, only at a much slower pace than before. How, just as I thought. No matter what kind of being it is, they are always most vulnerable in the most critical moments, Wu Wei sighed. Moreover, the minotaurs are single-minded. Unless actively abandoned, they are unlikely to betray their faith. If he could convert all the remaining minotaurs on the Dawnlight plane into believers, he could earn back the divine crystals he spent on buying the plane in just a few years. Bloodhoof was really lucky not to have taken these people with him. Divinity, upgrade the statue. Without keeping the minotaur shaman waiting long, Wu Wei's thoughts shifted, and a drop of divine liquid transformed into a torrent of energy, instantly flowing along the faith channel into the statue on the Dawnlight plane. With the influx of divine power, the statue immediately began to transform and upgrade, reaching level 4 in a short time, equivalent to the level of the Statue of Light in the main cathedral of a duchy in the Light Plane. A level 4 divine statue can store 625 points of divine power, with a divine might range of 120 kilometers. It possesses a level 4 light blessing aura, a level 4 healing aura, a level 4 purification aura, and a level 4 war aura, 4 powerful light skills. Within the statue's divine might range, all friendly combatants are blessed, while enemy combatants are suppressed. Upon completion of the transformation, the statue trembled slightly and suddenly unleashed a dazzling divine light. This light was radiant and brilliant, like the dawn's first rays, bringing boundless hope. Wherever the divine light reached, the dark clouds overhead began to dissipate rapidly, as if encountering their nemesis, and even the torrential rain began to weaken quickly. In just a few breaths, the dark clouds vanished, the rain stopped, and the blazing sun reappeared in the sky. Sunlight shone brightly, and all things shone with life. The Minotaur, still immersed in the grief and indignation of being abandoned by the ancestral god, was stunned at first upon seeing this, then suddenly cried out in alarm, "Shaman Elder, the statue! The statue!" The Minotaur shaman, his forehead pressed to the ground in devout prayer, quickly looked up upon hearing the voice. The sight before him utterly shocked him. During sacrifices to the ancestral god, the statue would display some divine power, but never anything like this. This god who had taken over the Dawn Plane, was this powerful? Just as he was filled with astonishment, Halos suddenly rippled from the statue. These halos were ethereal like the dawn, yet incredibly fast, silently sweeping over all the minotaurs. The Minotaur shaman felt a warm power flow into his body as the halos passed. This power was as gentle and soothing as a spring drizzle, nourishing his nearly exhausted body. In a short moment, his body regained its vitality, and his complexion returned to its rosy hue. At the same time, the other minotaurs around him also felt the changes brought about by this power. The fatigue from the continuous battle vanished silently, their exhausted strength began to recover rapidly, the bleeding from their wounds stopped, new flesh grew on their severed limbs, and even small wounds healed silently, leaving barely visible scars. A warm, luminous power surged within them, nourishing their already strong muscles, making them even more resilient and powerful. In an instant, almost all the minotaurs who were not dead had recovered most of their fighting strength. Even the most seriously injured minotaur chieftain's injuries had healed considerably, and his strength had increased significantly. His hooves were more powerful, and his weapon-wielding movements became more swift. Divine grace. It's divine grace. Our minotaur race is saved. The minotaur shaman's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice trembled with excitement. He kowtowed to the idol again and again, until the tough bull hide on his forehead was almost worn through, but he showed no sign of stopping. The channel of faith above his head solidified and transformed almost instantly, turning him into a fanatical believer. Noticing the change in the minotaur race, Black Smoke, a high-ranking demon who had previously disregarded the statue, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. However, before he could ponder the source of this premonition, a halo as ethereal as dawn swept across his body, instantly engulfing the entire demonic ranks. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended like the collapse of the heavens and earth. Black Smoke felt as if he had been plunged into scorching lava, his joints feeling as if they were about to burst into flames, and even the demonic energy within him surged wildly as if encountering its natural enemy. He used all his mental strength to suppress it, barely managing to control his demonic energy. If even he was like this, what about the lower-ranking demons? Instantly, the surrounding area echoed with the miserable cries of the lower-ranking demons, their bodies bubbling with holy light as if being scorched. Under the light of dawn, the bubbles quickly burst, and black demonic energy poured out with a series of crackling sounds, a truly horrific sight. This halo enveloping them was like a nemesis to the demons, instantly weakening the fighting power of these low-level demons. The black smoke, radiating pure light, suddenly changed its expression, the gods of light. Damn it! How could it be the gods of light? The gods of light were a remarkably ancient race in the universe, rumored to have once dominated the entire cosmos at the peak. Although they had declined, many different branches still existed throughout the universe. He had never actually seen the gods of light, but he had heard his elders speak of how formidable this ancient race was, and how their methods were so effective against demons. He never imagined that such an insignificant plane as the Dawn Radiance plane could attract the gods of light. However, at this moment, even if he recognized the connection between this statue and the gods of light, it was too late. Seeing the demon suppressed by the aura effect, the Minotaur shaman's spirits lifted, and he roared, "Fellow tribesmen! Divine grace has descended, the time for counterattack has come. Kill!" As he spoke, he skillfully wielded his bone staff, and streaks of crimson aura, tinged with the golden light, emanated from it, quickly enveloping all the Minotaurs. This was the Minotaur shaman's shamanic spell, Inspire Morale. Infused with the aura of light, the power of this shamanic spell nearly doubled. Under the pervasive crimson aura, the Minotaur's morale surged dramatically. The Minotaur chieftain swept aside the charging demons with his staff, stomped his right hoof on the ground, and roared with excitement, "Roar! Kill! 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 Avenger brothers! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The surviving Minotaurs roared and stamped their feet. Even the old Minotaur who had been protected in the center couldn't resist grabbing his weapon and charging forward with a roar. The enraged black smoke was instantly engulfed by the surging Minotaurs. In the blink of an eye, the previously overwhelming defeat was abruptly reversed. The demons were actually suppressed by the Minotaurs and forced into a retreat, only managing to salvage a slight advantage once they were out of the aura's coverage. This scene at the foot of the cliff was just the beginning. As the Minotaurs began their counterattack, St. Luke had already arrived at another Minotaur settlement. The situation in this tribe wasn't as dire as the previous one, but it was still far from optimistic. St. Luke, as usual, announced a change of control of the plane, then abandoned the statues and rushed to the next Minotaur tribe. The same scene soon unfolded in this Minotaur tribe. In less than half a day, statues were erected throughout the Minotaur tribe, each statue a stronghold, covering half of the dawnlight plain like a woven net. With the help of the statue, the Minotaur race's complete defeat was finally greatly alleviated. Relying on the statue, they began a series of positional battles, and the demon race's previously sweeping offensive was finally halted. On the Judgment battleship, Wu Wei was in a very good mood. The Minotaur were straightforward and simple-minded, and their loyalty was significantly higher than that of the humans in the Aesop plane. St. Luke's actions had actually given him 67 more fanatical followers. While these few fanatical followers weren't a significant number given his current wealth, the Minotaur race was said to number 500 million. Even with the current demon siege causing a sharp population decline, their total number was still considerable. Once all these Minotaur became his followers, even though the statue's efficiency in collecting faith power was much lower than that of a god, his daily divine power gains would still increase dramatically. Your Majesty, these demons are truly despicable. St. John, who had been frowning as he watched the images transmitted back by the Eye of Holy Light, suddenly spoke up. It's a pity that their lair is on the other side of those special rifts, otherwise, I would have led troops to wipe them out completely. No rush? The demons' true powerhouses haven't made their move yet. This battle won't be over anytime soon. After more than 100 years of honing his skills, Wu Wei's demeanor had become increasingly composed, and his actions increasingly unhurried. He said in a deep voice, "Send down the order to have the Divine Weapon Hall construct a prototype of a special gate within 3 days. I want to build a special gate between the Minotaur plane and the Divine Kingdom for timely support." "Yes, Your Majesty." At Wu Wei's command, the Divine Weapon Hall immediately began operating at high speed like gears. In less than 3 days, a prototype of a special gate was constructed. Following the method used to construct a special gate in the Aesopian plane, Wu Wei issued a divine oracle to the shamans of the Minotaur plane, instructing them to build an altar and enshrine a divine statue. They quickly used the altar to mark the special anchor point of the dawnlight plane, establishing a stable special passage and solidifying it onto the special gate. With a special gate, the Divine Kingdom could immediately send reinforcements should any disturbance occur in the Minotaur plane. This was precisely why the Divine Kingdom was currently engaged in multiple operations and lacked sufficient troops. Otherwise, they could have directly dispatched an army of angels to press the border, preventing the demons from even leaving through the special rift. Simultaneously, from behind the suppressed demonic mist, terrifying roars echoed, the mist twisting wildly, as if some peerless demons were about to rush into the dawnlight plane. "My lord." St. Luke bowed with slight concern. "The demons on the other side of the folded space are extremely powerful. Should we send out a large army, let 1 or 2 in first, and then encircle and annihilate them, severing their arm?" Wu Wei, however, remained calm. His spiritual power swept across the constantly distorting space, and he chuckled, "This is an excellent opportunity. You lead the army to guard the dawnlight plane, seal and reinforce those special rifts, and let all demons below level 10 in to hone those minotaurs. In addition, mobilize large armies from the light and Aesop planes to provide support. No rush, fight slowly, for 100 years or more. You decide the pace yourself." Wu Wei understood that war was the best catalyst for spreading faith. "Yes, my lord." St. Luke knelt on one knee to accept the order, his voice firm. Whatever his lord's command was, he would carry it out without hesitation. Chapter 341 Hello, Universe. After arranging the strategy and tactics for conquering the dawnlight plane, Wu Wei's main consciousness returned directly to the Kingdom of Light. Wu Wei's power was now immense. He was no longer the small-time god confined to a corner. Conquering a plane with a long-term strategy was no longer something he needed to constantly monitor. The Kingdom of Light had a well-functioning system. Whether it was troop deployment or legion movement, he trusted St. Luke to handle it well. Naturally, Wu Wei returned to the Kingdom of Light and resumed his relatively peaceful and carefree days. All he had to do was listen to various important reports from different planes. Unless it was something crucial, he didn't even need to issue orders. And now, Wu Wei received some ominous news from the Aesop plane. The currently peaceful and prosperous Aesop plane. 100 years ago, this world suffered a devastating blow from the Lord of the Undead, its entire civilization almost destroyed. In the post-war reconstruction, St. Catherine, the current head of the Kingdom of Light, out of compassion, had shown favoritism and preferential treatment to the Aesop plane in many ways, including receiving donations and funds raised from the Kingdom of Light. With its outstanding technological foundation, Aesop, aided by the Church of Light and various allied forces, completed its rapid reconstruction in just over a decade. The subsequent century of rapid development allowed the world of Aesop to regain and even surpass its former glory. Coupled with trade with the dimension of light and the assistance and protection of the Church of Light, the world of Aesop was peaceful, prosperous, and comfortable. Especially in terms of security and environmental protection, thanks to the tireless efforts of the Church of Light in the Aesop dimension, it became a highly secure society where people didn't steal and doors were left unlocked at night. Perhaps it was this excessive peace and tranquility that led many Aesop people to forget the pain of the past, the greatness of the gods, gratitude, and how hard-won their current peace was. They even began to question the authority of the gods. These thoughts were particularly prevalent among the younger generation of Aesop. Many young people who championed technology began to believe that gods were merely more advanced beings with a higher level of evolution, and that if they dedicated themselves to technological development, one day they, the people of Aesop, could also reach the level of the gods. These ideas weren't entirely wrong, they were common phenomena in most faith-based planes. Wu Wei was relatively open-minded and didn't implement coercive thought control policies like the old god of light. After all, Aesop was a technologically advanced plane, and forcibly restricting thought and technological development would backfire. As long as they accepted the god's rule and the vast majority sincerely believed in him, that was enough. However, these young people of Aesop were being used by certain ambitious individuals, gradually becoming their political tools, which displeased Wu Wei. These ambitious politicians, businessmen, and high-ranking military officials in the Aesop plane formed political parties or alliances, then used various channels to manipulate public opinion to maximize their own interests. They were also secretly spreading heretical claims such as the Aesop plane being nothing more than a colony of the god, and the Church of Light being a tool of the god of light to control the thoughts and freedom of the Aesop people. In short, everything they did was an attempt to weaken the influence of the Church of Light in the Aesop world, reject the system of divine right of kings, and resist the Church of Light's constraints and control, so that these ambitious individuals could become local tyrants in the Aesop world. Wu Wei was naturally aware of these matters, but as a high and mighty god, he had no time to waste with those cunning rats. After receiving the report, Wu Wei directly entrusted these matters to Angel, the Holy Maiden of Light in the Aesop plane, and Judy, the Dark Witch who ruled the Inquisition of both the Light and Aesop planes. This was their last task before ascending to Divine Kingdom. Wu Wei also specifically instructed them not to be too forceful in handling this task, but rather to adopt a policy of appeasement. After all, managing a civilization is a long-term endeavor, requiring the continuous exploration of more effective methods of governance. In addition, his foundation was still unstable, and he occupied only a few planes. He could not easily destroy the divine image and reputation he had painstakingly accumulated. After receiving the divine decree, Saint Angel of Aesop and the Dark Witch Judy naturally devoted themselves wholeheartedly. With their prestige among the people and their methods, one overt and one covert, they achieved great success throughout the entire Aesop plane, severely suppressing groups opposing divine authority. However, until this day, we succeeded. We succeeded. We received a response from our alien friends. We did it. In a luxurious private mansion within the Aesop plane, a group of researchers in white lab coats were cheering wildly in a vast underground research institute. These most outstanding young people of the Aesop plane had indeed achieved some groundbreaking feats that their predecessors could not. Scientifically speaking, they had truly succeeded. They used astronomical observations, hacked into extraterrestrial satellites, spied on federal government secrets, and secretly launched neutrino signals into space to search for and contact their ideal alien friends, hoping that their extraterrestrial friends could save them from their suffering and help them break free from the control of the gods, and ideally, that under their guidance, the technology of the entire Aesopian plane would rapidly advance, soaring into the great cosmic era. Thus, after long and tireless efforts, at 3:15 p.m. today, they finally received a response from their extraterrestrial friends. Furthermore, these aliens, leading an interstellar fleet, had already arrived in the Kuiper belt outside the Aesop system. Report. A thin, bespectacled middle-aged researcher, his face beaming with joy, knocked on the door of the upper-level conference room of the mansion. Speaker, We have made a great discovery, an unprecedented discovery. This middle-aged researcher was Gao Xingyin, the head of this private research institute. At this moment, he was urgently knocking on the conference room door, his face filled with unbridled joy and anticipation. "Come in." A middle-aged man's voice, carrying a certain air of authority, came from the conference room. "Xingyin, how many times have I told you, don't bother me with trivial matters while I'm meeting with General Offit." No, Speaker Shenfu, this is a groundbreaking discovery." Lead researcher Gao Xingyin pushed open the door and entered, looking eagerly at the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the conference room. This was a middle-aged man with a Near Eastern appearance, around 40 or 50 years old, impeccably dressed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Although he appeared somewhat refined, beneath his gentle exterior lay an undeniable air of authority. Without a doubt, he was the owner of this private residence and underground research institute, Shenfu, the speaker of the eastern region of the Aesop Federation. Opposite Shenfu sat a western-looking, middle-aged soldier in a green military uniform, with a very robust physique. Afut Leighton, the western military commander of the Aesop Federation. Radon, seemingly accustomed to his high position, exuded an imposing and intimidating aura that commanded respect. In contrast to Shenfu's reserved composure, Oft's dignified presence was chillingly sharp. Even without doing anything, simply sitting behind the conference table, he made Gao Xingyin, who had just entered, extremely nervous. "Speaker, General Oft, gentlemen," Gao Xingyin greeted Shenfu and Oft respectfully, bowing to each of them. No one knew that Speaker Shenfu of the East and General Oft Radon of the West were actually the core leaders of the secret organization, the Science and Technology Association, which was currently having a profound negative influence on the younger generation throughout the entire Aesop plain. Besides Shenfu and Oft, there were more than a dozen men and women present, all dressed in suits and exuding an air of nobility. They were all core members of the Aesop Science and Technology Association, outstanding figures in their respective fields. Now, like Gao Xingyin, they have responded to Shenfu and Ofter's call and gathered together, all in order to find as many allies as possible to overthrow the Holy See and maximize their respective goals. "Xingyin, speak, what is it?" As Gao Xingyin entered, Speaker Shenfu looked up at the conference table, but his seemingly calm eyes now showed a hint of sternness. "Speaker, please look." Gao Xingyin couldn't wait any longer and quickly handed the tablet in his hand to Shenfu, saying eagerly, "Over the past year, we have tried to use high-penetration neutrino communication technology to send communication signals to several suspected star systems, conveying our communication needs. Just now, we finally received a response." What? The entire conference room erupted in an uproar, and almost everyone present stood up from their seats. What did they send? Speaker Shenfu immediately picked up Gao Xingyin's tablet, and General Ofter opposite him also quickly looked at the tablet. Sure enough, a phantom image of a humanoid race appeared on the tablet, completely encased in some kind of metal mecha, with only a grayish-white face visible. This humanoid race appeared more slender and elegant than Aesop, and even though it was just a phantom, the majestic aura it exuded was still overwhelming and imposing. It was immediately clear that this humanoid race must have held a high position for a long time, otherwise it would not be able to possess such a powerful aura. Seeing this, Shenfu and Ofter couldn't help but become more excited. Even the core members of the Science and Technology Association present had their eyes shining. The image of the alien race that appeared before them seemed to have been filmed inside a warship, and from their clothing and demeanor, it was clear that they were a very powerful civilization that revered technology. In the following video, the alien race stood solemnly and slowly began to speak. His tone seemed to be making a promise, but his language was extremely difficult and strange, no one present could understand him. Just then, Gao Xingyin, who had been standing quietly to the side, excitedly explained, "This is the common language of interstellar space. However, our Aesopian plane hasn't joined the Interstellar Alliance yet, so we haven't had the opportunity to come into contact with this interstellar language, but our friendly alien friends have already taught us the translation mechanism and related grammar. I can now roughly translate the meaning of this passage. Give me a little more time, and I believe my team will be able to fully master this language." Gao Xingyin was full of confidence. His eyes began to shine as he spoke of communicating with his alien friends. "Quickly translate it for us," General Ofter pointed to the alien video. "And what did you communicate with them about? Tell us quickly." Speaker Shenfu nodded in agreement, Everyone present looked on with eager anticipation. Seeing Gao Xiang's expression, he couldn't help but feel even more smug. This dialogue across vast distances was orchestrated by him, and he was the first Aesopan to communicate with extraterrestrial life and the first to master an interstellar language. How could he not be proud? This was the intense sense of honor that science brought him. Gao Xiang then provided a simple translation and explanation for everyone present. This extraterrestrial race that received our plea for help and is willing to help us break free from the control of the gods calls themselves the Quins. The Quins are a very powerful level 2 civilization, renowned for their engineering and mechanics. The one who just sent the image and communicated with us is a Quin general, a legendary level 10 powerhouse, Lucas, the leader of the 9th Expeditionary Force. A god, a general? Level 10. Shenfu, oft, and every man and woman present widened their eyes and gasped. A general? Isn't that the same level as the legendary god of light? Speaker Shenfu pushed up his glasses, taking a while to calm himself down. This news was absolutely explosive. There really were many powerful civilizations in the universe. If this powerful Quin civilization was willing to help them, wouldn't the Aesopians be able to easily break free from the rule of the gods? Perhaps even use this as an opportunity to enter the great cosmic era? Shenfu's heart pounded with excitement. If this matter could even come to fruition, with his influence, wouldn't he be the undisputed Prime Minister of the Aesop Federation? General Ofter and everyone present shared the same thoughts. Everyone wanted to make a fortune in the upcoming changes, to become incredibly powerful and invincible. Speaker, it is indeed a god-level general. The Quin are a powerful level 2 civilization, meaning they possess at least one level 11 super god, far more powerful than the god of light who rules us. Gao Xiang spoke with great enthusiasm, and Speaker Shenfu's eyes also lit up. What did His Majesty Lucas, the divine general of the Quin people, just say to us? Shenfu pointed to the video recorded on the tablet. That's right, Gao Xiang nodded in reply. His Majesty Lucas received our plea for help and expressed his willingness to help us break free from the control and enslavement of the gods, and even destroy these gods. His Majesty Lucas said that the gods are a greedy and evil civilization system in the universe. Many weak and primitive civilizations have been enslaved by the gods, and many could not escape even at the moment of their destruction. The Quin people are a compassionate civilization. They cannot bear to see our Aesop civilization, which values science, strangled at its very birth. Therefore, they are willing to lead us to break free from the control of the gods, enter a true cosmic civilization, and step into a true interstellar age. Now His Majesty Lucas's fleet is docked in the Kuiper belt on the outskirts of our star system. As long as we are ready, they will pilot interstellar warships into the Aesop star system and completely liberate all of us Aesop people. Gao Xiang finished speaking in one breath. Looking at his radiant expression, it was as if he were the messenger of the Quin god Lucas. Excellent. Excellent. Shenfu exclaimed with delight, repeatedly praising. It seems there are indeed many kind-hearted civilized races in the universe. This time, Aesop is saved. He foolish little fellows, look at the stupid things you've done. Just then, with a sharp shout, the conference room door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Bang! The door slammed shut, and a dense aura of darkness began to surge into the entire room like a river. Chapter 342 Let the universe teach them a good lesson. Chief Judge, Judy. Inside the meeting room, Speaker Shenfu was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the black mist pouring in from outside. Not only him, but everyone present felt as if they were standing on the edge of an abyss, a chill running down their spines, trembling uncontrollably. Was there any need to ask? In the Aesop world, who else could be so elusive and possess such powerful dark magic, but Judy, the Dark Witch and Chief Inquisitor of the Church of Light? Many present, like those outside, were extremely curious as to why the Church of Light, which championed universal love and justice, would appoint a Dark Witch as its Chief Inquisitor. Perhaps, as the Church of Light proclaimed, as long as one sincerely served the light, any creature, even a lich, could become a follower of the God of Light. Therefore, as the representative of the dark side of this world, the Dark Witch Judy, with her fervent devotion to the Lord, had already become the Chief Inquisitor spanning both the Light and Aesop planes. Her decisive and ruthless methods of dealing with enemies had once instilled fear in anyone who dared to blaspheme against the gods. Therefore, upon seeing this thick, ominous black mist, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Considering their past actions, and now that they had been caught red-handed by the Dark Witch Judy, They dared not even imagine the consequences. HMPH. With a cold snort, the churning black mist began to coalesce into a human figure. Soon, as the mist dissipated, a slender figure gradually appeared before everyone. It was none other than the Dark Witch Judy. Judy was shrouded in a white holy robe, but the chilling black aura surrounding her resembled writhing demons, as if at the slightest provocation, it would break free and devour people. Everyone present dared not even breathe loudly. Even high-level experts like Speaker Shenfu and General Loft, who had received several injections of gene enhancers, remained pale and terrified. A bunch of fools. The Dark Witch Judy's disdainful gaze swept slowly across the crowd from beneath her hood. If it weren't for my lord's mercy, I, the Chief Judge, would have long ago reduced you Aesop parasites to ashes. Chief Judge, you're merely using the power of the God of Light to oppress us powerless Aesopians. At this moment, General Loft, exuding an iron-blooded aura, slowly raised his head, his face full of defiance. Now our alien friend is about to arrive. He will completely expel you lackeys of the gods, and we Aesopians will. General Loft's expression grew more and more impassioned, but before he could finish, the Dark Witch beside him casually slapped him across the face. Bang! The churning black mist was like an invisible hand, striking Loft's face squarely. The seemingly strong and robust Loft was utterly unable to withstand the power within the black mist, and his head slammed against the conference table with a thud. Then, Loft himself rolled his eyes back and slumped down under the conference table like a lump of mud. The eerie thud from the conference table silenced the room instantly. Everyone, including Speaker Shenfu, had grim faces, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. No kidding, the person standing before them was none other than the infamous Dark Witch Judy, the head of the Inquisition. A terrifying demigod at the peak of level 9. This witch's devotion to the God of Light had reached a near madness. Any act of questioning or blaspheming the divine was, in her eyes, a heinous crime deserving to be burned alive. The fact that they were still sitting there unharmed was probably a sign of the God of Light's mercy. HMPH. A bunch of ignorant fools. The Dark Witch Judy glared angrily at the crowd, then waved her hand, "Take everyone here back." Instantly, a group of soldiers clad in black armor rushed into the private mansion, arresting every living creature inside. These people and creatures would be sent to the legendary Inquisition. It was a place whose very name was enough to send chills down one's spine. Almost no one who entered it ever came out unscathed. But now, this group had nowhere to escape. Sometime later, in S City, the capital of the Aesop Federation, which had been rebuilt after the disaster. At the altar of the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light, the Dark Witch Judy stood solemnly to the side of the altar. Directly in front of the altar, Angel, the saintess of Aesop, who had also reached the peak of level 9, was solemnly and devoutly praying, telling Wu Wei, the God of Light, far away in the divine kingdom, everything that had just happened. Do these greedy and foolish politicians really think that alien civilizations would help inferior civilizations for free? In his divine kingdom, Wu Wei sat comfortably on his throne, enjoying various delicacies, not giving this trouble much thought. He just found it amusing. Those foolish politicians and scientists were just like those idiots on Earth back then, constantly sending plaintext messages into the universe. They truly underestimated the cruelty of the universe. The universe's resources are actually finite. The more resources one possesses, the faster one develops, the stronger one becomes, and the greater one's advantage in future competition with other civilizations. But where do resources come from? Besides the exploration of civilizations themselves, many times they are obtained through trickery and plunder from inferior races. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, those inferior and backward civilizations are like uncivilized apes. Do humans have any scruples when plundering the resources of insects, ants, birds, and beasts? Those advanced civilizations certainly don't. Of course, some advanced civilizations might possess compassion, but they view less advanced civilizations much like humans view stray cats and dogs. Their compassion stems from their own perspective. Less advanced civilizations can only survive by obediently becoming the cats and dogs of these civilizations. Therefore, unless they become powerful, there is absolutely no such thing as equal treatment in the vast forest of the universe, where countless races coexist. Moreover, the level 2 civilization, the Quinn, has already sent a Quinn general, Lucas, the leader of the 9th Expeditionary Force, leading an expeditionary fleet to the Kuiper Belt on the outskirts of the Aesop system. Lucas ostensibly came to help the Aesopians break free from the control of their gods, But his true aim was to eliminate Wu Wei, the god, and simultaneously conquer the entire Aesop system. Unfortunately, they misunderstood Wu Wei's strength. The Wu Wei of today is vastly different. After his divine kingdom advanced again and he successfully elevated St. John Nasidal to level 11, the god-level civilization under Wu Wei's control has officially stepped into the realm of level 2 civilization. Aside from the fact that their development time and scale might not be comparable to the Qin people for the time being, in terms of sheer strength, Wu Wei is far superior to Lucas. This entire intelligence was already under the control of Wu Wei and his subordinate church, without a single error. Interesting, quite interesting. When a plane is at peace for too long, too many pests breed. Too many pests will affect the level of faith in the entire plane. In that case, let those friendly aliens teach those self-righteous politicians a lesson. Let them understand the cruelty of the survival of the fittest in the universe. And incidentally, let's drag out those pests hiding in the shadows one by one. Wu Wei issued a divine decree, indicating that the Aesopians, who rejected the gods and were filled with fantasies about alien races, should bear all the consequences themselves. He, the god of light, would only protect his followers. We obey our Lord's decree. On the altar of the Aesopian church, Saint Angel and the Dark Witch Judy both responded respectfully, indicating to Wu Wei that they understood what to do. After Angel and Judy finished reporting to Wu Wei, several significant changes occurred in the Aesopian plane over the next few days. Their first act was to release Speaker Shenfu, Research Officer Gao Xingyin, and General Ofter, among others. As the first group to emerge unscathed from the Inquisition, these core members of the Science Council were riding high, their influence surging. Furthermore, the Vatican members escorting them subtly indicated that the Vatican would not interfere with their future actions. This implication, when it reached Shenfu and General Ofter, was interpreted as a sign of weakness from the Vatican, fearing the Qin people. As friendly allies of the Qin, Shenfu and Ofter's egos instantly swelled to their peak. Of course, they were still wary of the lingering power of the Holy See, and for the first 2 days they dared not act rashly, only making some minor moves. But they soon discovered that the Holy See truly no longer interfered with them. Even when they publicly made blasphemous remarks, the Holy See made no response. At this point, their boldness grew. In the following days, Speaker Shenfu led members of the Science and Technology Association to give public speeches everywhere, using constant broadcasts through the media and the internet to widely encourage large numbers of young people to take to the streets to demonstrate against the Holy See, and even demanding that the people join him in welcoming the arrival of the powerful Level 2 civilization, the Qin. On the other hand, General Oft also staged a coup within the Aesop military, demanding that the Aesop military unconditionally accept the Qin's rule and not put up any resistance. The actions of these two men quickly evolved into a large-scale coup that spread throughout Aesop. The actions of these two men and the members of the Science and Technology Association were tantamount to betraying their homeland and surrendering voluntarily, which was an intolerable and shameless act in the eyes of the vast majority of Aesop people. However, the Holy See, which had always been in charge, truly didn't interfere once this time, letting those demons and monsters run rampant. All members of the Holy See led the believers in devout prayers in churches throughout the land, begging their great Lord to spare the world of Aesop from destruction in the impending catastrophe. This act of forbearance and conservatism was ridiculed by Speaker Shenfu, General Oft, and the radicals they led. This emboldened Shenfu and his ilk. Before long, they arranged for radicals to storm the Prime Minister's residence, forcing the federal Prime Minister to resign, ultimately rendering the entire Aesop government powerless. At this moment, the entire world of Aesop descended into unprecedented chaos. Rumors spread everywhere, demonstrations erupted everywhere, people were filled with panic and helplessness, and even at night, horrific crimes of looting and vandalism occurred. Fortunately, the Holy See's local guards acted immediately, arresting all those who took advantage of the chaos. The Holy See of Light remained as powerful and decisive as ever, but aside from suppressing crime, it did nothing to stop or interfere with the demonstrations instigated by Speaker Shenfu and General Oft, or their traitorous acts of demanding that the people fully accept the rule of the Qins. The people of Aesop were plunged into confusion, and rumors even circulated that the great god of light was deeply disappointed in them and would no longer offer them protection. Despite this, the vast majority of ordinary residents who believed in the god of light and lived peacefully, including the mainstream government and news media of the Aesop plain, almost instinctively rallied under the radiance of the Holy See of Light, scorning and strongly condemning Shen Fu and Oft. Those whose faith was wavering hesitated, filled with anxiety, ultimately tormented by questions such as whether the god of light would fall, and whether they should join Shen Fu's camp and welcome the Quins. As for the Science and Technology Association led by Shen Fu and Oft, and the young people they rallied, it was as if a new world was about to unfold. They took to the streets every day, cheering and shouting with joy. In just a few days, the entire world of Aesop was thus invisibly divided into 3 parts. Until this day. This was the agreed-upon day when General Lucas of Quinn would lead the interstellar fleet to descend upon the world of Aesop. On this day, Speaker Shen Fu, General Oft, and other core members of the Science and Technology Association, along with the vast majority of radicals, all arrived at the government square in the capital of the Aesop Federation. This was the central government building of the entire Aesop Federation, but it was now teeming with radicals, probably numbering no less than 100,000. These radicals were densely packed in the square in front of the government building. They were excited, cheering, and some even unfurled welcome banners written in Quinn, each one beaming with pride. The whole scene was as lively as a festival. And these scenes were being broadcast to every corner of the world through the internet and media. Aside from a small group of Aesop citizens gathered on the periphery for observation, the vast majority of peace-loving Aesop people, who worshipped the god of light, watched the scene unfold with grief and indignation in front of their televisions and online videos. Without the leadership of the Holy See of Light, they would find it difficult to organize an effective opposition group in a short time, and could only silently pray that the omnipresent God of Light would bestow a miracle, drive away the approaching Quinn people, and severely punish these blasphemers. However, as time passed, no miracle occurred. Instead, Speaker Shen Fu and other core leaders of the Science and Technology Association, including Ofter, appeared on the broadcast. These two ascended to the rooftop of the government building, looking down at the highly emotional radicals, much like some brainwashed military and political leaders looking down at their fanatical soldiers. Fellow Aesop compatriots, a new century is about to begin. Speaker Shen Fu, dressed in a formal suit, his hair meticulously combed, appeared gentle and humble, yet extremely authoritative. At this moment, he and General Ofter, also in military uniform and looking triumphant, stood on the edge of the building, shouting to the radicals below. The God of Light did indeed save us from the evil gods, but we, the Aesopians, have also been possessed by him. For the past 100 years, he has restricted and interfered with us at every turn. We, the Aesopians, are not slaves kept by the gods. We need to control our own destiny. Speaker Shen Fu's voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, resonated throughout the square and across the online video. Each shout was met with a resounding echo from the radicals in the square, creating a frenzy. Amidst this powerful atmosphere, Speaker Shen Fu finally finished his fabricated brainwashing rhetoric, raising his arm and proclaiming, "Now I will activate the navigation device to guide our friend Quinn to his destination. Our great friend Quinn will help us expel the gods, rebuild our home, and ultimately reach the stars." With that, Speaker Shen Fu pressed the remote control switch, and a clear, bright crimson laser beam shot from behind him directly into the churning atmosphere. All of this was under the control of the Aesopian Church, and Judy and Angel were secretly observing it all. Our great Lord said, "One devout believer is better than 10,000 cunning false believers." Chapter 343 was already part of the plan. Boom. Shortly after the homing device was activated, a series of violent explosions rose blindingly into the atmosphere. The deafening roar, like rolling thunder, terrified the people of Aesop on the ground. What's going on? What's happening? Does anyone know what happened? In the square in front of the federal government building, the crowd watched the meteor shower like bursts of light above the clouds, nervously whispering and discussing among themselves. Even Speaker Shen Fu and General Offa themselves were unclear about what had happened. However, at this moment, the whole world was focused on this, and soon Aesop's official media captured the footage of the explosions through communication satellites in near-Earth orbit. It turned out that in the distant depths of space, a black fleet exuding a sinister aura was slowly approaching the planet Aesop. Before the fleet even got close, it launched a salvo at the escort ships and space stations hovering outside Aesop's near-Earth orbit. These escort ships and space stations were, of course, small space warships and related infrastructure developed under the supervision of the Holy See. Compared to the main battle fleet of Wu Wei's divine kingdom, these escort ships and space stations were merely small boats and docks, primarily used for near-Earth orbit defense and related research in the ESOP world. Currently, these escort ships were discreetly anchored in near-Earth orbit, and the space stations had all their functions disabled, remaining in berthing mode. However, even so, the approaching Quinn fleet still considered these facilities a threat and ruthlessly destroyed them all. Only the communication satellites were left intact, seemingly to better project Quinn's powerful aura. Why? Weren't the Quinns here to help us? Why are they attacking our space stations? Those are our compatriots on those stations. In the square, many radicals were both astonished and questioning. If they came to help us, why did they fire on our research facilities? While the radicals were bewildered, the Aesop people, who worshipped the god of light and loved their homeland, were already burning with rage and resentment. Furthermore, a strong sense of foreboding began to permeate everyone's hearts. The Aesopians watching the live stream, including the radicals gathered in the square, had already seen everything clearly. The approaching cosmic civilization, the Quintessence, were menacing. They weren't there to help them, but rather to invade. The Science Council led by Shen Fu and Oft wasn't working for the benefit of the Aesopians. They were clearly inviting trouble. However, by the time most Aesopians realized this, it was obviously too late. Quiet. Everyone, quiet. Speaker Shen Fu hurriedly shouted into a megaphone to the numerous radicals in the square. The Quinn friends are here to help us. Our near-Earth orbit escort ships and space stations were tools used by the Holy See to monitor us, and now the Quinn friends have helped us eliminate them. Please rest assured, everyone, the Quinn friends are sincerely here to help us. We have had many conversations with them these past few days, and there are absolutely no problems. Please trust the Quinn friends, trust us. To stabilize the emotions of the radicals present, Speaker Shen Fu had no choice but to continue to smear the Holy See. As for the Quinn people's true intentions, to be honest, he had no idea. But when the Quinn people communicated with them, all the promises they made sounded very good, and in their eyes, advanced civilization often meant a more sublime power, culture, and etiquette and morality, which was the ideal state they had always longed for. Brother Shen Fu, are those Quinn people really trustworthy? General Ofnet beside Shen Fu couldn't help but feel gloomy. As alien allies they had sought help from, these Quinns had just arrived and destroyed their escort ships and space stations without a word. This rude and domineering behavior made them uneasy. Speaker Shen Fu remained silent, but worry was already evident on his face. This was the first time he had questioned the decisions he and his companions had made. When facing a superior civilization far exceeding their own level, did they truly have the right to engage in equal dialogue? Brother Shen Fu, how about I arrange for some more soldiers to hide in the nearby buildings? General Ofnet's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The Aesop military was no longer what it was a century ago. After the baptism of the undead calamity and the help of allies from the light plane, they had made initial progress in mastering the major technological challenge of genetics. Through gene serums and other enhancement methods, the elites in the Aesop military could reach a formidable level 5. At the same time, their weapons manufacturing level had also developed to a certain height. Facing powerful opponents of the same stage, even level 7 or 8, the Aesop military still had a fighting chance. Speaker Shen Fu nodded silently. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Afut. Afut immediately stepped back and used his communicator to mobilize the army again. They had already prepared some backup plans. Hundreds of elite special forces were deployed in the surrounding high-rise buildings, and an armored brigade was scattered throughout the city. But now, he was going to double the military force deployed in the city. Half an hour later, the awe-inspiring scene finally appeared. A huge shadow, blotting out the sun, almost enveloped the entire city. Under the shadow, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The immense oppressive force stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky, turning day into night. The crowd in the square was filled with trepidation, everyone feeling insecure. Even the people of Aesop watching the live broadcast felt an unprecedented sense of awe, even more so than the power of the undead lord who had unleashed the undead calamity. After a short while, the dark clouds that filled the sky were finally forcibly pushed apart. A colossal steel warship, 7 or 8 kilometers long and radiating a cold, austere sheen, was slowly piercing through the clouds and bearing down on the city below. The terrifying scene resembled a massive mountain descending from the sky. The crowd gathered in the plaza below, along with the soldiers ambushed in the surrounding buildings, all stared wide-eyed, unable to process what they were seeing. This unimaginably massive warship was truly awe-inspiring. Its grandeur and sheer size were beyond their visual perception. The Aesopians, shrouded in the warship's shadow, felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Was this an advanced civilization in the universe? What kind of magnificent creation was this? Even if this warship did nothing but crash to the ground, the entire city would likely be destroyed. May our Lord protect us. Even the radicals gathered in the plaza couldn't help but silently chant the name of the God of Light. For besides praying to the deity who had once protected them, they had found no other way to contend with this terrifying warship. The universe is like a forest, where since time immemorial, the law of survival of the fittest has prevailed. If you are weak, you can only remain humble before the strong. Ahem, as expected of a level 2 civilization's interstellar fleet, quite formidable indeed. Meanwhile, within the Kingdom of Light, Wu Wei sat upon his throne, casually observing the arrogant Qin people descending upon the capital of the Aesop Federation, all through the transmitted information. Reporting to my lord, according to a reconnaissance, the Qin's flagship is a main battle cruiser, along with 12 escort and auxiliary ships. At this moment, St. John Nassidle, the level 11 10-winged archangel who had always accompanied Wu Wei, respectfully approached and reported the information he had just gathered to Wu Wei. 12 warships in total? It seems to be just a small, enhanced fleet. However, that Qin flagship is quite impressive, not much inferior to our newly built Judgment-class capital ships. Wu Wei casually waved his hand, and the scene before him shifted to the Qin battlecruiser. Battlecruisers are the main warships used by various civilizations in the universe for air combat and interplanetary landing operations. They are usually equipped with powerful heavy main guns and small docks. Coupled with excellent maneuverability and adaptability, along with a certain number of escort and auxiliary ships, they are sufficient to undertake most combat missions. The Qin battlecruiser in front of him was shaped like a large spindle, narrow at the front and wide at the rear. At first glance, one could see the warship's menacing main guns, as well as hundreds of various secondary guns, turrets, and tactical torpedo launchers, seemingly intentionally displaying their military might. However, the escort and auxiliary ships, tactical torpedoes, and medium and close-range secondary guns and various turrets were no longer of interest to Wu Wei. Only the main gun of the battlecruiser caused Wu Wei some concern. According to the information displayed before him, this type of battlecruiser's main gun was no ordinary weapon. Its main gun generated a high-energy plasma beam from a nuclear explosion, which was then highly compressed and ejected as an energy wave. The resulting terrifying power was extremely destructive, enough to penetrate the Earth's crust, shatter its core, and even destroy the entire planet. This was the power of technological weaponry, and the most powerful deterrent force of technological civilization. Of course, activating such a powerful weapon required a great deal of time and energy to condense the plasma particles. Even a single full-force bombardment of the main gun was enough to put the entire battlecruiser into a brief state of power deprivation. Now that this fleet was under Wu Wei's control, there was no longer a chance to activate this devastating weapon. Only one battlecruiser squadron and one level 10 divine general came. It seems that the ruler of the Qin people really underestimated us. Wu Wei smiled coldly, then ordered, Nassidle, this matter is yours to handle. Also, have Holy Consort Catherine and Spirit Consort Everest as your deputies, ensuring everything goes smoothly. Oh, right, bring back that battlecruiser as intact as possible. It can be worth some star coins in the dimensional market. Although that battlecruiser is good, it doesn't fit the combat style of the Kingdom of Light. Selling it to other lower-level civilizations would likely be highly sought after. Yes, I obey my lord's decree. The level 11 Archangel St. John Nassidle immediately knelt respectfully, then accepted the order and withdrew. To deal with a level 10 Qin, Nassidle and Wu Wei's current fleet are more than enough. The addition of Holy Consort Katarina and his first wife, Spirit Consort, now the elf goddess Everest, was entirely for an extra layer of protection, ensuring a decisive and foolproof victory. After all, their opponent, the Qin, was a long-established level 2 civilization. Although they had only sent a small fleet this time, they were backed by at least one level 11 super god level powerhouse and several powerful level 10 beings. Wu Wei could not allow any accidents to occur within his territory. Just as Wu Wei issued his divine decree and completed his tactical deployment, in the Aesop plain, above the Aesop Federation government, the colossal warship, resembling an aerial fortress and stretching as far as the eye could see, finally came to a stop. This giant warship, using some kind of anti-gravity technology, had managed to hover precariously at a low altitude, only a few hundred meters above the ground. The immense pressure exerted by such a colossal vessel at such close range was unimaginable. Below, Shen Fu and the radicals led by Off were all drenched in cold sweat, their nerves taut. Even the prearranged welcoming ceremony was rendered speechless. And that wasn't all. 11 escort auxiliary ships, each hundreds of meters long, hovered below and around the giant ship. Simultaneously, these auxiliary ships aimed their menacing cannons, protruding from behind their armor, at the tense, silent crowd below, as if any sign of trouble would lead to the destruction of everyone, including the entire city. Swoosh, click. A mechanical sound rang out, and the side deck of the giant battlecruiser opened, revealing a massive floating platform. Soon after, a squad of Qin soldiers clad in black and red metal armor and wearing fully enclosed helmets, carrying dark bullpup rifles, strode out from inside the warship and onto the floating platform. These Qin soldiers were clearly elites, each one impeccably dressed, imposing and solemn, their movements perfectly synchronized. At first glance, it was difficult to distinguish whether they were living beings or machines built specifically for war. Not only the giant battlecruiser, but also the other 11 auxiliary ships opened their decks, and squads of Qin soldiers successively stepped onto the floating platforms. At a glance, there were over 30 of these floating platforms carrying soldiers, with more than a dozen troop-carrying platforms detached from the giant battlecruiser alone. Each floating platform carried nearly 100 soldiers, roughly totaling over 3,000 Qin soldiers dispatched from the warships. These Qin soldiers carried various light and heavy weapons, their aura imposing. Most importantly, the weakest of these soldiers was at least level 6, with many mid to high-ranking officers at level 7 and 8, and even 7 or 8 at level 9. Such formidable strength, coupled with over a dozen hovering warships, could easily destroy the entire city in the blink of an eye, including the Federal Armored Brigade lying in ambush within it. The numerous radicals in the square, along with the ISIS watching the live broadcast via video, all felt a sense of oppression, barely daring to breathe. Just then, another, even more powerful force finally emerged from the battlecruiser aboard a floating platform. Leading them was none other than the fleet's commander, General Lucas Qin. Chapter 344 God of Light. I was wrong. The Qin General Lucas that appeared now was almost identical to the virtual image Shen Fu, Ofter, and the others had seen on the tablet. He was still completely shrouded in a metal mecha of unknown material, the only difference being that he didn't remove his mask, seemingly intentionally revealing his grayish-white, humanoid face. Unlike the previous virtual image, everyone present, even those watching the live stream, could see it clearly. Qin General Lucas's face was terrifyingly gray and eerily white, its edges merging with the mecha, as if his face were his only remaining flesh and blood, already grown into his mechanical body. Most strikingly, his eyes were pitch black, like two bottomless black holes, their gaze seemingly capable of devouring and absorbing even the soul. Weak and insignificant Aesop people, I am General Lucas of Qin, your future ruler. Lucas didn't appear to speak, but his voice, filled with authority and contempt, clearly resonated in everyone present, speaking the newly mastered Aesop language. In the dim light, Lucas's mechanical body, agile and elegant, exuded the imposing aura of a superior. However, his very first words instantly caused a huge uproar. What? Our future rulers, the Aesop people. Didn't Speaker Shen Fu say they came to aid us? Now, how come they want to rule us? What's going on? The numerous Aesop radicals below, their cannons pointed at them, panicked. Their eyes widened, looking around with fear and helplessness. Speaker Shen Fu and General Oft exchanged a glance, their faces grim. At this juncture, they finally realized that placing their greed on external civilizations was utter wishful thinking. However, they still clung to a sliver of hope, attempting to negotiate with the Qin general. Your Majesty Lucas. Speaker Shen Fu, employing his political maneuvering, bowed politely to Lucas and smiled courteously, as agreed. Didn't you say you would help us break free from the control of the gods and lead us, the Aesopians, into the vast universe, ushering in a new era? In Shen Fu's view, the more advanced the civilization, the more exalted the deity, the more they value their promises and actions. Therefore, Shen Fu believed that this Qin general wouldn't abandon his own dignity. Hell, that's right, this general did indeed make those promises. Lucas's expression remained calm, yet he readily agreed. Hearing this, Both Speaker Shenfu and General Ofter wore expressions of profound apprehension. I knew it. The Qin are a civilized race, they still have some sense of honor. With General Qin's words, we can rest assured to some extent. Speaker Shenfu and General Ofter exchanged pleasantries in secret. As long as the Qin could help them break free from the shackles of the gods, accelerate technological development, and enter the great cosmic era, they could create a world of their own in the future, and the two of them would be the core leaders of Aesop's future. However, Shenfu and Ofter's joy was short-lived. Lucas's next answer instantly plunged them into despair. I will not only help you break free from the shackles of the gods, but I will also utterly kill this native god. When that moment comes, we, the Qins, will become the new masters of your Aesop plane. Lucas's eyes suddenly flashed with a domineering light, his aura instantly becoming imposing. Of course, I will indeed lead you to the vast universe. I will recruit millions, even tens of millions, of slave soldiers from among you. Under the leadership of us, the Qins, you will conquer one resource planet after another. Hey, what an honor such a glorious achievement is for you lowly beings. Lucas's cruel laughter echoed continuously in the air. Speaker Shenfu and General Ofter, whose faces had just shown a hint of joy, immediately darkened. The radicals present, along with the Aesop citizens who watched the live video broadcast, all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with fear. The Qin people, who have obtained the coordinates of the Aesopian plane and have already landed on their homeland, ostensibly help them expel or even eliminate the god of light, but in reality, they are using the Aesopians' plea for help as a pretext to occupy the entire Aesopian territory. Once the god of light is expelled or eliminated, the Aesopians will become the new masters of the entire Aesopian plane and all its inhabitants, wielding absolute power. At that time, the Aesopians will no longer enjoy their current peaceful and tranquilities. Furthermore, Lucas did indeed promise to lead the Aesopians to the stars, but on the condition that they become cannon fodder slaves of the Qin people, replacing them in the brutal interstellar war. Realizing this, the hearts of all the Aesopians were on edge. Even the many radicalized individuals present, who had been misled, glared angrily at Shenfu and the other core members, filled with resentment. This was clearly inviting trouble, clearly a scourge upon their Aesopian world. Hadn't the Aesopians lived well under the rule of the god of light? General Ofter's face was contorted with rage, and Speaker Shenfu's expression was equally ashen. However, facing such a formidable enemy, he suppressed his inner turmoil and spoke politely. Your Majesty Lucas, I hope your side will respect our sovereignty. After your help in expelling the divine control, we, the Aesop, will certainly become your staunch allies. But you have no right to interfere with the sovereignty of the Aesop people, and we, the Aesop, will never become your cannon fodder slaves. At this point, Speaker Shenfu had shown some backbone. However, his emphasis seemed pale and powerless in the face of absolute force. Sovereignty? Allies? Hell, you foolish Aesopians, weak and incompetent, what right do you have to possess sovereignty? What qualifications do you have to be allies of us Quinians? Lucas sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. In the eyes of us Quinians, you uncivilized Aesopians are no different from the livestock we raise. You would share sovereignty with livestock? You would ally with a pack of beasts? Ha ha ha, what a joke. A bunch of lowly livestock should be prepared to be livestock. Lucas's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he said coldly, otherwise, this god will not hesitate to carry out a global purge of those disobedient beasts. As soon as these words were spoken, an unparalleled and overwhelming power, like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, instantly filled the surrounding area. Everyone present felt a deep-seated fear. Even the Aesopians watching the live stream on video couldn't help but tremble and break out in a cold sweat. This feeling was akin to a weak wild beast cornered against a ferocious predator. This overwhelming power, emanating from those in power, was something these ordinary Aesopians could never withstand. All the radicals present were filled with remorse, and simultaneously cursed and swore at the technological society led by Shenfu and Oft. Perhaps it was because their lives had been too peaceful and tranquil that they naively believed all advanced civilizations in the universe were morally upright beings. Little did they know that the law of the jungle was the fundamental rule of this world. But now it was too late. These pampered Aesopians had not only betrayed the protector, the god of light, but had also revealed the planet's coordinates to the Qins. Now, the powerful Qins had officially landed on the Aesop world, and it was too late for them to regret their actions. These damned Qins, they actually deceived us. At the top of the government building below, General Oft, holding military power, cursed angrily, then turned to look at Speaker Shenfu beside him. The latter, equally unfriendly, nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with ruthlessness. Their current situation was extremely awkward. Not only were they disgraced in the Aesop world, but even the friendly forces they had summoned, the Quins, didn't treat them like human beings. If this continued, wouldn't they have no place to stand in this world? Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. This was their last resort. Damn it, let's do it. General Ofter raised his arm and slammed it down. Fire. He had ambushed an armored brigade and 3 special forces battalions in the city. He refused to believe he couldn't defeat these Quins hovering in near air, completely unprepared. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he wanted to show them that the Aesop people were not to be trifled with, at least enough to make them suffer a loss so they could retreat unscathed. However, General Ofter's voice had barely left his lips when a bright blue beam of light shot down from the sky. With a sizzling sound like scorched glue, General Offer and half of the government building beneath his feet vanished completely. The eerie, neat scene was as if a scorching steel knife had sliced away a piece of butter. Most terrifyingly, the exposed steel and concrete along the severed edge of the building had melted into molten lava, with wisps of white steam rising from the wound, a truly chilling sight. Speaker Shenfu, suffocated by the intense heat, finally reacted, letting out a terrifying howl and collapsing to the ground, scrambling backward. Vaporized. General Oftet has vaporized. Just moments before, only 20 or 30 centimeters away, General Oftet, along with half of the government building beneath his feet, had been instantly vaporized by a blinding flash of heat. How did this happen? What kind of immense power is this? Speaker Shenfu was filled with terror, his eyes widening as he looked up at the sky. There stood Lucas, the god general of Quinn, still in his signature single-handed pointing posture, his right index finger a hollow cannon muzzle. And from that small muzzle, wisps of hot smoke were still rising, clearly indicating that the terrifying, scorching beam of light had just been unleashed from there. HMPH, you foolish ants, daring to harbor murderous intent towards this god general, you're courting death. Lucas's ashen face remained impassive, but the intense killing intent that gradually emanated from him was like a storm, making the surrounding air gloomy and cold. Execute them all. Lucas waved his hand casually. Send the video globally as a warning to others. Whoosh! On the floating platform, numerous Quinn soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons, immediately launching a brutal and indiscriminate attack on the gathered civilians below and the armored brigades deployed throughout the city. Whoa! They've opened fire. Quick, return fire. Kill them. Almost simultaneously, the Aesop soldiers, just recovering from their shock, launched an attack on the Quins from their ambush points in various high-rise buildings and along the streets. However, how could the military strength of the Aesop military compare to that of the powerful level 2 civilization, the Quins? While the Aesop military's weaponry had indeed developed rapidly, their individual weapons, even the light and heavy weapons equipped by the armored brigades, were less than children's toys in the eyes of the Quins, who were 2 major civilizations ahead of them. They couldn't even break through the defenses of an ordinary Quinn soldier. At the very first moment of the battle, a pale blue electrostatic field appeared on the surface of the floating platforms and the Quinn soldiers themselves. This force field shield was formed by a high-energy curve originating from a point, undergoing a series of processes, and returning to the starting point. This high-energy curve constituted the force field shield worn by the Quinn soldiers, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities. Unless a more powerful force could forcibly break through this high-energy curve, or the Quinn soldiers' armor ran out of power, this almost invisible shield could not be breached, and the Quinn soldiers would naturally suffer no harm. The floating platforms on which the Quinn soldiers were currently riding used the same principle. The weapons used by the Aesop soldiers below, whether bullets or energy beams, were simply not capable of penetrating the Quinn force field shield, and therefore could not cause any damage to the Quinn soldiers. Even the armored brigades deployed in the streets, with their shells and laser cannons, were like tickles to the floating platforms and Quinn warships. No, it wasn't even a tickle, it was merely a firework display in midair, not even touching a single hair on the Quinn's head. How is this possible? Their technology, how can it be so advanced? No. All the Aesopians present were in an uproar, everyone fearful and terrified. Their supposedly advanced weapons were completely ineffective. Weren't they destined for a one-sided massacre? Indeed, What happened next was a massacre. The Queen didn't treat the Aesopians below as their own kind, and they had experienced this many times before. Their attacks were highly efficient and ruthless. These Queen soldiers were like born killing machines. Their light and heavy weapons were extremely penetrating and powerful, a single shot capable of destroying an Aesopian armored vehicle. If they hit a human, the results were utterly gruesome. The Queen battlecruiser and escort ships in mid-air unleashed a terrifying barrage of fire from their close-range machine guns and rapid-fire cannons. These cannons, originally designed for close-quarters defense in interstellar warfare and to create impenetrable defensive networks tens of kilometers in front of the warships, were now being used by 12 ships, including the giant battlecruiser, with hundreds of close-range machine guns and rapid-fire cannons spewing blinding flames as they poured a devastating barrage upon the city. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons created layers of transparent shockwaves, the deafening explosions like rolling thunder across the sky. The cannon's terrifying power meant that just one or two shells were enough to demolish a building, turning the entire city into an inferno in the blink of an eye. The special forces and armored brigade that General Oft had deployed in the city were wiped out in an instant, as if made of paper. The innocent people of Aesop were the next to suffer. Buildings collapsed, the city crumbled, and countless lives were lost. Amidst the raging flames and ruins, Shenfu, the core leader of the Aesop Science and Technology Association and the instigator of all this, knelt in a wretched state, facing the ravaged city, looking up to the sky, weeping bitterly. Supreme God of Light, I was wrong, we were truly wrong. Please, save Aesop, save the people of Aesop. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Divine Intervention helps you turn the tide. Not only Shenfu, but everyone present, from the surviving radicals to the civilians fleeing the city in panic, was praying and pleading for help. Despite their disheveled state, their faith in the divine grew ever stronger. However, after praying for a long time, the God of Light, who had always protected them, offered no response. Could it be, has the God of Light abandoned us? Has he forsaken us because of our sins? How could this be? No, no. The panicked people of Aesop were plunged into deep despair, and at the same time, they vehemently condemned and cursed Shenfu and his companions for their betrayal of the divine. I was wrong, God of Light, I was truly wrong. Please do not punish all the people of Aesop for our sins. Speaker Shenfu lay prostrate in the ruins, weeping bitterly. The radicals who had once betrayed the God of Light with him were now filled with remorse and deep regret. If their foolish actions led to the destruction of the entire world of Aesop, their sins would be immense. However, no matter how much they cried out and prayed for help, the God of Light remained unresponsive, and not a single member of the Church of Light appeared. At this moment, the people of Aesop, engulfed in war, were like pitiful, abandoned and isolated worms, with almost no room for struggle except to await their tragic deaths. Were they really to bend their knees, bow down, and submit to these invaders of the world of Aesop? No. The world of Aesop must not be destroyed because of him. The people of Aesop must not succumb to these bandits. Thinking this, Speaker Shenfu scrambled to the body of a fallen soldier and pulled a high-explosive grenade. Holding the grenade, he stood before the broadcast camera, facing the sky and all the people of Aesop, and shouted, "My Lord of Light, the sinner Shenfu is willing to atone for your sins with his life and blood. I have no right to ask for your forgiveness, I only beg you to save Aesop, to save the innocent people of Aesop." With that, he pulled the pin on the grenade. The next instant, a deafening roar erupted, flames surged, and Speaker Shenfu vanished completely from the broadcast cameras. Speaker Shenfu's act of atonement with his death was deeply moving, filling the scene and the broadcast viewers with solemnity. Faced with the invasion of the Queen, their resolve to resist only strengthened. "Our Lord, we are guilty. Our Lord, please forgive our sins and save our world, Aesop." Following Speaker Shenfu, 7 or 8 more surviving core members of the Science Society successively atoned with their deaths. These core members of the Science Society were the main force that incited the young people of Aesop to turn away from the God of Light, welcome the alien friends, and fight for Aesop's independence. They were also the culprits behind this Queen invasion. Now, they were all filled with remorse. To atone for their mistakes, To protect their homeland, and to protect their relatives and children still living there, they were willing to die to prove their innocence, hoping that the God of Light, whose whereabouts were unknown, would forgive their sins and once again protect the world of Aesop. Almost immediately, their acts of repentance, prayer, and pleas swept across the world like a whirlwind. In an instant, almost everyone in the world of Aesop was kneeling in prayer, begging for the forgiveness and protection of the God of Light. Soon, the power of their utmost devout faith began to flow towards Wu Wei like a river, and the faith level of the entire world of Aesop rose by a significant margin in a mere moment. Perhaps only in times of extreme crisis do people realize the meaning of faith. However, these actions seemed utterly primitive and laughable in the face of the mechanically driven Quinn people. Hairhead hell, a bunch of foolish barbarians, still worshipping gods at this juncture. Lucas, the Quinn general standing proudly in midair, sneered sinisterly, then loudly proclaimed, "Foolish barbarians, your revered gods, upon hearing the name of the Quinn people, are probably already trembling in fear in a corner." Clearly, the Quinn people, as a level 2 civilization, had a history of bullying the weak and annexing planes. Moreover, the information he had obtained, along with video footage of the battle with the Lord of the Undead, confirmed that the God of Light in this plane was only level 10, with at most 1 or 2 subordinates also at level 10. This level of strength would only be considered a basic level 1 cosmic civilization within the Star Alliance. The Quinn people, however, were a formidable force even among level 2 civilizations, and they were absolutely confident they could completely crush a backward level 1 civilization. A mere level 10, what makes you think you can fight against our great Quinn people? Quinn General Lucas sneered again. Hell, I believe it won't be long before your gods bow down to us Quinn people and surrender completely. Now, you bunch of ignorant barbarians, why don't you obediently surrender? Do you really want to be exterminated? Lucas's majestic voice, though seemingly small, resonated like waves, reaching the ears of every Aesopian. The numerous Aesopians present and behind the video feed were stunned, their hearts heavy as if weighed down by stones. However, after a brief moment of stunned silence, these Aesopians did not yield. Instead, they knelt and prayed even more resolutely, their piety growing stronger. A bunch of fools. Seeing this, Lucas was somewhat enraged. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand, ordering, "Show no mercy. Destroy this entire city." Whoosh! Around the Quinn battle cruiser, 11 auxiliary ships simultaneously turned their main cannons, aiming at the city below. These warships had just annihilated the armored brigade ambushed in the city with only their close-in weapon systems, along with the entire city itself. If these interstellar warships were to now unleash their main guns to bombard the city, there was no doubt that the city and its inhabitants would be completely destroyed. The auxiliary ships' main guns began to hum and vibrate as they charged. Faced with this impending one-sided massacre, all the Aeso people in the city closed their eyes in despair. Lucas's lips curled into a cruel, sinister smile, as if he held the power of life and death over this planet, a source of immense pride and enjoyment. However, just as he was about to give the order, a dazzling holy light suddenly rose from the city's ruins. Lucas frowned slightly, turning his gaze. The source of the light was a group of religious members clad in cloaks and armor, their auras upright and resolute. Leading them were 2 stunningly beautiful women, each with a completely different air about them. Upon seeing this group, the people of Aesop erupted in jubilation. Especially upon seeing the 2 women at the head, the people of Aesop, and indeed the entire world, grasped at a lifeline. Many knelt, tears streaming down their faces, weeping uncontrollably. It's the Holy Maiden and Her Highness the Inquisitor. Our Lord of Light has not abandoned us. Our Aesop civilization is saved. The newcomers were none other than Angel, the Holy Maiden of Aesop, who had led the Aesop Holy Order, and Judy, the Dark Witch and Inquisitor who ruled over 2 planes. Hope, like a wildfire, began to burn fiercely in the hearts of all the people of Aesop. Many exhausted soldiers seemed to be filled with renewed strength, taking up their weapons once more. The numerous city residents joined hands in prayer with even greater resolve, and a vast amount of faith surged forth like rivers and seas towards Wu Wei, far away in the divine realm. They're just 2 level 9 peak demigods, how can they have such a huge influence? General Lucas of Quinn naturally noticed Angel and Judy. One wore a pure white holy robe, radiating holiness and divinity, while the other wore a black witch's robe, exuding a murderous aura. These 2 people, with their contrasting styles, had gathered together with remarkable tacit understanding. In reality, this wasn't the main point, Two level 9 peak demigods were insignificant in General Lucas's eyes. However, their arrival greatly encouraged the people of Aesop, as if with them present, any difficulty, any enemy, would be insignificant. It seemed that with just a single command from them, even the weakest civilians would risk their lives to sacrifice themselves. This terrifying cohesion and influence even forced him, a general, to take notice. "You audacious villain, how dare you invade my lord's territory? Do you know your crime?" Before Lucas could speak, Angel, the saintess of Aesop, stood out from the ruins and glared angrily, her dignified bearing undiminished even by the raging flames of war around her. "Do I know my crime?" General Lucas of Quinn was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. "A saintess who deceives the people dares to question me, a general? Hair hell, utterly laughable. Hairhead hell, very well. If you really kneel and surrender, this chief judge will find it less amusing." On the other side, the dark witch Judy sneered sinisterly, then turned to Angel beside her. "The time to be loyal to our lord has come." Angel nodded in response, raising her scepter high and praying devoutly, "Our Lord of Light, please forgive the sins of the Aesop people, and send down divine punishment to destroy all the evil villains who have invaded our homeland." In an instant, a dazzling light, as if responding to the prayers of the Aesop people, suddenly bloomed from the dark sky. The dazzling light quickly formed an ancient and majestic golden gate in the sky, its magnificent form like a golden sun suspended high in the sky, its overwhelming aura awe-inspiring. "Huh? You actually possess the technology of fixed-point teleportation." General Lucas of Quinn's expression turned serious, but after a quick glance, he scoffed. "Impossible. Fixed-point teleportation technology is beyond the capabilities of a backward civilization like yours. It must be some kind of illusion to bewitch people. Before our great Quinn civilization, your gods are merely..." However, Lucas's sarcastic words were cut short by the scene before him. What a magnificent sight it was! The instant the gates of heaven opened, a divine and dazzling light illuminated the entire sky as if it were daytime. The surging majesty that followed instantly swept away the thick dark clouds that had gathered around the Quinn warship. In just a moment, the entire world was bathed in light. At the very center of this divine light, a holy angel with 10 featherless wings was slowly descending from the gates of heaven. Hell, speaking of which, I really have to thank the Quinn civilization. The Aesop plane has been at peace for too long, and many people have forgotten the glory of divine grace. The number of newly born holy believers is dwindling. In his divine kingdom, Wu Wei sat on his throne in his temple, enjoying a sip of fine wine while quietly observing everything unfolding on the Aesop plane. At the same time, he sensed the faith channels of the believers from the Aesop plane solidifying and growing stronger. Thanks to the Quinn civilization, they had broadcast their powerful display of force globally to intimidate the entire planet. This reversal had all benefited Wu Wei. However, even Wu Wei had to admit that only absolute power holds the strongest voice in the universe. If it weren't for his rapid advancement during this period, prioritizing the promotion of his subordinate, St. John Nacital, to level 11 Archangel, and his extensive plundering in the universe to produce and develop several interstellar fleets, he, a newly emerging god of light, would have been struggling to cope with this sudden attack from General Lucas of Quinn and the powerful Quinn civilization behind him. However, his divine kingdom has undergone a dramatic transformation, and these concerns are no longer a worry. He has now officially entered the stage of a level 2 civilization, commanding not only a powerful level 11 10-winged archangel but also several level 10 archangels. Furthermore, the Judgment-class main battleship has been successfully developed, resulting in a qualitative leap in the overall strength of his divine kingdom's fleet. With this strength, he is confident he can contend with a level 2 civilization. In addition, the recent turmoil in the Aesop plane has served as a wake-up call. Frankly, the Aesopians are living too peacefully. The more abundant and comfortable life is, the more easily greed is ignited. Originally, before Wu Wei truly rose to power, the Aesop plane served as his bridgehead, blocking the Lord of the Undead for over 20 years. That long and brutal war nearly destroyed the entire Aesop civilization. Therefore, during the post-war reconstruction, Wu Wei intentionally cared for this ravaged world and provided the Aesop people with considerable assistance. However, after a century of peace, those Aesop politicians, insatiable in their greed, actually incited the people to seek allies in the universe, betraying the gods and striving for Aesop's independence under their divine rule. Isn't this just creating trouble for themselves? Without Wu Wei's protection, could the Aesop world have achieved its current peace? If the Aesop people were allowed to explore freely, spreading their planet's coordinates everywhere, the inevitable outcome would be the rule and enslavement of a more advanced civilization, which has a better future, being enslaved by other advanced civilizations or being protected by Wu Wei, the god. It's obvious without even guessing. Life's too good for them, Wu Wei mused to himself. It seems that after this battle, I'll have to make the Aesopians suffer a bit more, so they'll understand how hard won their current good life is. Not only the Aesop plane, but also the light plane he rules, the Potato Man plane, and the Dawn plane he's still conquering, all need occasional periods of turmoil and threat after peace. Otherwise, prolonged comfort and enjoyment will only make them arrogant and forget their roots. With this thought in mind, Wu Wei turned his gaze back to the Aesop plane, eagerly anticipating the next scene. Chapter 346 profited greatly. At this moment, in the Aesopian plane, the powerful level 11 10-winged Archangel St. John Nascital had fully descended before General Lucas of Quinn. Nascital hovered high in the sky, clad in magnificent armor radiating a faint golden light, wielding the divine artifact, the scepter of divine light, bestowed upon him by Wu Wei. 10 pure, flawless, and holy white wings unfolded magnificently from his back like an umbrella. A boundless, ocean-like pressure and a majestic, heavy holy radiance emanated from him, spreading outwards, making the entire world seem solemn and awe-inspiring because of his presence. A level 10, 11 life form. Hovering in midair, the previously arrogant General Lucas of Quinn felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He never dreamed that this primitive divine civilization, ruling a remote region, would possess a high-level life form of level 11. It must be understood that in the universe, a level 11 life form is far beyond the reach of an ordinary level 10 god-level life form. If we compare an ordinary god-level life form to a tiny asteroid in the universe, then an 11th level life form is a star with vast energy. It possesses absolute power enough to easily crush a 10th level life form. There is a qualitative leap between 10th and 11th level life forms. The Quinn civilization, upon receiving intelligence from the Aesop plane, was not without investigation and preparation. Lucas himself, in particular, made multiple contacts and secretly confirmed with Aesop traders like Shun Fu when approaching the Aesop system. Based on multiple intelligence reports and video footage, Quinn could confirm that the god-side civilization ruling the Aesop plane was at most a rudimentary cosmic civilization with 1/10th level god and 1 or 2 subordinate gods. This level of civilization is only rated as first level in the vast ocean of the universe, meaning it is a rudimentary civilization that has just qualified to enter a major cosmic plane. Looking across the entire universe, countless such rudimentary civilizations exist. These early-stage civilizations, too, are extremely rudimentary in terms of technology, civilization, and military strength, far inferior to the Quinn civilization, which has already advanced to level 2 and is well into the late stages of level 2 civilization. Therefore, the Quinn people were completely confident of their opponent's victory, which is why they dispatched their divine general Lucas to the Aesop plane with such imposing force. Lucas himself was a level 10 divine general, and leading his fleet, he could easily crush the weaker level 10 gods. Furthermore, a level 2 civilization invading a level 1 rudimentary civilization under a pretext usually offers little resistance. The opponent will typically surrender without a fight due to the overwhelming difference in strength. Lucas was essentially there to show off his power and, incidentally, to accept surrenders. Even if the gods ruling the Aesop plane resisted fiercely, he wouldn't be afraid. So what if there were 1 or 2 more level 10 subordinate gods? Lucas could easily retreat unscathed thanks to Quinn technology and the formidable attributes of his warships. When the Quinn civilization's army invades, everything under this god's control will be wiped out. However, what's going on now? Intelligence indicates that the god ruling the Aesop plane is just a level 10 low-level god, right? But now, how come a powerful level 11 archangel has appeared? Moreover, judging from the opponent's attire and demeanor, he doesn't seem to be a main god, but merely a subordinate god. Could it be that the light-based god civilization ruling the Aesop plane is far more than just level 1? Upon realizing this, Quinn's general Lucas hurriedly ordered, "Quick! All troops retreat to the warships." At this moment, how could he dare to be arrogant? Facing an level 11 powerhouse, even if Lucas's power were to double out of thin air, he still wouldn't be a match. HMPH, you audacious sinners. You've invaded my divine realm, slaughtered my people, and now you think you can leave? By order of our Lord, annihilate all invading villains. 2 sharp shots rang out in succession, and 2 interstellar fleets radiating majestic holy light appeared atop Lucas's fleet. These were the two divine consorts, Katarina and Everus, whom Wu Wei had assigned as Nacidal's deputies. Having ascended to the divine realm, these two hadn't experienced much combat, and this time they were leading their newly developed Judgment-class main battleships to practice against Lucas and his Quinn followers. The main battleships of Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom differed from other interstellar warships in that, in addition to their powerful firepower and defensive capabilities, their most prominent feature was their spatial technology. Each Judgment-class main battleship could carry a mobile Heaven's Gate. In other words, each Judgment-class warship was a mobile spatial coordinate, capable of opening a spatial passage connecting the Divine Kingdom or friendly forces at any time. In this way, if the situation changes, reinforcements within the Divine Kingdom system can arrive immediately. Furthermore, the space technology inside the warships allows war angels to break through spatial barriers and be directly transported into enemy warships during close combat, transforming the battle into melee combat, a style the war angels excel at. In addition, the Judgment-class main warships are equipped with simple bio-resurrection pools and other facilities to revive and heal war angels, and within a certain range, their attributes can be significantly enhanced through an aura. It can be said that this core technology is a divine-level technology tailor-made for the Divine Kingdom and the war angels. Only this technology and civilization system can conform to the development laws of the Divine Kingdom, allowing the Divine Kingdom and Wu Wei, the God of Light, to continue to grow and prosper. Whoosh, whoosh. With the strong winds whipped up by the fleets, they forcefully tore through the air. The two fleets, one on the left and one on the right, immediately cut off Lucas's retreat from the moment they appeared, closing in on him. These two fleets, imposing and solemn, outnumbered Lucas's fleet by more than double. Among them were two main flagships, one on the left and one on the right, each no less powerful than a Quinn main battle cruiser, instantly intimidating all the Quinns, including Lucas. These two massive, elegantly designed flagships were only slightly smaller than Lucas's battlecruisers, but their armor was as white and beautiful as porcelain, with dark red patterns that exuded a mysterious and majestic aura. Especially striking was the layer of shimmering holy light enveloping their hulls, clearly a high-level energy shield from the divine. Based on Lucas's experience, the power of these two main battleships was undeniable, and the agile escort ships surrounding them were equally formidable. The overwhelming aura emanating from the two massive flagships was the vast divine might possessed only by a level 10 powerhouse. Moreover, these two female god-level powerhouses, judging from their aura alone, were no less powerful than Lucas himself. What would happen if this continued? Wouldn't he, General Lucas, be captured alive by these war angels? Quick! Turn the ship around and break through from the direction of that level 11 powerhouse. Lucas's scalp tingled. Knowing that returning the way they came was impossible, he hurriedly ordered the fleet to break through towards Nacidal. Although Nacidal's strength was terrifying, he alone couldn't stop their dozen or so warships during the breakout. How many would escape would depend entirely on fate. What? How is this possible? Is there a wormhole here? No, impossible. You can actually use spatial technology to teleport your fleet. What level of civilization are you? The fleet that gradually appeared before Lucas the moment he gave the order to turn around almost made him faint from shock and panic. Originally, only the 10-winged Archangel Nacidal stood in his way. But now, behind Nacidal, a powerful divine fleet emerged from the still open gates of heaven, its target directly at him, the Quinn General. My Lord's divine might shines eternally upon the world. Omnipotent and great Lord, please destroy these invaders. Let these bastards who destroyed our homeland pay a bloody price. My Lord, we beg you to unleash divine punishment and destroy them. Why, my Lord of Light, please avenge my family. Beneath the sky, the manifestation of the miracle was awe-inspiring. Countless Aesopians knelt and wept, grateful for the divine protection while simultaneously filled with deep hatred for the Quinn people who had invaded their homeland, repeatedly pleading for divine revenge. In this scene, the Quinn people and Lucas were utterly terrified. Lucas and most of the Quinn people present initially believed that this war was a trap. A trap to lure them into invading the Aesopian plain, only to wipe them all out. No, please stop, please stop. In the midst of this imminent crisis, Lucas frantically used the communication system to call out to Nacidal and the two holy consorts. I am Lucas, the special envoy of the level 2 cosmic civilization, the Quinn. I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. Why don't we put aside our prejudices and have a proper talk? Furthermore, we, the Quinn, are willing to compensate you double, no, triple, for the damage caused to your city and people. In his panic, Lucas could only invoke the Quinn civilization behind him, while simultaneously hoping for peace talks, otherwise, he would surely die that day. However, as the commander of the Divine Kingdom's fleet, the 10-winged Archangel Nascidal, how could he let him off so easily? "My lord commands." Archangel Nascidal roared, extending his scepter. In an instant, light converged, and the scepter transformed into a golden blade. "Quinn, you sinner, have offended my divine realm and harmed my people. Your crimes are unforgivable. Now, by my lord's decree, you are to be punished with divine wrath, the ultimate penalty." With that, Nascidal raised the blade and slashed. Instantly, a golden sword beam swept across the sky, slashing directly at Quinn General Lucas's flagship. At the same time, the fleet behind Nascidal, as well as the two other Divine Kingdom fleets blocking Quinn's rear, all opened fire immediately. The main cannons of judgment and various secondary cannons unleashed blazing beams of light, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky, bombarding Quinn's fleet. Quinn's prized iron shields and tough armor were no match for such a barrage of firepower. In an instant, the entire fleet was engulfed in flames. The intense explosions and dazzling light illuminated almost the entire fleet. "No, no. Please let me explain. This is a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, Your Excellency, please give me a chance to explain. Please stop. No. No. We surrender. No." General Lucas of Quinn was terrified, shouting repeatedly, but in the blink of an eye, the incomparably powerful 10-winged Archangel St. John Nascidal had already broken through the raging flames and was attacking him. Bang! Bang bang! Rumble! In just a few moves, General Lucas of Quinn's head was forcefully severed by Nascidal, who casually scooped it up. In mid-air, Lucas's almost mangled body, along with his battle cruiser, plummeted straight down towards the city below. Rumble! The massive battle cruiser crashed heavily to the ground, almost splitting the entire city in two. Fortunately, Saint Angel of Aesop and the Dark Witch Judy were prepared. Their members of the church had numerous airships ready, and a large number of civilians directly below the battlefield were evacuated immediately. These surviving refugees from Aesop's capital were all moved to the desolate mountains on the outskirts of the city. They witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the gods and the magnificent aerial battle orchestrated by the 10-winged archangels. Great Lord of Light, we praise you for all eternity. Many surviving refugees knelt on the mountaintop, tears streaming down their faces, praying fervently towards the holy light-filled sky. Having experienced such a brutal war of resistance against the invasion, the cunning and cruelty of cosmic civilizations, and the mercy and majesty of the God of Light, were almost branded into the hearts of every Aesopian. After some time, this completely overwhelming war finally came to an end. Most of the 11 escort ships of the Quinn were destroyed on the spot, with only 3 sunk and captured. These escort auxiliary ships weren't worth much star currency, so it was better to destroy them quickly than risk capturing them. Therefore, Wu Wei didn't mind the destruction of these small escorts. Post-battle statistics showed that Quinn soldiers and various generals numbered over 5,000, but more than 3,000 were killed on the spot or destroyed along with their warships. The remaining 1,000 or so were either wounded or captured. There was no other way. Interstellar warfare was far more brutal and bloody than land warfare. Leaving over 1,000 prisoners was already a sign of leniency on Wu Wei's side. As for the fate of these prisoners, most were stripped naked and sold in bulk to slave traders in the dimensional market. Furthermore, the leader of this Quinn fleet, General Lucas, was killed on the spot by Nascidal, and his shattered soul fragments and storage devices were all collected. As for Lucas's main battle cruiser, apart from being forcibly braked and crashed during the assault, it was captured almost intact. This was the result of Wu Wei's special instructions. A large battle cruiser could fetch a high price on the market. Moreover, this kind of high-level Tier 2 civilization's main warship would bring immense research value to the Divine Kingdom itself. Once the Divine Kingdom's numerous scientific researchers had fully analyzed and absorbed its various advantages, it would fetch a huge sum of star coins at the auction house. After another half-day, the entire battlefield was finally cleared. All the spoils of war, under the command of Nascidal, Holy Consort Katerina, and the elf goddess Everus, were all transported back to the Divine Kingdom. Preliminary estimates put the profits from this war at least in the millions of star coins. Of course, the biggest profit wasn't just in star coins, but in the increased quality of believers. Wu Wei had his divine essence reveal the data of the ESOP plane separately. ESOP, technology, plane, holy believers. 35,875 fanatical believers. 932,653 devout believers. 8,230,499 true believers. 53,624,301 total daily divine power gain. 2,650 points. Moreover, the soul transformation of the believers is not yet complete and is still ongoing. The data will increase further in the coming period. That's 2,650 points of divine power gain daily. In about a year, they can gain millions of points of divine power, enough to condense a divine crystal. While this war has yielded significant profits, it is ultimately a one-time event. Furthermore, there are countless lesser believers below the level of true believers who are no longer qualified to connect to the faith channel. However, they can pray and contribute their faith power through the numerous statues scattered throughout the ESOP plane. Although absorbing dissipated faith power through the statues incurs considerable additional costs, the number of lesser believers globally in the ESOP plane now exceeds 3 billion. Even absorbing through the statues, they can contribute approximately 1,000 points of divine power daily, enough to condense a divine crystal in 3 years. This terrifying change prompted Wu Wei to reflect deeply. Rather than blindly expanding, it was better to cultivate and refine a few planes intensively. After the entire angelic army departed, the ESOP plane returned to peace. The surviving Aesopians, under the command of Saint Angel Aesop and Judy, the chief inquisitor, would undergo a new round of baptism and reconstruction. It was believed that after the blow-on warning of this event, no Aesopian would dare to contact outside civilizations for 200 or 300 years. For the time being, Wu Wei was relieved of his worries. Furthermore, when the angels returned to their divine kingdom, Wu Wei left divine pronouncements for Saint Angel Aesop and Judy, the Dark Saintess, in the lower realm. After they had settled the various matters concerning the ESOP plane and the Inquisition, it would be time to formally welcome them back to their divine kingdom. They themselves had already made ample preparations for this. Thus, time flew by, and the momentous day of their ascension arrived. Chapter 347 The Saintess Ascends. The magnificent gates of heaven stood tall. Hundreds of angels lined up, their wings fluttering slightly, hovering in the air as if welcoming a great figure. In the sky, pure white flowers danced in the air, and the sacred hymn of the great light hymn resounded throughout the divine kingdom, filled with solemnity and reverence. Saint Catherine, now a goddess, stood before the gates of heaven to welcome the approaching Holy Spirit. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted within the gates of heaven, and 4 archangels each helped 2 Holy Spirits cross into the divine kingdom. Instantly, the great light hymn entered its grand epic chapter, as countless white flowers descended from the sky, forming 2 flower bridges before the 2 Holy Spirits. One of the Holy Spirits, though in a spirit state, possessed an almost tangible soul, her eyes clear and bright, showing no signs of being clouded, radiating an incomparably dazzling golden light. Around her, countless onlookers cheered and applauded, and many from the Aesopian plane even called out the name of the great Holy Spirit, Saint Angel Doris. That was a truly great saint in the history of light. Her achievements were extraordinary, almost on par with Saint Catherine of the Light Plane. Both her prestige and power deserved an ascension ceremony more grand than that of an ordinary pope. The other Holy Spirit, however, was quite strange. She was a Holy Spirit as black as ink, her soul emanating a dark and terrifying aura. But most strangely, within her soul was a fist-sized golden core, condensed to an extreme, almost like solid metal. The praise of light celebrated both the life's achievements of Saint Angel and the life's achievements of the Dark Saintess Judy. As the achievements praised in the praise of light were recounted, all the people of the gods immediately understood that it was the Dark Saintess who ruled the Inquisition. She was in darkness, yet her heart yearned for light. From very early times, she had embraced the great Lord of Light, protecting her followers from the invasion of darkness, severing the claws of countless enemies, and exposing numerous heretics and false cultists hidden among the believers of light. Although her achievements were not publicly acknowledged, the Kingdom of Light's journey was inseparable from her selfless and unwavering sacrifice. Therefore, in terms of merit, she was no less than that of Saintess Catherine and Saint Angel. For a time, many of the gods welcomed the ascension of Saint Judy, the Dark Saintess, with fervent cheers. "My 2 sisters, you have worked so hard all these years. All your contributions to His Majesty the God will be engraved in the sacred annals of light. Saint Catherine swayed and stepped forward, taking the place of the archangel. She supported the two Holy Spirits on either side, speaking with great affection. I am acting on His Majesty's orders to first invite you to the Holy Spirit Temple to transform into Holy Spirit bodies, and then you will go to pay homage to His Majesty the God. Angel and Judy humbly replied, we will leave everything to the divine consort. Before their ascension, they had already been rewarded for their efforts and outstanding achievements, becoming demigod-level powerhouses at a young age, some even reaching the peak of the demigod level. In the mortal world, without a true god present, no one would be their match. Yet, even so, they could not put on any airs before Saint Catherine. In terms of both strength and seniority, they were Saint Catherine's juniors. Moreover, Catherine is the consort of the God Lord, overseeing all affairs of the divine kingdom, and her status is even higher than that of other subordinate gods. The fact that Saint Catherine personally came to welcome them and preside over their soul baptism is a testament to the immense importance the God of Light places on them. Under Catherine's personal guidance, through the baptism at the Holy Spirit Temple, Angel and Judy were transformed into true Holy Spirits. In fact, with their strength, they could have transformed into Holy Spirits on their own without the Holy Spirit Temple. However, out of respect for the God Lord and for the proper procedures, they chose to become Holy Spirits after the baptism at the Holy Spirit Temple. As for queuing, that was irrelevant. To welcome two such important Holy Spirits, the Holy Spirit Temple was closed to the public for the entire day. After transforming into true Holy Spirits, Angel and Judy's Holy Spirit bodies completely solidified, returning to their appearance in life. Except for the absence of a physical body, they seemed as if they had never died. Even their bodies, entirely formed from souls, were as substantial as if they were real, showing no trace of ethereal emptiness. Even Saint Catherine praised, you two sisters are truly gifted. The purity and power of your souls far surpass those of ordinary archangels. Even condensing a divine body would be no problem for you. The heavenly kingdom possesses a powerful transformation pool, making the condensation of a divine body a minor matter as long as it consumes divine power. However, they lack the means to strengthen and refine the soul. Strong individuals within the heavenly kingdom typically strengthen and refine their souls through unwavering faith and constant purification. This requires not only a strong mind but also extensive experience and training. Alternatively, soul fragments can be used to strengthen and refine the soul. However, soul fragments have many drawbacks. Firstly, high-quality, high-level soul fragments are extremely rare. Secondly, soul fragments contain too many impurities. Using them to strengthen the soul will only add more impurities, requiring a great deal of time for condensation. Low-level souls might be usable, forcibly elevating them to the level of a pseudo-Holy Spirit. But the higher the level of the soul, the less it can be so easily contaminated. Even for someone like Wu Wei, it would be difficult to blend together a large number of soul fragments and remove impurities. Unless one was willing to expend a massive amount of divine power to cleanse them, it would ultimately be a losing proposition. Fortunately, the heavenly kingdom also possessed a very powerful aspect. A strong will and unwavering faith could gradually strengthen the soul, purify the soul, and even reach the level of a Holy Spirit, or a higher level. However, Holy Spirits as powerful as Saint Angel or Saint Judy were extremely rare, requiring unwavering faith and rigorous training. Saint Catherine, while sighing, quickly led two powerful new Holy Spirits to pay homage to the God of Light, Wu Wei. In the towering, majestic, and imposing temple, Wu Wei's avatar sat high on the throne, receiving the audience of the two holy maidens. Although this was only an avatar, Wu Wei's main consciousness resided within it, making it equivalent to the true God of Light being present. A vast and incomparable divine sense swept over the two holy maidens, instantly sensing all their phenomena. Even Wu Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Back then, the Dark Saintess Judy was merely a small, audacious dark witch. After Wu Wei casually subdued her, she overcame countless obstacles and established numerous achievements. Even Wu Wei's most important and only level 11 subordinate, Saint John, was rescued by Judy's own plan. Later, her inquisition, spanning 2 planes, made countless contributions. The little witch of yesteryear had grown into a powerful figure. And the saintess of the Aesop plane, Angel, was an even more legendary figure. Wu Wei had simply seen a poster of Angel in Liu Peng's bedroom and arbitrarily appointed her as the saintess of the Aesop plane. The Aesop plane had faced many hardships, And this saintess had continuously grown and strengthened amidst the tides of time, eventually reaching a point where she could oversee everything, stand alone, and command respect throughout the world. Such experiences and achievements were likely difficult to replicate. The tides of time shaped them, and they, in turn, shaped an era. For any subsequent saintess to reach their heights, unless the kingdom of light faces another crisis like this, it's virtually impossible. In fact, during the reign of the old god of light, most saintesses from various planes ascended to the 7th level, with a few reaching the 8th. They were all decorative figures cultivated by the various planes Pegasus, their life's mission being to ascend to the kingdom of light as servants of the god of light when the time was right. Within the papacy, saintesses of light almost never encountered hardship or tribulation, much less wield immense power. Lacking tempering and growth, these saintesses were unremarkable and devoid of any distinctive features. Saint Angel, you have rendered immortal service to this god lord. Wu Wei's majestic divine voice, transforming into vast will, resounded directly in everyone's minds. This god lord hereby bestows upon you the title of Goddess of Light. Immediately enter the transformation pool to condense your divine body. Thank you for your grace, God Lord. Angel's Holy Spirit worshipped Wu Wei with utmost piety. Even with her powerful soul, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Goddess of Light. That was a true high-ranking position in the Kingdom of Light, someone who could assist a God Lord in governing a region. In the history of the old God of Light's growth, most of those who reached the level of 8-winged holy angel were popes of various planes, and those were renowned popes at that. But in Wu Wei's case, it was the Holy Maiden who took the lead. Actually, this was normal. When Katarina was in the mortal realm of light, she was absolutely a person of absolute authority in the plane of light. Although she wanted to support the Pope was far inferior to her in terms of aura and majesty. Not a single mistake, not a single release, not a single content, not a single 6 to 9 book, not a single bar, not a single look. Angel was the same. In the Aesop plane, her status was no less than that of Katarina in the light plane, and even slightly higher due to her longer reign. Even among the popes of all time, very few could compare to them. Go. Wu Wei waved his hand, and a vast divine sense swept up Angel, throwing her into the transformation pool. After dealing with Saint Angel's matter, Wu Wei focused his attention on the dark saintess Judy. Unlike Angel, although she was in darkness but her heart was in light, all her energy manifestations were dark, even her soul state was dark. Throwing the special Holy Spirit into the transformation pool would be like frying her in oil, harmful and useless. The normal system of the divine kingdom was clearly no longer suitable for her. Judy, your achievements are equally illustrious and immortal. Wu Wei's immense will manifested as a message in her mind. However, the path of the God of Light is not suitable for you. Now, I, the God Lord, will give you an opportunity, but this path is extremely difficult and arduous. Do you have the confidence to walk it? As long as that path is useful to your Majesty, I firmly believe that under your Majesty's protection, I can complete any path, no matter how difficult. Judy said with unwavering determination. Please grant me your grace, your Majesty. Good, I did not misjudge you. With a thought, Wu Wei released a ball of cold, black energy from his divine core. The black energy was like mist and silk, as if countless invisible black threads formed a tangled mess, yet it was also filled with an incomparably profound and mysterious aura. A slight glance was enough to feel the terrifying dark and deathly energy within it. This is the dark side death law that I extracted from the godhead of the Lord of the Dead, Wu Wei said calmly. This dark side death law is extremely pure and is already ownerless. You need to refine it, comprehend it, digest it, and let it be under your control. Once you have completely digested it, you will be able to condense your own dark side death godhead and become my dark subject god. This dark side death law was something Wu Wei had kept hidden all along, actually a great gift prepared for the dark saintess Judy. Among her many subordinates, only Judy could enjoy this gift. Thank you for your grace, Godhead, the dark saintess Judy said excitedly. This was the gift the Godhead had prepared for her. With a wave of his hand, Wu Wei channeled the dark law of death into Judy's dark Holy Spirit. At the same time, he warned, go to the chaotic void and find a subcontinent to cultivate diligently. Once you condense your divine spark, I will send you on an important mission. However, remember your mission, though your body is in darkness, your heart must remain in the light. If your soul dares to fall, I will personally annihilate you. She was walking the path of the dark undead, and Wu Wei's control over her was certainly far less than that of a true god of light. Moreover, that was an independent law of power. Once she condensed her divine spark, the restrictions he had placed on her would be completely ineffective. However, Wu Wei also believed in the unwavering will she had cultivated through so many years of soul tempering, and that her faith in the God of Light was completely imprinted into her soul. The probability of rebellion was extremely low, but a warning was still necessary. "My lord," the dark saintess Judy said firmly, "Judy's faith in you will last forever." Wu Wei's tone softened after his warning, becoming more reassuring. "Your path, though more difficult and arduous than angels, is still a broad and promising road. With your dark death godhood, you can forge your own path, even establish your own divine kingdom, becoming your own sect. Go, diligently study the laws of death, and do not disappoint my expectations." With that, Wu Wei waved his hand, and a powerful divine force enveloped the dark saintess Judy. In the next instant, she tore through the void, arriving on a subcontinent that had been floating in a chaotic void for an unknown period of time. Judy was only momentarily stunned before immediately beginning to study the dark death laws within her. For the sake of the great Lord of Light, she was determined to ascend to become a dark side god, walking in the darkness for her lord, slaying all enemies. Soon, she transformed into a statue, meticulously untangling the tangled mess within her. Meanwhile, in the divine palace of her divine kingdom, after Wu Wei finished dealing with the matters concerning the two saintesses, Saint Catherine whispered to him, "Your Majesty, why not take your two sisters as divine consorts?" "Divine consorts?" Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. "Catherine, are you trying to make me a god? I already have 3 divine consorts, and you want to take more?" "Your Majesty," Catherine advised, "your status is noble and great, but a divine kingdom cannot be without an heir for a day. You need one, or even several, divine princes to stabilize your foundation." Divine princes? Wu Wei was slightly speechless. He loved pretending to be a second-generation god. But now Catherine was actually urging him to give birth to a divine prince. However, what she said might not be wrong. Generally, the gods of a divine kingdom would deliberately give birth to some divine princes and goddesses, both to serve as helpers and to stabilize the divine kingdom. As the power of a divine kingdom grows, without an heir, the subordinate gods will always feel that there is no successor and the kingdom is in turmoil. To put it bluntly, the concern is that if the god lord were to fall, without a successor, there would be no cohesion, and the vast power would crumble. "Don't we already have 3 divine consorts?" Wu Wei said casually. "That's still enough for now." "Not enough," Katerina hurriedly advised. "At your level, God Lord, your life force is exceptionally strong, making it extremely difficult to produce offspring. The more divine consorts you have, the greater the chance of having offspring. Let's talk about that after they've formed their divine bodies." Wu Wei didn't immediately refuse, but instead smiled and lifted Katerina's chin. "If the chances aren't enough, we can make up for it with more attempts." "Your Majesty." Call me husband. Wu Wei still felt that the terms of address used by couples on Earth suited him better. "No, Your Majesty, please don't do this. This is the God's temple." Chapter 348. Taking a jungle trip. Time flew by, and several years passed in the blink of an eye since the rebellion in the Aesopian plain was quelled. Whoosh! A Judgment-class flagship cruiser glided through the star cluster, emerging from one wormhole and preparing to navigate to the next, guided by the star map. The journey from here to the next wormhole would take 7 days, requiring continuous acceleration. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the Judgment-class ship, lay a tranquil altar crafted from pure, luminous holy stone. Vast, condensed holy energy held a perfect body suspended in midair. The body's eyes were closed, like a mindless corpse. Yet, even so, it emanated terrifying pressure. This was a divine body. Even attacks from 7th-level saints, once its energy was depleted, left it unharmed. Moreover, this divine body was enveloped by a shield of holy energy and protected by an entire angelic army. Suddenly, the eyes of the divine body slowly opened, revealing a deep, unfathomable gaze. Without any visible movement, the surrounding holy light dissipated. He rose into the air, hovering and drifting away. "Greetings, Your Highness, as your consciousness returns." The leading archangel hurriedly knelt on one knee, welcoming him with utmost reverence. The other angels also knelt, welcoming Wu Wei's return. No need for formalities. Wu Wei waved his hand, his consciousness shifting slightly. In the next instant, he tore through space and descended to the bridge of the Judgment-class ship. The entire process was fluid and seamless, leaving no trace. His precise traversal of space was as effortless as a leisurely stroll in a backyard. This was partly due to Wu Wei's still formidable strength and his increasingly profound mastery of the laws of space. Secondly, the Judgment-class main battleship was built using the technology of the Divine Kingdom itself, possessing extremely high affinity for the life of the Divine Kingdom even without activating its aura. The Light God lineage was far more powerful and resilient within the Judgment-class ship. Your Highness, Divine Child. When Wu Wei was away, Saint Isabella and Saint Lloyd were in charge of the spaceship's bridge. Today, Saint Lloyd was on duty, and he bowed to Wu Wei. According to the star map coordinates provided by our friends from the Calling Civilization, we only need to traverse the Calling Civilization's private wormhole G34U87 to reach the Blue Spirit starfield where the Blue Spirit family resides. Very good. Wu Wei had sent this Judge-class spaceship all the way to the Blue Spirit starfield of the Calling Civilization to see what it was like. The Heaven's Gate anchor point, which was previously on the Punisher-class spaceship, had also been moved to the Judge. Wu Wei didn't need to spend any time on this spaceship and during her lonely journey. He could simply follow the special anchor point to directly connect with the Heaven's Gate of the Heavenly Kingdom and switch his consciousness back and forth at any time. So, after receiving the invitation, Wu Wei only needed to drive the spaceship in that direction, and only switch his consciousness when he was almost there. This was Wu Wei's strength. He now knew that even other gods who had also attained divinity through faith did not possess such terrifying special technology. Wu Wei became increasingly certain that the divine spark and divine kingdom of light he had inherited were definitely not something that the old god of light had gradually evolved and upgraded on his own. He was merely the previous inheritor of this powerful civilization of light. The Judge-class spaceship, 2,000 to 3,000 meters long, flew at high speed through the tranquil starry sky. Suddenly, it swept past a broken asteroid belt. The powerful aura immediately startled the galactic void creatures on the asteroids millions of kilometers away, causing them to tremble and flee into the crevices and holes. Galactic void life was not uncommon in the universe. They mostly preferred to live in broken star belts, feeding directly on various substances. Over time, they would migrate, and they even had ways to migrate from one star system to another. Although it was called an asteroid belt, it was quite dense from a distance. However, upon reaching the asteroid belt, they discovered that most asteroids were separated by distances of tens to hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The chances of a spaceship a few thousand meters away colliding with an asteroid were extremely low. In fact, given the power of the Judgment-class spaceship, even if it were to collide head-on with an asteroid, that asteroid would be the one to suffer. Suddenly, Wu Wei exclaimed "Huh?" and focused his attention on an asteroid more than 600,000 kilometers away. While it was technically an asteroid, its diameter was only about 2,000 kilometers, reaching hydrostatic equilibrium, comparable to a typical dwarf asteroid. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't attract Wu Wei's attention at all, even if it harbored some not-so-weak void creatures. Those void creatures hadn't provoked Wu Wei, he wouldn't bother with them unless he was bored. As a god with several planes of faith under his command, he wouldn't personally fight a few wild monsters, would he? However, in the brief moment the spaceship passed by, Wu Wei sensed something unusual about that massive asteroid, causing a stir within him. At his current level, few things could truly excite him. For example, a complete star core. Or, for instance, treasures that could enhance soul strength without side effects. In fact, for Wu Wei now, treasures that could increase the strength of a divine soul were even more important than star cores. Star cores and other rare treasures were used to build a divine kingdom and upgrade one's divine status and kingdom. But what use was it to elevate the divine kingdom to a higher level if the soul strength of his level 10 generals couldn't be rapidly increased? Wu Wei had tried to refine and fuse soul fragments, but that was too laborious, and for a level 10 general, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Of course, Wu Wei wasn't saying that St. Luke and Catherine's souls were inferior. In fact, their soul strength was extremely powerful and pure, it's just that they hadn't cultivated for long enough. The only exception was St. John, whose achievements were the result of countless hardships and suffering. However, the two archbishops beside him, because they relied on St. John's faith to the very end, had a lower Holy Spirit strength than Catherine, currently only at the peak of level 9. But Wu Wei also believed that it wouldn't be long before they reached the soul strength required for an 8-winged angel. However, The transition from level 10 to level 11 presented another huge hurdle in terms of the comprehensive qualities required for the soul. Taking St. Luke as an example, if he had another 200 or 300 years to temper his soul, advancing to level 11 would be a natural progression. But now, the time was far too short. The unknown enemy remained a thorn in Wu Wei's side. He couldn't patiently wait hundreds or thousands of years to slowly develop. With his current overall strength, once the old god of light's enemies came knocking, they would crush him to death in an instant. Therefore, Wu Wei needed to find a way to enhance his soul strength as soon as possible, which was one of the main reasons he visited the Kelling civilization. The Kelling civilization was, after all, an established level 3 civilization, and its knowledge of the universe's secrets was certainly greater than Wu Wei's. In fact, it was very likely that it surpassed even the nouveau riche old god of light. From them, it was possible to obtain a method to enhance soul strength. If this plan failed, Wu Wei would have to implement his second plan. When he was advancing to his divine kingdom, he discovered the old god of light's mechanical message, instructing him to retrieve something from the dimensional bank. That thing was very likely a legacy left by the old god of light, which might contain a method or treasure to enhance the soul strength of a holy spirit. Of course, Wu Wei didn't yet know where that so-called dimensional bank was, and there might be some dangers involved. Therefore, Wu Wei only listed this plan as a backup plan. A jumble of thoughts flashed through Wu Wei's mind in an instant. "Stop the ship, change direction," Wu Wei ordered without hesitation. "Yes, Your Highness." St. Lloyd immediately carried out the order, sending the Judgment-class capital ship towards the asteroid. In the tranquil and seemingly eternal universe, the ship tore through invisible space, heading towards the asteroid. At the same time, the ship's main weapon, the Holy Light Cannon, began charging, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Once fully charged, this Holy Light Cannon could unleash a full-force attack surpassing that of an 11th-level powerhouse. Even an 11th-level super god wouldn't dare to directly withstand this attack, otherwise, they would inevitably suffer serious injuries. What kind of Star River beast is that? Wu Wei's mental power was immense, already enveloping the dwarf asteroid. On that almost sunless, extremely cold dwarf asteroid, there was a faint trace of very pure life energy. But at the same time, an exceptionally large Star River beast, neither dragon nor crocodile, with a mouth as big as a toad, was crawling on the dwarf asteroid. Its size was enormous, like a colossal mountain. Even a 2,000 or 3,000 meter long Judge-class spaceship looked like a small boat before a giant whale compared to it. The Star River beast was almost fused with a dwarf planet, and it seemed to be very good at hiding itself, so Wu Wei didn't even notice it at first. If it weren't for sensing the very subtle burst of strange life energy on the dwarf planet, Wu Wei wouldn't have given it a second glance. The huge Star River beast seemed to sense Wu Wei's threat and immediately roared. The powerful energy fluctuation stirred up spatial ripples, making Wu Wei's spaceship shake a few times. Level 11. Wu Wei was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. Level 11, a super god level being. Killing it would bring huge benefits. First, its divine core could be directly converted to obtain a large amount of divine power. In addition, its various tissues were also very valuable and could be used as materials to create various weapons and equipment suitable for gods. And this level 11 behemoth, once killed, its flesh and blood alone would be a huge fortune. Previously, Wu Wei had said he didn't want to casually hunt wild monsters because their levels were too low. How could a dignified god of light risk losing his dignity for a little wealth? But level 11 wild monsters were different, they were a windfall. If it were a level 11 monster from a powerful civilization, its backing would be immense. Killing it would likely require a full-scale war. Wild monsters, however, were helpless and alone. Even if killed, no one would stand up for them. Moreover, most wild monsters lived in packs, surviving as a species. That lone level 11 monster was simply delivering food to Wu Wei. "Decree, open the gates of heaven." Wu Wei whispered the decree, and a majestic divine power rippled outwards. The mysterious gates of heaven condensed and opened directly within the Judgment spaceship, anchoring itself between the spaceship and the Divine Kingdom's headquarters. In just a few breaths, a powerful 10-winged archangel traversed space and appeared within the Judgment. St. John Nassidle greets His Highness, the Divine Child. The 10-winged angel knelt on one knee, expressing his utmost respect to Wu Wei. As the strongest being in the Divine Kingdom, St. John was assigned by Wu Wei to cultivate and guard the Divine Realm. This served two purposes: firstly, to ensure the safety of the core base, and secondly, to provide support to various locations through the gates of heaven. However, to ensure the swift annihilation of that level 11 monster and prevent its escape, Wu Wei summoned more than just Saint John. The Light Clan, possessing the gates of space, could rapidly assemble its forces and leverage its superior strength to strike the enemy. Chapter 349: The Wrath of the Goddess of Nature. Soon, two more deities emerged from the gates of heaven. They were Evelise, the elven goddess and one of Wu Wei's consorts, and Saint Angel, who had ascended only a few years prior but had already condensed a divine body. Evelise was slender and graceful, her skin as white as snow, her long, pale golden hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore an elven goddess crown and clad in the unique, artistically beautiful armor of the elves, with an elven bow and sword at her waist. She was both incomparably beautiful and possessed a radiant, heroic spirit, constantly exuding the charm of an elven goddess. Evelise was Wu Wei's first wife, already a very powerful demigod. With Wu Wei's divine power, she repeatedly broke through her limits, eventually ascending to the level of a deity on her own. However, because she primarily cultivated the natural power of the elves, which differed from the attributes of holy light, therefore, after ascending to the status of a goddess of nature, she condensed natural divine power, which showed signs of incompatibility with the kingdom of light. Left with no other option, she could only return to her ancestral home in the plane of light, the sacred land of the elven race, to cultivate in seclusion. Her meetings with Wu Wei resembled a romantic date. However, Wu Wei was already helping her establish an independent divine kingdom. After all, the energy level of the elven sacred land was too low, offering little help to Everest's cultivation. With a divine kingdom, Everest could not only cultivate on her own but also nurture powerful elven warriors, resulting in a dramatic change in her overall strength and greatly benefiting Wu Wei's future. Your Majesty, it's been a long time. The elven goddess Everest bowed to Wu Wei, her sparkling eyes showing both joy at seeing him and a hint of melancholy. In private, she would respect Wu Wei's special request and address him as husband. However, in public, she would still maintain a solemn atmosphere and address Wu Wei as Your Majesty. He Consort Ling, you've arrived quite quickly. Wu Wei could easily see the source of Evelise's resentment. Lately, he'd been busy exploring the universe and wandering around, and it had indeed been a long time since he'd returned to the Elf Holy Land to reunite with her. He chuckled twice and coughed before saying, I called you here this time for two reasons. First, we'd like to hunt some monsters together and earn some money. Second, I've gradually established myself in the vast universe and am preparing to venture out with you. Evelise's goddess-like eyes lit up, but in front of so many outsiders, she still restrained herself, saying, Evelise obeys His Majesty the God Lord's command. With that, she stepped aside, giving the audience opportunity to Saint Angel. Saint Angel, since ascending to the divine kingdom several years ago and refining her divine body, had been familiarizing herself with power. With her incredibly strong will and talent, she had completely adapted to divine power in a short time. Her slender figure stood tall and graceful, holding a sacred scepter. Beneath the holy armor of the light element lay a mature and alluring body. 4 pairs of pure white wings spread out behind her, exuding a sacred yet powerful aura. Your humble servant pays homage to His Majesty the Divine Lord. Angel knelt on one knee with utmost devotion. Over 100 years of life as a saintess had made her as steadfast as a mountain, yet her wise eyes still couldn't suppress the boundless worship of the Divine Lord. Her faith was unwavering. She was born for the Divine Lord and would die for Him. The sole meaning of her existence lay in the presence of this great Divine Lord before her. Angel, rise. Wu Wei casually lifted her up, a vast divine power supporting her. Outside, still call me Your Highness the Divine Child. Wu Wei was becoming increasingly addicted to playing the role of the Divine Child. Firstly, this identity was far more free and unrestrained than that of the so-called Divine Lord. Secondly, claiming to be the Divine Child in public would make the outside world wary of the forces behind him, and even fawn over him. With all these benefits, Wu Wei prepared to continue exploring the vast universe as the Divine Child. Yes, Your Highness, Divine Child. Angel's bright eyes, besides fervent devotion, held a hint of unusual shyness as she mustered her courage to steal a glance at Wu Wei. In the past 2 years, her predecessor, Holy Consort Catherine, had given her much guidance, teaching her not only how to quickly master her divine body and become familiar with her power, but also sharing many private conversations, some of which often made her blush. As a holy maiden, strictly speaking, she was a handmaid of the great god, no, more accurately, a concubine. Therefore, her holy maiden stage was inevitably flawless. Not only was her body pure as ice, but her mind was also utterly pure. Aside from fantasies about His Majesty the God, she would never have the slightest attraction to any man. Otherwise, it would be blasphemy. In fact, this was an inevitable process for all holy maidens. If she dared to blaspheme the God in the slightest, her soul could never reach such a pure and powerful state. Only through her deepening faith in Wu Wei and her profound worship of him could she have reached this point. Therefore, she would never refuse Saintess Catherine's private words. However, she was not a saintess trained under the orderly system of the Holy See and did not know how to please and serve the Divine Master. Wu Wei's spiritual power was extremely sharp, and he instantly sensed Saint Angel's ambition towards him. However, now was not the time to deal with such matters. He immediately straightened his expression and said solemnly, Saint John Nasidal, Flame Consort Everus, and Divine General Saint Angel Doris. The three of you will kill that level 11 Star River Beast. We obey your divine will, Your Highness. The three divine level powerhouses accepted the order. They each used their own methods and stepped out of the judgment ship, surrounding the dwarf planet in a triangular formation. At the same time, 6 Punisher assault ships left the mothership on the judgment ship and also attacked the dwarf planet. Each of these Punisher ships was 200 to 300 meters long, carrying an entire squadron of angels, commanded by an archangel. Ow! The level 11 monster, seeing its intimidating warning, failed to deter the enemy. Instead, after a strange spatial fluctuation, several extremely powerful enemies appeared. Each of the 3 small enemies that disembarked from the strange ship made it feel a sense of danger. Especially the one in the middle, which made it feel an intense sense of danger. It roared angrily again, and terrifying energy created a shockwave storm that swept towards the enemy. Holy Light Protection. Angel, with a strength of level 10, calmly raised her scepter, and a vast and powerful holy power surged from her body, radiating immense light like a sun. Her seemingly small body continuously expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal divine form thousands of meters tall, standing majestically in the void. At the same time, golden holy light transformed into a giant shield, protecting the 6 Punisher ships. A special storm crashed against the holy light guardian energy shield like a massive tidal wave, creating ripples and scattering holy energy in all directions. The holy light guardian barely managed to hold it back, but was already on the verge of collapse. However, the 6 Punishers weathered this crisis unscathed. Boom boom boom. The 6 Punishers, having accumulated holy light energy, unleashed beams of holy light from their main cannons, like sharp swords tearing through the void, striking the level 11 monster with incredible speed. Despite the thin air of the dwarf planet where the monster resided, some sound still emanated from it. PFFT PFFT PFFT. The holy light energy pierced its skin, creating 6 wounds several meters in diameter and tens of meters deep. The terrifying thing was that these wounds were like a few small thorns to that monstrous monster, which was over 10,000 meters long. Aside from enraging it further, they caused almost no harm. Tisk tisk, this monster is quite gifted among level 11 monsters. In the judgment, Wu Wei was practically reclining on a deck chair on the bridge, comfortably eating fruit and watching this scene. He also commented on the monster. Although the Punisher was a small assault ship, belonging to the most basic space combat squadron of the Divine Kingdom, it was not weak. 1 Punisher could easily annihilate or capture a level 9 monster. 6 Punishers combined could even hold off a level 10 god. Yet, they seemed so powerless before this giant monster. However, Wu Wei didn't only have 6 Punishers. At the same time that level 11 monster unleashed its special storm, Yanfa Everus and St. John Nasidal also acted simultaneously. They easily withstood the special storm simply by forming their own energy shields. Their divine forms then expanded dramatically, each transforming into a colossal body. Even against enemies of enormous size, god-level powerhouses could change their forms to engage them. Evelys's body reached over 1,000 meters, enveloped in green natural divine power, as she casually picked up the elven war bow at her waist. The elven war bow, entwined with beautiful vines and flowers, was brimming with powerful natural divine power. Even Wu Wei felt a slight tremor upon seeing it. This was the renowned wrath of the nature goddess of the elven race, a true divine artifact. Wu Wei only learned of this legendary artifact passed down from the nature goddess of the elven race after marrying Evelise. However, no elf had previously been able to truly ignite the divine fire to level 10. Therefore, the wrath of the nature goddess had remained sealed away in the elven Holy Land. Now that Evelise had become the new elven goddess, she was naturally qualified to wield this divine artifact. Her jade-like hands deftly strummed the bowstring, drawing it to its fullest extent. Powerful natural divine power condensed directly into divine bow and arrow, the arrow imbued with immense natural force. Boom! The arrow shot from the bow, unleashing a torrent of natural divine power that formed a vertical vortex, tearing through the void and instantly striking the colossal beast on the dwarf planet. The wrath of the goddess of nature. Like a fierce drill, it pierced and sliced through the beast's body, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. The beast roared in pain and fury. In the blink of an eye, a gaping gash appeared on the beast's body. Even with the beast's immense size, the wound was extremely gruesome and terrifying. Chapter 350 The Great Glutton God. It was enraged. With a slam of its claws on the dwarf planet, the force propelling it out of its gravitational pull, sending it soaring into the void, baring its fangs and claws as it charged towards Everus. Despite Everus's transformation into a 1,000-meter-tall giant, compared to that behemoth, she was merely a tiny, fluttering sprite before a giant bear. If she were caught in its claws, even her body would suffer severe injuries. Get out of my way. How dare you harm the spirit consort? A surge of mental energy erupted in the void like a thunderclap, causing the space itself to tremble. St. John Nassidle, also transformed into a gigantic being, transformed his scepter into a sword, shielding Everus. Facing such a powerful enemy, he unleashed his full power, slashing out with a massive blade of light over 1,000 meters long. Roar! With a roar, a terrifying wound over 2,000 meters long appeared on the behemoth's body. Even with its enormous size and strength, this single strike inflicted immense damage. Although its injuries were severe, they were far from fatal. Amidst its space-shaking roars, it engaged in fierce combat with St. John. Although St. John's manifested divine body was only a little over 2,000 meters tall, seemingly far smaller than the behemoth, he fought it head-on, refusing to retreat an inch. With St. John Nassidle in front, the other two deities, Angel and Evelines, began to unleash their full power. Angel, as a saintess in the Aesopian plane, excelled at support, and a torrent of supportive divine spells poured forth from her scepter. Divine protection, divine blessing, all these spells amplified St. John Nassidle and Eveline's destructive power. Even the angelic squadron within the 6 Punishers was amplified and protected by collective divine spells, unleashing even greater offensive power, continuously pouring holy light upon the behemoth. While their individual destructive power wasn't high, the relentless attacks rapidly eroded the behemoth's life force. Although the behemoth was furious, it was firmly restrained by St. John and couldn't spare a hand to fight the annoying flies. While St. John was inferior to the behemoth in direct melee combat, supported by a constant stream of divine magic, he fought with increasing ferocity, refusing to yield an inch. Under the influence of divine energy, even injuries healed quickly. This was the formidable nature of the Light Faction's battles. Once a battle formation was established, even a strong enemy could be worn down. Wu Wei closely observed the battle, and seeing that his side had gained a decisive advantage, he refrained from interfering recklessly. He was the god of light, and it wouldn't be fitting for him to constantly engage in combat, especially since his subordinates had already achieved a decisive advantage. Moreover, such high-intensity battles were extremely beneficial for the training and growth of his subordinate gods and angels. Combat was the best way to hone their souls and wills. 8 hours later, the terrifying behemoth, having reached level 11, was finally worn down to death by the combined attack of the 3 great gods and the angelic army. The corpse lay scattered in the void, like a ruined wasteland. Floating everywhere were the beast's blood and flesh, along with fragments of bones and organs. After confirming the beast's death, the 6 Punisher ships began rapidly clearing the battlefield. Divided into 6 zones, the angelic squad swarmed out, like diligent bees, sweeping up the spoils. This beast possessed an 11th level divine body, even a drop of blood or a piece of flesh was valuable. The 3 gods, after a brief rest back on their ships, also began cleaning the battlefield. They chopped the mountain of flesh into pieces and continuously transported them back to the judgment ships. However, although the judgment ships were the main fleet, their length was only 2,000 or 3,000 meters, far too short to hold the flesh of that epic monster. Left with no other choice, they had to reopen the gates of heaven. Even Wu Wei had to personally use his immense divine power to transfer the spoils to the other side of the gates of heaven. Meanwhile, within the divine realm connected to the gates of heaven, Holy Consort Catherine, who oversees the divine kingdom, has organized the people and battle angels to accept the spoils of war, inventorying and storing them. The Divine Weapon Hall. This was an institution under Wu Wei's command, responsible for crafting war equipment and various machines. At least, that was its original structure within the Divine Kingdom. However, under the will of Wu Wei, the Transmigrator, and after absorbing a large number of technological scientists from the Aesop plane, its nature has gradually changed. Some of the people in the Divine Weapon Hall specializing in genetics and life sciences flocked to it, wanting a share of the blood and flesh essence of level 11 Star River beasts. Meanwhile, some of the scientists researching material science didn't even spare bones, scales, or tendons. Faced with these invaluable research materials, they were like madmen. If it weren't for Holy Consort Catherine's direct decree, chaos might have erupted within the Divine Kingdom. All supplies are temporarily inventoried, cataloged, and stored. Later, each unit can apply to utilize these resources, provided it receives Catherine's personal signature. As for the scientists who nearly caused chaos, the Holy Queen ordered their arrest and execution by whipping in the sacred square as a warning to others. Leaving aside how Holy Queen Catherine handled resources within the Divine Kingdom, Wu Wei was beaming with joy at the abundance of spoils. Not only was the flesh and blood valuable enough to serve as food reserves, but the scales and bones could also be used to forge high-quality weapons and equipment, even warships. Most importantly, after several days of work, Wu Wei had actually found a soul fragment within the flesh and blood. Soul fragments always appear randomly. Some creatures condense fragments upon death, while others dissipate their souls, returning to the origin of the universe. However, even if obtained, most soul fragments are only useful to low-level gods or angels. At levels 9 or 10, their souls are already extremely pure and powerful. The soul energy in ordinary soul fragments offers them little benefit, and may even have negative effects due to excessive impurities. This soul fragment from a level 11 giant monster was the size of a water vat, and its golden light was incredibly concentrated and pure, resembling a huge piece of pure gold crystal. Even Wu Wei, after examining it, felt that its purity far exceeded his expectations. Wu Wei could even sense that the soul of Saint John Nacital was not as firm and pure as this soul fragment. With this item, all the flesh and materials combined were far less valuable than this soul fragment. Wu Wei's biggest worry right now was that he had ascended to level 11 and his divine power reserves were temporarily sufficient. However, only St. John's soul strength met the requirements for advancement. Even St. Luke, whom Wu Wei relied on most, was far from meeting the level 11 soul standard. Now, this soul fragment gave Wu Wei a strong feeling that it could at least allow St. Luke's soul to attempt to reach level 11. Then, by strengthening his divine body through the transformation pool, he could possess another level 11 10-winged archangel. Not bad, not bad. It wasn't a waste of my impulsive decision. Wu Wei praised, temporarily putting away the top-grade soul fragment of the giant beast, intending to distribute it later. However, Wu Wei was also somewhat puzzled. How could this level 11 star beast condense such a pure soul? After most of its soul dissipated, it still possessed such a divine-grade soul fragment? Moreover, its power far exceeded Wu Wei's initial expectations. At least, if St. John Nacital were to fight it one-on-one, it would definitely lose more often than it wins. As a star beast with ordinary intelligence, what merits did it possess? Could it be that Wu Wei's heart skipped a beat, and what had triggered his impulsive decision was not this star beast, but rather the dwarf planet it inhabited? It was probably true. When it encountered Wu Wei's attack, it seemed very agitated, only using its roar to threaten and try to drive Wu Wei away. Only after being badly beaten did it take to the air and fight Wu Wei and the others to the death. 6 angel squadrons and spirit consort Everest continue collecting the spoils, especially its divine core, which must be found. Angel and John, come with me to explore the dwarf planet. Wu Wei immediately gave the order. Exploring the dwarf planet was important, but the remaining spoils weren't necessarily forgotten. After giving the order, Wu Wei stepped out of the Judgment-class spaceship. After a faint spatial ripple, Wu Wei's divine body descended upon the dwarf planet. Its weak size resulted in insufficient mass, only able to hold on to extremely thin gas, far from being an atmosphere. From a distance, although it appeared to be a perfectly round sphere, having achieved hydrostatic equilibrium, only upon closer inspection could one see its pitted and uneven surface, resembling a face full of pockmarks. This was a cold world, where extremely thin air contained fine snowflakes scattered in a very dispersed manner, drifting towards the ground under the weak pull of gravity. This is quite normal, though. In the vast universe, solitude and coldness are the dominant themes. Sunlight, warmth, and life are rare exceptions. In fact, most star systems are deserts of life. Meanwhile, two spatial fluctuations emanated from the surrounding area. St. John and St. Angel arrived, revealing their massive forms, standing guard on either side of Wu Wei. Wu Wei's immense spiritual power probed downwards, only to discover that the surface of this dwarf planet wasn't crust, but a thick layer of ice. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. The material barrier to spiritual power blocked Wu Wei's probe, yet he still couldn't reach the end of the ice layer. Forcibly expending divine power would certainly allow him to continue investigating. However, Wu Wei didn't want to waste his divine power on such a trivial matter, so he simply gave St. John an order. St. John understood, immediately gathering immense power and blasting a massive beam of light towards the dwarf planet. Boom! The dwarf planet's ice layer spread outwards in a wave-like pattern, easily pierced by the beam of light. Its ice layer reached a staggering 30 kilometers. Yet, beneath the ice, the water was already in a liquid state. Liquid water seeped up through the gaps. The deeper one went, the higher the temperature became. At a depth of 40 kilometers, the temperature reached over 10 degrees Celsius, and signs of life seemed to be emerging. Interesting. Wu Wei was also somewhat amazed. Life was truly a miracle. Life could actually arise within the desolate and frigid interior of such a planet. Come on, come explore with me. Wu Wei's excitement grew stronger, and on a whim, he leaped into the water through the breached ice layer. The water seemed to be repelled by an invisible force, unable to approach within 10 meters of Wu Wei. Almost instantly, Wu Wei had entered the underwater world dozens of kilometers deep, entering a warm, spring-like underwater realm. St. John and St. Angel quickly shrunk their divine bodies to human form and followed closely behind, continuing to firmly protect their divine master, Wu Wei. A very beautiful water world. This area of water was originally a very dark world. Countless jellyfish-like creatures drifted in the water, like beautiful underwater lighthouses. Besides bioluminescent organisms, the water teemed with vibrant fish of varying sizes, some reaching tens of meters in length and weighing over 10 or 20 tons, while others were only the size of shrimp, barely larger than plankton. Clearly, a complete food chain existed in this vast and beautiful body of water. However, the universe operates on the law of conservation of energy. This area couldn't absorb energy from sunlight, so there must be an energy source. Wu Wei didn't rush to explore. Instead, he casually grabbed a 3-foot-long, armored shrimp-like creature with a pair of ferocious claws. The shrimp, initially quite ferocious and seemingly a little tyrant of the water, seemed to sense Wu Wei's power and immediately cowered in fear, as if aware of its impending doom. Well, its perception was correct. Next, Wu Wei easily peeled off its armor, took out the translucent, plump shrimp meat and roe, dipped it in the special seasoning of the Divine Kingdom, and ate it. It melted in his mouth, incredibly delicious. He devoured the shrimp in no time, even closing his eyes to savor the taste. St. John, having spent so much time with the Divine Lord, was used to such things. Over the years, even those strangely shaped star river beasts hadn't escaped the Divine Lord's tasting. What was this level 1 shrimp? Gulp. St. Angel, standing nearby, swallowed hard, her expression one of surprise and uncertainty. Wouldn't it be bad if His Majesty the Divine Lord ate such strange things so casually? When she was a saintess in the Aesop plain, although she would offer various strange delicacies to the Divine Kingdom every year, she never imagined that they were all for the Divine Lord's enjoyment. Angel, you want some too? These prawns are delicious. Wu Wei casually grabbed another prawn, peeled and killed it live, personally added the seasoning, and handed it to Angel. As a transmigrator from a food-loving empire, he was very happy to meet a fellow foodie. People like Katerina, Evelyn, and Liliana weren't particularly interested in food. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.